This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Return to the Pre-Apocalypse. Only those who have climbed out of H.L. know how to cherish life. The true meaning of this sentence was truly understood in the late Tang dynasty, when he ate his first meal on the first day after returning to the prosperous age. The bowl was not filled with rotten worms covered with mud, but was filled with fresh green vegetables and crystal clear rice. The water in the cup was actually clear and transparent, not dark brown mixed with metal residue. All of this made Tang Mo feel wonderful, somewhat unreal. Ignoring the surprise of being reborn, she rushed directly to the dining table and slowly and uninterruptedly finished 3 bowls of rice before putting down her chopsticks with satisfaction. When she just woke up, she looked at the date displayed on her phone. Today is July 14th, AD 2150, and there are still 7 days before the end of the world begins. For a modern woman who lives in a high-tech era and has watched countless science fiction novels and movies, although rebirth is a bit unbelievable, it is not unacceptable. After Tang Mo woke up, it only took him 5 minutes to accept the fact that he was reborn before the end of the world. The rest of the time he spent the rest of the time sitting at the dinner table and struggling with the food in front of him. The number of times she can concentrate on enjoying food has begun to count down. She is not willing to waste food by gobbling it up. She wishes she could carve the fragrance of every bite of food into the depths of her soul, so that she will never forget it. The meal on the table had been left by Tang's mother for her daughter. Tang Mo's mother, Lin, was not at home at this time. Tang Mo remembered that it was her summer vacation from college, and her mother should be working outside at this time. Talking about Tang Mo's mother, Lin Yi's life is really not good. Her husband passed away when her daughter Tang Mo was 5 years old. She raised her daughter, with all kinds of hardships, by herself. In order to take care of the child, she opened a small supermarket by herself. Now that Tang Mo is older, and can help his family look after the supermarket during the holidays, Lin Yi still has to go out to work and save some dowry money for her daughter. The bitterness of this cannot be appreciated by outsiders. Thinking of his mother who loves him the most in the world, Tang Mo's eyes darkened. The beauty of people in the late Tang dynasty was all inherited from Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who is now 40 years old, shows no signs of age at all on her face. It is a bit exaggerated to say that she looks like a girl in her 17s or 18s. But a mature and flavorful woman who looks like a 27s or 88s definitely deserves the title. So many years of raising a daughter alone did not ruin her appearance, but gave her a unique, gentle, and tough temperament. She still remembered that at this time in her last life, her mother mentioned to herself that she had a boyfriend, and if Tang Mo didn't object, she was going to get a marriage license. But Tang Mo, who had been protected by his mother in an ivory tower at that time, didn't understand Lin Yi's hard work. He only felt that remarriage was a betrayal of his father, and he would become a child without a family. So he opposed it with all his strength. In the end, Lin Yi broke up with her boyfriend out of concern for her daughter's mood. But who would have thought that the end of the world would come on the 3rd day of separation? At that time, Tang Mo was trapped in school and was not with her mother. When she returned home half a year later, she found that her mother had died. At that time, her mother's boyfriend found her. He was a gentle and elegant man, and it was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. He said that when the end of the world began, he was already out of town, and when he rushed back, Lin Yi was already dead. Tang Mo could clearly see the grief in the man's eyes, and she knew that everything was her fault, because of his guilt for his mother and the man in front of him. Tang Mo refused the man's protection and embarked on the apocalypse alone. Later, she always wondered whether her mother would have lived well if she had allowed her mother to marry a man, and whether she had killed her mother's way of living with her own hands. However, no matter how advanced the technology was later, no regret medicine was invented. And no matter how regretful it was in the late Tang dynasty, it could not go back to the beginning. If his mother brings up the matter of marriage again in this life, he will give her full support and let her live happily. Tang Mo secretly made up his mind. After eating and drinking, Tang Mo closed the door of the supermarket, returned to his room, and began to carefully recall everything he had experienced in his previous life. Just kidding. Now that the things in the supermarket are all treasures, she is reluctant to sell them. Money is nothing. It's just paper after a week. The apocalypse she will experience next is different from those written in novels. There are no crazy zombies, but only endless hunger. After 7 days, the earth began to turn purple-black. All plants growing in the soil died, and no matter how hard people tried, they could not grow new plants. Plants and meat exposed to her also quickly withered and rotted. Water resources are polluted. The water in rivers, lakes and seas is still clear, but has become poisonous. After people drink it, their bodies will be unable to bear the toxins, and their organs will fail. The whole world is filled with large areas of fog. There are many dangers in the fog. Few people who go in can come out alive. And those who are lucky enough to come out shout crazily that there is something terrible inside. But no one knows exactly what it is, and how terrifying it is. Gradually, people become intimidated by those foggy places. And they are unwilling to take risks even if they take a detour. Maybe God didn't want humans to become extinct all at once. So he closed the door and opened a window for everyone at the same time. After the end of the world officially arrived, human bodies began to mutate. Everyone's bodies began to strengthen. And the direction of strengthening was different. It was divided into 5 attributes: life, strength, agility, spirit, and space. In addition to being innate, all attributes will also be improved later due to personal or external factors. 1 month after the apocalypse began, the country responded quickly and issued each citizen a watch that only belonged to his or her own ID to observe his various attribute values. The higher the attribute value, the stronger the fighting power, and the higher the status in the apocalypse. Combat power may not be of much use to people in peaceful times, but for people after the apocalypse, it is undoubtedly the greatest guarantee of life, especially half a year after the end of the world. When alien beasts are rampant, the stronger the combat effectiveness and the higher the overall attribute value, the greater the chance of survival. In the previous life, at the end of the Tang dynasty, the attribute values were relatively average. Her initial attributes were extremely low except for mental strength, so she had no ability to protect herself. In order to survive, when she obtained the alien beast crystals in the later stage, she desperately exchanged all the crystals with others for life and strength attributes, hoping to enhance her own ability to protect oneself. It was not until a few years after the end of the world that the research center finally figured out how to use human spiritual power. At that time, the late Tang dynasty realized that the spiritual attribute that he thought was the most useless was actually the most powerful. But it was no longer helpful at this time. She was no longer a young girl with outstanding mental strength. She could only sigh deeply at the uncertainty of fate, and then continue to struggle hard in the apocalypse. In order to exchange for food to survive, and the minimum energy required to maintain her life, she had to participate in a team mission once a month. And her previous life was also terminated during a team mission. It was a mid-level alien beast. As the female member with the lowest attribute value in the team, she was used as bait by her teammates. And she was eventually killed by the alien beast. No wonder others. In that world of cannibalism, those who fall behind will be beaten. She is weak, so she dies first. This is fair. Tang Mo's heart had been hardened for a long time, and she could not bear any resentment towards her teammates' strategic choices. The only thing she hated was herself, for losing her most important thing at the beginning of the apocalypse. If it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have been so passive. Thinking of the days in his previous life when he was alone in the apocalypse, suffering from hunger and fear, Tang Mo clenched his hands tightly. Life was really difficult at that time. I was trapped in school for the first half of the year and suffered from hunger. After finally waiting for the fog that surrounded the school to dissipate, we found that the weather had changed again. The days of famine had turned into rampant beasts. The suffering of mankind was not only not over, but had just begun. I am afraid every day. Afraid that the next moment I will be used as food by strange beasts, torn and swallowed, and in the end there will be no bones left. In this life, I must not live like that again. Although she was reborn, she could not prevent the end of the world from coming. Nor could she be the savior. All she can do is save herself, make herself less passive in the last days, and let her mother live and live well. Thinking of this, Tang Mo's heart couldn't help but beat a little fast, and he gently touched his chest with his hand, trying to calm himself down. Suddenly Tang Mo's hand seemed to be tinged with something. He subconsciously grabbed it, and saw that it was a piece of jade that he had worn since childhood. Seeing this small and exquisite jade pendant, Tang Mo's eyes instantly lit up. Her overwhelming joy made her heart beat faster, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The 5 attributes of human beings in the last days: life, strength, agility, spirit, and space. Everyone has some of the first 4 attribute values more or less innately. But the spatial attribute is the most unique. Only a small number of people have it. They are the chosen ones. Most people have 0 spatial attribute. And even if you find space attributes in rare treasures or exotic beast crystals the day after tomorrow, you must accumulate at least 100 points before you can open the space. What is the concept of 100 points? Let's put it this way. The crystal stone in the body of a primary alien beast has only one attribute, and there is only a small chance of it being a space attribute. If you want to accumulate 100 points of space attributes, you have to kill at least 10,000 junior beasts. In the previous life, Tang Mo's team could only hunt 1 or 2 low-level exotic beasts every month, and the trophies had to be exchanged for supplies and divided among a dozen people. So everyone in the last days knows that space is purely a matter of fate. If it is there at the beginning, it will be there. If it is not there at the beginning, as an ordinary person, you will never think about it in this life. The space attribute in Tang Mo's previous life was also 0. But she had a jade pendant that she had worn for more than 10 years. When he was first trapped in school, Tang Mo discovered something different about his jade pendant. There was actually more than 10 square meters of space inside. The most important thing is that this space is not empty, but full of supplies. Tang Mo glanced at it and knew that it was a replica of his own supermarket. During the summer vacation, the goods in the supermarket at home were all arranged by myself. How could I not recognize this familiar layout? My own small supermarket has been moved into the space, and everything inside can be taken out and used. This is undoubtedly a huge surprise for Tang Mo, who is trapped in school without food or water. But before she could be happy for 2 days, she was already on her way to complete the task of fishing in the pond. In the process, I accidentally lost the jade pendant. The jade pendant was not valuable, so after wearing it for more than 10 years, the original rope was not replaced. The rope was no longer strong and broke inadvertently. It would be okay if she had never owned this space jade pendant. But once she had it, and then lost it, this would be a huge blow to the end of Tang Dynasty. She searched alone in the water for 3 days and 3 nights, but could not find it. In the end, she was really hungry. I had to give up because of my strength. Within 2 days, Tang Mo lost contact with his mother again. From then on, she became confused, unable to cheer up for anything, and even less interested in tasks, which made the classmates around her have great opinions on her. During those 6 months, Tang Mo's life was extremely sad, and she was assigned there is less and less food. Looking at the jade pendant that was still in his hand, Tang Mo stroked it over and over again. He would never let such an important thing go away again. Even if he lost it, he would never lose it again. Although he knew that the mutation of the jade pendant only appeared after the apocalypse, Tang Mo couldn't help but close his eyes, hold the jade pendant tightly with one hand, and imagine what the jade pendant looked like. If this was after the apocalypse, she would just have to devote some mental energy to touch the jade pendant, and there would be no need for such effort. Now that she has no mental power, she can only try this troublesome method. Chapter 2: The Secret of the Jade Pendant. In his mind, the image of rows of neatly arranged goods became clearer and clearer. Tang Mo suppressed the great joy in his heart and stared at the bottle of Coke in the freezer in his mind. With a thought, he suddenly felt a cold touch in his hand. Done! Tang Mo opened his eyes and saw a bottle of Coke with water drops suddenly appearing in his hand. Without thinking, she opened it and took a big gulp down her throat. The sweetness and coolness in her mouth told her that all this was true. She didn't have to wait until the end of the world. The space in the jade pendant had already been opened now. Walking to the freezer, Tang Mo observed by himself that the row of Cokes he had just sorted was still full. It seemed that the supermarket in Yuzhui was not similar to the real supermarket. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he had always had doubts about this in his previous life, because there was no way to verify it at that time. When he got the jade pendant in his previous life, he did not dare to take out more of the contents immediately. She was afraid that if they were really connected, her mother would not have enough if she took out too much. She made up her mind to only take what she needed. But she lost the jade pendant before she could take it. Suddenly, Tang Mo seemed to have thought of something. He opened the store door and ran to the supermarket on the opposite street to buy a bottle of water. Then he quickly ran back and put the purchased water on the shelf. Then closed his eyes and entered the space. The shelves in the space remained the same, and there was no extra bottle of water. Tang Mo opened his eyes, took the water in his hand, and then thought about putting it into the space. Sure enough, when he entered the space again, the bottle of water had already appeared in the empty space without shelves in the corner of the supermarket. That was the location of the cashier in the real supermarket. Obviously, the supermarket in the space did not have a cashier setting. Tang Mo controlled the movement of the bottle of water in his mind. but he could only move within 3 square meters from left to right. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew clearly. It seemed that the shelves in the supermarket were full of ready-made supplies that could be used by himself. The space left for you to install other things is only 3 square meters. This is enough. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was satisfied. Although his supermarket was small, it was well equipped. Whether it is bags of rice, flour, grains, oils or sealed instant noodles of various snacks, they are enough for her to eat for several years. Not to mention there are 2 large freezers of water, almost an entire wall of boxes of mineral water, and various seasoning pots. There are bowls, pans, blankets, bedding and other daily necessities. What are these? These are the gradual sense of security. Tang Mo is not a greedy person. This is enough for her. The top priority is to strengthen her jade pendant necklace. This is the most important thing for her now. There is nothing more important than this. If she lost the jade pendant again this time, she would even cry to death. Checking the time, it was just past 10 o'clock, and Tang's mother wouldn't be able to go home until at least 6 p.m. Tang Mo got dressed, took his wallet key, locked the supermarket door, and went out. There are still 7 days left, and HL on Earth is coming. At this time, who still cares about how many cans of Coke and packs of cigarettes can be sold today? Tang Mo's journey from childhood to adulthood was smooth. He went to the best high schools and universities and received scholarships all the way. Tang's mother's monthly profit from opening a small supermarket is not very high. But because both of her mother and mother are relatively frugal people, and Tang Mo always makes some extra money to subsidize. So after so many years, not only is life not stretched, but it is even better. Made a deposit. Tang Mo didn't know how much money Tang's mother had in her hand, but she had 20,000 yuan in her card and several thousand yuan in cash. All this money needs to be spent in exchange for supplies in the past few days. Although the money is not much, I have saved it one by one. Tang Mo felt heartbroken for himself when he thought that in his previous life, he had been frugal for so long, and in the end all his money died in the bank and turned into a series of numbers. Fortunately, God gave her a chance to come back. Her mother is still alive. The jade pendant has not been lost, and her optimistic nature has returned to her in the late Tang Dynasty. As long as his mother is still there, no matter what happens, even if the next second is HL, Tang Mo will have no fear. After taking a taxi to a nearby hardware store, Tang Mo found a store that looked more professional and walked in. Sitting on a wicker chair in the store was an older man, wearing a vest that had been washed so the color could not be seen. He was busy with his work with his eyes lowered and his head down. Tang Mo didn't say anything or urge him, but stood quietly and waited. After the master finished his work, he looked up at Tang Mo and asked, "What do you need?" "I want to match my jade pendant with a chain," Tang Mo said, taking off the necklace from his neck and handing it out. The thin red rope was worn and uneven in thickness, and the jade pendant hanging on it looked like a chain, somewhat shaky. The old master carefully took the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. "The hanging ring on the pendant is quite strong. Unless the jade is broken, it won't be damaged. The chain is really no longer working. It's time to replace it. Girl, I advise you to go to the jewelry store next door to get a chain. I don't have any gold or silver, so I just have the advantage of being strong and durable. It doesn't look good," the master kindly reminded me. Tang Mo curled his lips. What she wanted was durability and durability. Beauty was not something she considered at all. The more inconspicuous the better. "It doesn't matter how strong it is. This thing is very important to me. I just want to make sure it hangs around my neck all the time. Nothing else matters. By the way, see if you can put on 2 chains to be safer." After thinking about it for a while, Tang Mo still felt uneasy. A chain was still a little unsafe. This jade pendant was a life-saving thing, so you couldn't be careful. "Okay, just wait a moment. This thing is fast." In less than an hour, the master handed the remade chain into Tang Mo's hands. There are indeed 2 necklaces on the pendant. One is a particularly thin metal snake bone chain, and the other is a black leather rope, which looks strangely fashionable. The materials of both chains are very strong, and the buckle part has been modified by the master. It is very troublesome to remove it manually, let alone it will fall off by itself. The length is also designed according to the requirements of the late Tang Dynasty. If it is too short, it will be too conspicuous hanging outside, and if it is too long, it will be inconvenient to move. It is just right now. It was obvious that the masters in this shop were very good at their craftsmanship. Tang Mo put the necklace on his neck with satisfaction and reached out to tug on it. Not to mention, it is not only sturdy, but also quite fashionable. Tang Mo felt that his heavy metal double chain design seemed to be at the forefront of fashion. And he praised himself silently in his heart. After paying the money, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Tang Mo was no longer so panicked in the face of everything that was about to come. Thinking of the 3 square meters of space left in the jade pendant, Tang Mo suddenly had an idea and thought of something. 3 square meters is just a floor space. But you can't waste the height. After carefully thinking about the height of his supermarket, Tang Mo ordered 5 more modular shelves from his boss, all of which were 8 meters high. Everything in the space was accessed using mental energy, so there was no need to consider the height. The problem of too high is, of course, that the higher the better. The middle layer is made of detachable long aluminum composite panels, which allows Tang Mo to freely combine and store things of various sizes, maximizing the use of the 3 square meters of space. Because I needed it urgently, I had to ask the boss to deliver it tomorrow. So Tang Mo added more money. Counting the price of the necklace, I spent a total of 2,300 yuan here today. It's money well spent. After explaining all the details to the master, Tang Mo walked out with a smile. It was the first time he had saved money and spent money lavishly in so many years. Don't tell me. It was really satisfying. After checking the time and weighing the money left in his pocket, Tang Mo moved to the next place, the drugstore. The fog in the first half of the apocalypse has not yet dissipated, and the strange beasts have not yet appeared. In addition to enduring famine, humans actually do not lack medicine. But half a year later, strange beasts were rampant, and large areas of buildings collapsed overnight and were replaced by ancient trees and vegetation that emerged from the land. Medicines have become a very scarce thing, especially for people who often go hunting. Bleeding and injuries have almost become a common occurrence. An accidental infection without medicine will kill you. 5,000 yuan was the budget for buying medicine for himself at the end of Tang Dynasty. After the apocalypse, human beings' physical fitness has greatly improved, and colds and fevers are almost non-existent. However, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic drugs and bandages are indeed life-saving things. These 3 items accounted for most of the budget in the late Tang Dynasty. In addition, due to the lack of normal food, the water everyone drinks is becoming more and more dirty, and the food they eat is becoming more and more terrible. Gastrointestinal medicine and antidiarrheal medicine are also necessary. As for the remaining miscellaneous things, Tang Mo also made some preparations for those situations that were more necessary based on his memory. After all, he was well prepared. After buying the medicine, I went to a sporting goods store and bought a few sets of neat sportswear, sneakers and 2 sports backpacks. The late Tang Dynasty has always been about dressing up in a ladylike style. And now it is summer, and most of the wardrobe is filled with skirts. I still remember that when I was trapped in school at the end of the Tang Dynasty in my last life, wearing skirts was extremely inconvenient. They were neither stain-resistant nor strong enough to hold up the team's movements. It was only after she left school that she found something that didn't fit well, and changed into long clothes and trousers outside. She would never suffer such a loss again in her life. After buying clothes, Tang Mo went directly to the barber shop next to him, and asked teacher Tony to cut his short, neat hair and make it thinner. The more convenient and simple the better. Beauty, you should cut it off a little. You can't even wear a skirt that short. You can't look good with long hair. This teacher Tony was very conscientious and tried his best to persuade Tang Mo to have the consciousness of being a beauty. Just cut it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look good. Tang Mo sat on the chair minding his own business, looking at the long hair that he had carefully cultivated for many years falling to the ground in the opposite mirror. Tang Mo slowly lowered his eyes. What's the use of looking good in the apocalypse if there is no strong strength to back them up? The ones who will live the worst life and be worse off than die are the pretty girls. In the late Tang Dynasty, girls who were beautiful but weak in ability were the most disadvantaged in the last days. Fortunately, I still have a lot of cleverness. I realized the problem not long after the end of the world started, and I cleaned up myself properly. I was dirty and always hunched over, so I avoided a lot of trouble. It's not that the late Tang Dynasty thought too much, but that after the world lost the laws that maintained normal order, humans gradually returned to the biological chain of the jungle and the strong. Whoever is stronger will have more resources. This is the default law. Etiquette, justice, integrity, respecting the elderly and caring for the young. and giving priority to ladies all cease to exist. When morality begins to collapse, people tear off their hypocritical masks one after another, leaving only naked humanity. Everyone is struggling in the apocalypse. No one knows whether they will be able to take a bite of food tomorrow, or whether they will be torn in half by alien beasts. In a world where you are struggling to live, who has the energy to consider others? The only way to be strong is to be strong. Before you have enough strength, you must keep a low profile. Tang Mo closed his eyes and planned the future for himself step by step in his heart. Chapter 3 Mother-Daughter Conversation. After Tang Mo returned home, he closed the door of the supermarket, sat on the sofa chair behind the cashier, and began to count his own little treasury. Just this afternoon, she spent more than 8,000 yuan, changing the rope for the jade pendant, buying medicine, and buying a few sets of equipment from a sports store. Although these 3 items alone cost her less than half of her savings, she didn't feel distressed at all. After the apocalypse, there would be nothing more valuable than these few items. Nothing could be more life-saving. She has never doubted whether the end of the world will come, because the jade pendant that was opened in advance and the spiritual power floating in her body that was about to burst out of the sky are the most powerful proof. There wasn't much money left, so she had to make a careful calculation and try to spend every penny wisely. Tang Mo opened her phone and looked at the date. There were only 7 days until the end of the world. She had to go back to school on the last day. So for her, time was precious, and she couldn't waste it at all. Although Tang Mo's life in school was quite difficult during the 6 months of his previous life, it was not without gains. Any place that can be surrounded by fog is a geomantic treasure. This is the conclusion reached by scientists in previous generations through analysis. The most likely thing to be found in a feng shui treasure land is rare treasures. In the last life, the ponds, grasslands, and back hills of the school were all discovered by classmates who were searching for supplies. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she also found a mushroom with 5 spirit points. Unfortunately, she didn't think the spirit points were useful at that time, so she exchanged it with someone else for a whole piece of bread to fill her stomach. It wasn't until she came out of school later that she realized how valuable the mushrooms she once exchanged for a piece of bread were. It turns out that exotic treasures that can enhance attribute points are so rare. Even if they only increase 1 attribute, they are on the market. All will be sold out. Later, she could no longer touch any exotic treasures, and her overall attribute values were only mediocre. So she must go back again. She must not give up on those rare treasures in the school. Compared to the other world, the living environment in school is much better. In her previous life, she could survive half a year in school with nothing. In this life, with the jade pendant as her support and complete preparation, she has no reason to shrink back. As for Mom, Tang Mo's eyes lowered slightly. If she remembered correctly, her mother would tell her about that tonight. The weather at the end of summer is already a little cool. I could have worn half sleeves at this time last year, but now it's a little too cold even if I put on a thinner jacket. In the evening, the sun gradually set. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she planned a good time to go to the market and bought a lot of vegetables. Her eyes gradually turned red when she looked at the adults and ants in the market who were bargaining hard with the vendors for a dime. The most beautiful thing is the smoke of fireworks. But such fireworks cannot last much longer. Half a month after the end of the world, the country launched a large number of 5D virtual ID watches to bind personal identities and release information. The country did not release 5D technology before the end of the world. This was obviously something that had been prepared for. Perhaps it was aware of what was going to happen in the future many years ago and started to prepare. Accustomed to the cold-blooded nature of people in the last days, Tang Dynasty was not a holy mother, let alone a savior. Ever since she was little, Tang Mo has always had a lively and cheerful personality. Although she has always been the top student in school, she is not a nerd because of her smart mind. In the eyes of outsiders, she is just a smiling, sensible girl who doesn't talk much, but she understands many things better than anyone else thinks. My abilities are meager, and what I can do is even more limited. I have to do my best to live my own life and protect my mother. As for the rest, let it be up to fate. After returning from the market, Tang Mo went into the kitchen and worked hard for a long time, bringing out 4 dishes and 1 soup, and waited for Lin's mother to come back to eat together. When Lin hurried home in a hurry and was about to go into the kitchen to cook, she was really surprised to see such a scene on the dining table. She suddenly felt like a girl had grown up in our family. The two of them sat at the dining table, chatting warmly about home affairs while eating. seeing his still beautiful mother in front of him. Tang Mo's hand holding the chopsticks trembled a little. She missed her mother so much. In the apocalypse, she thought countless times that she was willing to spend all her life in exchange for seeing her mother again. But she couldn't. Now her mother was sitting in front of her. If she wasn't afraid of scaring her mother, she really wanted to just hug her mother and never let go. Momo! Mom wants to tell you something. At the end of dinner, Lenny put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands and looked at Tang Mo with some embarrassment. Coming. She remembered correctly. It was today. Tang Mo knew what Lenny was going to say. So he put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at his mother seriously. It's like this. When you were in college, Mom had a boyfriend. But she didn't tell you because she was afraid it would affect your studies. Now that you are about to have an internship in your senior year, Mom is thinking about letting you have a warm relationship with you. Let's meet Uncle for dinner. If you don't object, Mother and Uncle Wen will get the certificate. What do you think? After finishing speaking, Lenny looked at her daughter nervously. Momo's father had been dead for more than 10 years. Although he died when Momo was very young, Momo had a deep affection for her father. She really didn't know that her daughter would what kind of reaction. But she and Wen Jianchu have been dating for 2 years. If she doesn't agree to get married anymore, it will really be unfair to Jianchu. Lenny had already thought about it. Her daughter was going to work soon, so it was time for her to mention this matter. But if Momo really disagreed, she would have no choice but to break up with Jianchu. After all, she and Momo had been dependent on each other for more than 10 years. And she and Momo were the closest people in the world. Seeing his mother's nervous look as if she had done something wrong, Tang Mo suddenly burst into laughter. Mom, just feel free to get married. I believe my mother's vision of people will be right. After saying that, Tang Mo winked at Lin Yi mischievously. You're such a kid. Seeing Tang Mo's attitude, Lin Yi finally felt relieved. After dinner, she called Wen Jianchu to discuss a meal time. Before going to bed at night, Lin Yi pushed open the door of Tang Mo's room with a blushing face and told her that the meal time was set for tomorrow. Tang Mo smiled and nodded. The time was so short. It must have been Uncle Wen's urgent urging. It seems that the care and love he showed for Lin Yi towards Tang Mo in his previous life was true. Wen Jianchu was somewhat known to the late Tang dynasty in his previous life. The Wen family is a reclusive family. They only came to the stage after the end of the world and worked hard with other major families to maintain the order of the end of the world. They made a huge contribution to the survival of mankind after the end of the world, and even more so after the collapse of those in power in the later period. Later, it formed an alliance government with several other major forces. Wen Jianchu, on the other hand, is the second most direct son of the Wen family. He is in his mid-40s and has yet to marry a wife. He does not rely on the family, but relies on his own success in his career, making him hard to fault. Tang Mo remembered that she often saw reports about Wen Jianchu in the Alliance Star. This man had made great achievements. Tang Mo was relieved to leave her mother to him temporarily. The next day, Wen Jianchu arrived at Tang Mo's house early to wait for the mother and daughter. After arriving at the restaurant, he served Tang Mo with some food and was concerned about her study and living conditions. Tang Mo nodded secretly in her heart. This man was much younger than the last time she saw him, and he was less vicissitudes of life. Although Tang Mo had never been in love, she could tell that he was sincere to her mother. After returning home, Tang Mo told Lin Yi that Uncle Wen is a very nice person. If he proposes, just agree. Tang Mo had just finished talking to his mother here, but when Jianchu moved faster over there. The next day after dinner, he brought his household registration book and took Lin Yi directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although the Wen family is an aristocratic family, after all, Wen Jianchu is not a rich second-generation dude in his 20s, who relies on his family for food and accommodation. People in their 40s still have some freedom in marriage. Moreover, everyone in the Wen family has long had any expectations for marriage if the second child does not report. And almost all of them have acquiesced in the possibility of his sexual orientation. Unexpectedly, they got married directly this time. And they were all pleasantly surprised. Although Lin Yi is not rich and has children from her second marriage, she has a clean family background and good looks and temperament. It's already good to have a woman. You can't ask for too much. They are already very satisfied. This is the truest thought of all the Wen family members. After the two of them came back together, Tang Mo had just gotten up and was still a little unable to react. His stepfather was so fast. He couldn't help but feel a little funny, as if he would regret it one day later. Momo! This is Uncle's wish. I originally wanted your mother to have a grand wedding. But your mother didn't want to say anything. So I just let her go. I didn't give you any gifts when we met yesterday. Today, Uncle will make up for you. Superior. When Jianshu put a bank card on the table, Lenny next to him didn't say anything. Apparently when Jianshu had convinced his wife on the way back. Although she and Lenny were married. After all, Tang Mo was already so old that it was really inappropriate to change his name to Dad. This was also something Tang Mo had discussed with Lenny a long time ago. And everyone was comfortable. Tang Mo looked at the card, but did not reach out to take it. Although she is young, she sees the world of society more clearly than many adults. The Wen family is rich, and when Jianshu is rich. But the more this happens, the more she worries that Mother Lin will be looked down upon by the Wen family. And how can she accept Wen Jianshu's money now? Uncle Wen, I won't accept this. I just hope you can be good to my mother and do what you promised me yesterday. No matter what happens in the future, you will love her, protect her, and never leave her. That's enough. Tang Mo pushed the card back. Even if you didn't mention what I promised you, I would definitely do it. When Jianshu held Lin Yi's hand tightly, don't think too much about money. After we get married, I will take your mother to live at home. Our home is a large villa. So naturally we have prepared a room for you early. From now on, we will live together as a family of 3. This card is just for you in case of emergencies. I am afraid that your mother and you will not feel safe. Uncle just wants to be as good to you as possible. I have to say that when Jianshu considers things very carefully. Although Lanny has been dating Wen Jianshu in the past 2 years, she is still working hard. No matter how much Wen Jianshu persuaded him, he never took a penny from him. Now that the two were married, Wen Jianshu naturally couldn't bear to see his wife working so hard. And the money was also meant to make Lin Yi feel at ease. Hearing the words, family of 3, Tang Mo's heart softened by half. Uncle, I still can't accept the money. If you insist on giving it, just give it to Mom. But I have 2 favors, and I want you to help me. Of course Tang Mo knew how important money was to her now. She wasn't pretending to be noble by not accepting the money. But she had other plans. Because of her mother's relationship, she and Wen Jianshu are destined to always be in contact. She couldn't be sure what kind of person this was. If she accepted the money, in the end, this person would be jealous of the supplies in her hands. Tang Mo doesn't want to be involved in interests with anyone now. Although the man in front of her looks pretty good, she has to guard against him. Chapter 4 Final Preparations. What's the big deal? Tell me. Uncle can definitely do it. Seeing Tang Mo push the card again, knowing that she was destined not to accept it, Wen Jianshu picked up the card and stuffed it into Lin Yi's hand. The first one is, I want you to reinforce the supermarket at home and replace it with the strongest fingerprint anti-theft door. By the way, take off the supermarket sign. The supermarket will not be opened in the future. But after all, this is what I grew up with. A big home. My mother and I no longer live here. And I hope to protect this place well. Tang Mo's home is a 2-story building, with a supermarket on the first floor and 2 bedrooms on the second floor. She was born and lived here for so many years. So her relationship is naturally very deep. But only she knows that her most important purpose in strengthening the supermarket is to preserve these supplies for her mother. These things in supermarkets may not seem like a thing before now. But after the end of the world, they will become a huge wealth. Many people starved to death in the first half of the apocalypse. And she did not dare to bet that Wen Jianshu would always be good to her mother. If the 2 of them separated one day, at least the mother would have a way out. She could return to the fortified house and guard the supermarket. Even if she didn't go out, she could hold on for a long time. Enough to support her from school. She took off the supermarket sign to protect the safety of supplies. Just in case. She knew only too well how obsessed people were with food in the apocalypse. Okay. Uncle promises you that he will protect your supermarket. The second request is, Uncle, can you help me get a good knife? Even if it doesn't comply with the regulations. Tang Mo's words were very cryptic. What she actually meant was that she wanted to help Wen Jianshu get a good knife that was not in compliance with the regulations and was not available on the market. She believed Wen Jianshu could understand what she meant. My mother and I have only lived here all this time. If I could have a knife like this, it would be like someone is always protecting me and my mother. Tang Mo lowered his head slightly. Advance and retreat in a controlled manner. Be tough when it's time to be tough. And show weakness when it's time to show weakness. Tang Mo knew how to achieve her goal in the simplest way. Her words successfully made Wen Jianshu and Lin Yi's eyes red. This child must have been pitiful and insecure for so many years before he thought of such a way to protect himself and his mother. Lenny has really worked hard these years. I must protect her from now on and never let her live such an insecure life again. Wen Jianshu looked at Lin Yi with more and more pity. But at this time, Lin Yi stood up and sat next to his girl, holding Tang Mo's hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of his mother's palms, Tang Mo, who was originally acting, really wanted to cry. Knives were hard to buy. The ones she could buy on the market were of average quality, and she couldn't afford good ones. But during the 6 months in school, she had to have tools to defend herself. After she came out, she had to face strange beasts everywhere. She really needed a good knife urgently. Although she made up the thing about the knife, the things she was afraid of and shivering at home for so many years were true. And all the emotions were also true. The request made by Tang Mo was almost a piece of cake for Wen Jianshu. So he naturally agreed immediately, and would definitely complete it well. Of course, Wen Jianshu understood that the little girl in front of him was not as weak and unable to take care of herself as she seemed. And she had ulterior motives for wanting the knife. But through contact, he could tell that Tang Mo was not an unreasonable child. And even after talking to this extent, he really couldn't bear to not satisfy his child's wish. After the family of 3 finished eating at home, Wen Jianshu reluctantly drove back first, making an appointment to let them pack their luggage today and pick up the mother and daughter back to his villa tomorrow. The days that followed went by very quickly. Tang Mo followed his mother to Wen Jianshu's villa. Wen Jianshu had been living alone for a long time, and he didn't have to face complicated relatives. Tang Mo was relieved for his mother. She still understands her mother well. She may seem gentle, but in fact she is harder than anyone else. Otherwise, she would not be able to raise her so well by herself. The room in the late Tang dynasty was on the 2nd floor of the villa. It was decorated in simple and elegant light blue, which was particularly in line with the aesthetics of the late Tang dynasty. You didn't need to guess to know that it must have been designed carefully by Mother Lin. Bedding and toiletries in the bathroom are all available, so you can just move in with your bags. But Tang Mo did not put the packed luggage in, but directly received it in her own space. She was going to live alone in school for half a year, so naturally she had to take all her wealth with her. The doors and windows on the 1st floor of the villa are very solid. There is a small courtyard outside, which is protected by iron fences. The residents in the community are either rich or expensive, and the security is extremely tight. Tang Mo nodded. It is estimated that her mother and Uncle Wen will live here in the first half of the apocalypse. She feels more at ease with the higher security. Tang Mo University majored in biological sciences, and she accidentally revealed to Wen Jianshu during chats in the past few days that her professor said that the recent climate environment is really weird, and it would be better to prepare more food just in case. After Wen Jianshu heard what Tang Mo said, he did not regard it as a child's nonsense, but thought about it seriously for a while. At the end of the next day, Tang dynasty discovered that a large amount of food items had been transported to the house, filling several rooms. Lin Yi, on the other hand, kept saying that the two of them were messing around. But after all, she was used to being gentle, so she didn't stop the two people she loved from messing around. After all, food will never be wasted. Tang Motsai didn't believe that Uncle Wen would make such a big move just because of his own words. But after she finished speaking that day, Uncle Wen's attitude was very strange, as if he had been prepared for this matter. Yes, a big family like the Wen family that dominates in the last days should know something by this time. It's better this way, because it saves her from being able to speak clearly and achieve the effect she wants. Because except for her mother, she can't trust anyone in this world. Wen Jianshu's movements have always been very fast. Within 2 days, Tang Mo's supermarket was reinforced. Not only were the windows replaced with stronger metal, but the doors were also replaced with fingerprint passwords. It was almost impossible to open it with brute force. The fingerprints were set by Lin Yi and Tang Mo. With this supermarket, Lin Yi had another guarantee in the last days, and Tang dynasty felt a lot more at ease. Wen Jianshu also quickly prepared the knife and brought it to Tang Mo. The blade of the knife he brought was not long and very thin. It was dark copper in color and looked extremely sharp. The handle was covered with layers of wrapped with red cloth strips. You can still vaguely see simple patterns. After getting the knife, Wen Jianshu carefully put a protective sheath on the knife. There was a long strap on the sheath for easy carrying. He originally planned to find a flashy unsheathed knife for Tang Mo. It was originally a symbolic thing, but he couldn't explain to his wife that he hurt Mo. But later, for some reason, He felt that the future was not peaceful. So he finally got the real thing, and gave it to Tang Mo. He knew that Tang Mo was a careful and steady child. So he felt more at ease. Tang Mo was greatly surprised when she saw this knife. She knew this knife. After the end of the world, since everyone has been bound to an ID watch, big data statistics has become easier and faster. And it has become more and more convenient and fast. Tang Mo even feels that the true realization of the concept of global village began with the emergence of ID watches. The Alliance has even made many rankings to announce information about the strong men in the end of the world. If she remembers correctly, this knife is in the hands of a woman ranked in the top 10. And that woman is also holding this knife. He killed countless strange beasts and topped the rankings, becoming a mythical existence in the eyes of millions of ordinary people. Tang Mo kept stroking the blade of the blade. The more he touched it, the more he liked it, and became more excited. Needless to say, she knew that the origin of this knife must be extraordinary. Ordinary people could not buy it no matter how rich they were. With it, she had one more trump card to save her life. There were only a few days left before the end of the world. And the end of Tang Dynasty was spent on purchasing. And the focus of this purchase was cooked food. In the first half of the year, although there was hunger, there was no disorder. So electricity was still being supplied normally. But despite this, major restaurants have closed down one after another, and can no longer be opened. It is impossible to eat what you like. Tang Mo tested it, and found that the things stored in her space were stationary. So there was no problem in putting cooked food. So she swept away a lot of food from restaurants that she had always loved, packed them up one by one, and put them on the shelves in her own space. In addition to the food, there are all kinds of snacks, such as roast chicken, roast duck, braised pork, rice noodles, spicy hot pot, steamed buns, dumplings, twists, grandpa ken, and other fast food. These are all reserved for her to satisfy her cravings. Food is for human beings. They were treasures. She really couldn't bear to let them go. Of course, the more she could hold, the better. Just in case, she also bought a number of portable gas stoves, which she can use if she has no place to cook outside. In the end, Tang Mo was satisfied until the 3 square meters of space was fully occupied and towering into the clouds. There was only room for 2 backpacks in the space for emergencies. As for the knife, Tang Mo had already put it into the space. The money in his hand was basically spent. And Tang Mo's heart stabilized. Not as uneasy as he was at the beginning. The jade pendant, the knife, and the experience of my previous life are all my most precious wealth in this life. Each of them is my trump card to save my life. The more capable a person is, the more confident he will be. Even the temperament of the whole body will change. Change is hard to ignore. With only 1 day left before the end of the world, Tang Mo and Lin Yi proposed that they wanted to return to school early to participate in the experimental activities organized by the professor. She also returned to school for this reason in her previous life. Lin Yi, who didn't know anything yet, agreed without much thought, gave Tang Mo a few instructions, and then transferred 5,000 yuan to her. This time Tang Mo did not refuse, but chatted with Lin Yi about another matter. Mom, please buy more food and medicine recently. My professor said that the world is not peaceful these days. Oh, didn't your uncle Wen buy a lot recently? Lin Yi didn't care. It's not enough. Buy more of these things, and they will be used in the future. Besides, Mom, can you save more milk powder? Tang Mo winked at Lin Yi. This is the focus of what she wants to say today. Although Lin Yi is already 42. As a daughter, she naturally does not want her mother to have another child. But for many things, don't be afraid of 10,000. But be afraid of the worst. After all, Uncle Wen is married for the first time and has no children yet. She knew that the Wen family was powerful. But milk powder would have a price but no market in the end of the world. Instead of having a hard time finding it, it would be better to save more. Even if there were no children, this thing would still have a price but no market in the end of the world. She couldn't tell Uncle Wen this, so she could only give her mother some advice. What are you kidding about? Lin Yi blushed a little. At her age, it was natural for her to understand the implications of her daughter's words. Chapter 5 Back to School. In fact, it was not that Lin Yi had never thought about giving Wen Jianshu a child to keep as an heir. But after all, her daughter was already so old, and she was really afraid that Tang Mo would have other ideas. When I heard my daughter say this today, I felt relieved. It seems that some things are not impossible. Maybe it's okay to prepare some milk powder. What if it can still bring good luck? Seeing his mother's look like this, Tang Mo knew better. As long as the milk powder is unopened, it can be stored for a long time, and it can be eaten without delay even after the expiration date. Milk powder in the apocalypse is one of the most important nutrients. There is absolutely no harm in storing more of this. So he stopped making trouble, and went back to his room to pack his luggage. The advent of the end of the world is actually not a sudden event. If you observe carefully, there are traces. In the summer of late July, people walking on the street had already put on long clothes and long trousers. And the sudden coolness made people very happy. Only the end of Tang Dynasty knew that all this was just a sign of the end of the world. There are only 20 hours left until the end of the world. Tang Mo didn't have much luggage to bring to school. In fact, she put most of the things in her own space. She just put on convenient sportswear and carried a backpack with 2 bottles in it. Simple mineral water and bread. After saying goodbye to his mother and Uncle Wen, Tang Mo took a taxi back to his school. University T, where she is located, is the best comprehensive university in T City. The ratio of men to women is basically even. It is summer vacation and everyone has gone home. There are only some students who stay in school to do experiments and are too far away from home. There are still students who cannot go home easily. Counting teachers and staff, there are about 1,800 people in this huge school. Fortunately, it was a holiday. If there were thousands of people during the semester, the food in the school might not last as long as half a year. The department at the end of the Tang Dynasty was Biological Sciences, referred to as the Academy of Biological Sciences. Due to the special nature of the College of Biological Sciences often has some experiments that cannot be stopped. So there are still quite a lot of people staying in the school during the holidays. In the 4-person dormitory where Tang Mo was located, besides her, there were 2 other people who had already returned to school early. With Tang Mo's personality, she naturally gets along well with her roommates. And fortunately, the people in her dormitory are relatively easygoing. Although they are not close to each other, their relationship is always closer than that of other classmates. It was noon when she arrived at school, and both roommates were not there. Tang Mo simply cleaned up and went out with her mobile phone. Tomorrow was the end of the world, and she still had the 5,000 yuan in her account that her mother had just given her. This money not spent is wasted. When she arrived at the school supermarket, Tang Mo directly went to the staff and ordered 10 boxes of 24 bottles of mineral water. In addition to the water in the 2 large freezers, there was also an entire wall on the ground piled with mineral water. There were about 100 bottles of mineral water. It looked like 80 boxes, but they were all things that couldn't pass through the open road. So she had to keep these 10 boxes of water in the dormitory on the open side. In fact, the space at the end of Tang Dynasty was already full for her. The things she wants to buy now will be placed in the dormitory later. After all, she can't always take out food with empty hands. Even though there will be some after the end of the world. Although he is a space superpower, Tang Mo still doesn't want the secret of the jade pendant to be exposed easily. In addition to mineral water, Tang Mo's remaining focus is on compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, chocolate and other long shelf life and filling foods. After buying 10 boxes, Tang Mo spent all his money, and then he told the staff the address of the dormitory with satisfaction. I am a cadre of the student union in the courtyard. These are bought for activities. You can deliver them as soon as possible. The activities will start tonight. Seeing the dumbfounded eyes of the staff, Tang Mo explained in order to avoid future trouble. It turned out that it was needed for an event. No wonder. The supermarket staff obviously believed Tang Mo's statement, nodded and said there was no need to wait, and would send someone to send the things back with Tang Mo now. Fortunately, it was the 3rd floor at the end of Tang Dynasty, so these things entered the dormitory without much effort. The 4-person dormitory is very large. In addition to the bed and table, each person also has a large cabinet with a lock. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he emptied out all the clothes and sundries in the cabinet and locked all the food in the cabinet. There were a few boxes that couldn't be put in, so she simply took out 2 boxes of water, a box of instant noodles, a box of compressed biscuits, and a box of chocolates, and placed them at the head of her bed. Her bed had a curtain above it, and she pulled the curtain. Nothing can be seen outside. After Tang Mo's roommate came back in the afternoon, she took her roommates to the supermarket and asked them to buy a lot of food and water on the grounds that there was a big sale before the start of school. Tang Mo, you can't buy things like this if they are cheap. We are not hamsters. Li Lanlan is the outspoken type, and she is really confused about Tang Mo's abnormal behavior. Our professor is a workaholic. I don't know if I will have time to go to the supermarket or eat when the experiment is started. Buy more and put it in the dormitory for convenience. Tang Mo said while putting nut candies and snacks into the shopping box. In her hand there are still a few $100 left. And I plan to spend them all tonight. My roommate Wen Ching was a top student. He didn't say much after listening, but kept moving his hands, selecting things one after another. When she started doing experiments, she was even more sleepless and forgetful than the professor. What Tang Mo said made sense. It was right to save more things. I'm really impressed with you too. Seeing both of his roommates turned into hamsters, Li Lanlan accepted her fate and picked up the shopping box and started to choose things. In her previous life, at the end of the Tang dynasty, she was in a particularly depressed state. Her roommate was definitely indispensable for surviving that half-year period. Not only did he drag her to do tasks, but he also stood up for her when she was squeezed out and couldn't get food. Arguing with reason, she would never forget this kind of sentiment. She may not be able to save others in this life, but she can still give her roommate some advice and do what she can to help. As a human being, you must always be grateful. Besides, they will have to live together for half a year during difficult times in the future. If they have more supplies, they will be able to relax a lot. After all, they were starving, and he couldn't just sit back and watch. Let's buy some more things for Professor Tion. It's inconvenient for him to go out because he's old, Wen Ching said. She has a quiet and attentive personality. Okay. Thinking of the 60-year-old man, Tang Mo almost slapped his thigh. Professor Sita was so kind to me last time, and even used the remaining prestige of her professor to protect herself and give her his own food. How could she forget him now? I counted the money in my hand. Huh? Not enough anymore? No problem. Just swipe your credit card. Tang Mo made a decision quickly. Anyway, the social system collapsed in less than half a month. No one went to work anymore. Money was no longer money. Food became the only common currency. And naturally there was no need to pay back credit cards. I'm really sorry. I had no choice but to do this. Tang Mo muttered silently to his credit card. And then without hesitation ordered many boxes of water and food for the supermarket staff to deliver directly to Professor Tion's room in the staff dormitory. After returning the shopping to the supermarket in the evening, Tang Mo invited everyone out for a grilled fish meal. I'm treating you today. Don't be polite to anyone. Tang Mo took out her credit card again, ordered 2 2-pound grilled fish, and ordered 5 or 6 various dishes, not counting the staple food and drinks. As soon as the dishes were served, Li Lanlan and Wen Ching were stunned. Tang Mo, I finally figured it out. What kind of hamster are you? You're just a pig. Wen Ching nodded to the side and agreed. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he just immersed himself in eating and drinking and ignored what they said. Tomorrow is the end of the world. This kind of meal is really the last one. If you don't eat well and feel full at this meal, you will regret it for the rest of your life. In her last life, she skipped dinner the night before to lose weight. How could she make the same mistake in this life? She must eat well. Seeing that Tang Mo had no time to pay attention to them, Li Lanlan and Wen Ching stopped talking, waved their chopsticks and joined the stormy army together. After washing up at night and lying on the bed, Tang Mo couldn't fall asleep, thinking about his past and present things over and over again. She has done everything she can do now. Her mother's place is well settled. Uncle Wen will protect her. And her mother also has an escape route in the supermarket building. So she feels more at ease. It's not that I don't want to be with her, but if I don't get the exotic treasure to make myself stronger, what's the use of just being there? When the first half of the famine passed, and strange beasts became rampant, how could I, a person with average attributes, protect my mother? Companionship is useful, but there is no protection in the future. Being a mother's strong backing is more practical and meaningful. Tang Mo has thought about this clearly from the beginning. In this life, I have a treasure trove of space jade pendants, as well as sharp weapons for self-defense. If nothing else, I have a general understanding of the future direction. The dormitory is also filled with food and water. With these as a basis, he must live better in this life than in the last one. Tang Mo touched the edge of the instant noodle box next to the bedside, slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 6. Everything starts again. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, most people have already fallen asleep. Those who are still awake are playing with their mobile phones and thinking about what they will have for breakfast tomorrow morning. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. The originally bright moon in the sky moves slowly, hiding its figure. The color of the sky began to change from pitch black to purple, making it appear more distant and mysterious. If you observe carefully, you can also find that the dark purple sky has some sparkling diamond-like stars, making the night sky even more dazzling and beautiful. After another 2 hours, some of the stars began to fall into the night sky, but most of the bright stars were still hanging high in the sky. These star points are neither stars nor meteors. Later scientists generally believed that these mysterious substances were related to the attribute values that suddenly appeared in people's bodies. No one knew the specific relationship, so they had to explain it as the magic and mystery of nature. People who had not slept yet and were lucky enough to see this spectacular spectacle took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures, and then posted on Weibo and WeChat moments to express their appreciation for the beautiful scenery and praise the beautiful stars. But they didn't know that although the scenery was beautiful, what it brought was an unprecedented catastrophe of the century. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Tang Mo's alarm clock rang on time. I grabbed my phone, turned off the alarm clock, sat up and got dressed, touched the pendant, took it out and looked at it again. This is the routine of getting up every morning in the late Tang dynasty. The shadow of her previous life has caused her to not feel at ease every morning unless she confirms that her pendant is still around her neck. I don't know if it was her imagination, but I always felt that the color of the pendant seemed to have become darker after this morning. Remember that today is the first day of the end of the world, and all the changes in the end of the world have already begun at 12 o'clock in the morning. Tang Mo felt the energy in his body, and sure enough, his mental power was back. Moreover, his spiritual power was much stronger than at the beginning of the last apocalypse, which made Tang Mo feel happy. She can't feel the power and speed yet, and she can't see the specific values without an ID watch. But the mental power really exists in her mind. Since it has increased, the other values should also have increased. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he used his mental power to enter the supermarket. The arrangement of supermarket shelves and mineral water remained unchanged, but there was about an extra square meter of free space at the cashier. The space will become larger. Tang Mo, who observed this phenomenon, was really surprised. If the space becomes larger, it will be much more convenient for her to collect supplies later. Although the things in the space now are enough for her to use for several years. Who would think so? I have a lot of supplies. You must know that food in the end of the world is not just food, but also currency in circulation, and can even be exchanged for the lives of several people. Perhaps my mental power has grown because I have been communicating with space with my thoughts during this period, which has made my mental power stronger. The growth of space should be related to the falling stars in the early morning yesterday. Tang Mo analyzed it carefully. She fell asleep early last night, but she still knew what happened. After all, the Star Wiper incident in her previous life had exploded in her circle of friends and major news media, and it was difficult for her not to know about it. With a face full of happiness, Tang Mo put on her clothes, washed up and went out. At this time, she had another bigger thing to do, which was to have breakfast. The school cafeteria is open for breakfast from 5 to 9 in the morning. This time is still early, and the news that all the food grown in the land has withered has not yet spread to the school. If she remembered correctly, the fog appeared on the earth at 8 o'clock in the morning. The food directly connected to the soil withered instantly in the early hours of last night. The plants and raw meat exposed to the air also rotted away within 3 days. In the end, only food in sealed packaging can escape the disaster. It was now 6:30 in the morning. Before anyone could react, she could still go to the cafeteria to have breakfast. After everyone discovered that something was wrong at noon, it would not be so easy for her to have a peaceful meal. When he arrived at the cafeteria, Tang Mo ordered steamed dumplings, porridge, and an egg. After eating, he brought 2 breakfasts for his roommates. Finally, after thinking about it, he packed 10 steamed dumplings, 10 preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and 10 cups of soy milk, and 20 eggs and 20 scones. She has an extra square meter of space and some room. These are her favorite breakfast items. Trying to pack as many as possible without making people suspicious is the style of the late Tang Dynasty. She found a deserted corner and put the things she had packed into the space. Tang Mo turned into the supermarket and ordered several boxes of water, various foods and fruits. The staff at the supermarket helped her move these into after entering the dormitory corridor. They were carried to an unoccupied corner and transported to the space. Tang Mo felt comfortable when he saw that the extra space had been filled up again, leaving only the 2 suitcase-sized spaces left. Perhaps Li Lanlan was right, and she might really be a hamster. It was already past 8 o'clock when Tang Mo returned to the dormitory. Li Lanlan and Song Qing were both awake. They were both sitting on the bed staring at their mobile phones motionless.
Ah! I shouldn't have stayed up late to catch up on dramas last night. If I hadn't stayed up late to catch up on dramas, I would have gotten up early today. When I got up early, I would have had breakfast. After eating breakfast, I wouldn't have been hungry all day because the canteen was closed at noon today.
Li Lanlan grabbed her hair. She saw an announcement from the school when she woke up in the morning, saying that the cafeteria would be closed at noon today. She subconsciously opened the takeout app to order food, but found that all the businesses were closed.
We haven't opened any takeaways. Why is that? I really don't have anything to eat all day.
Li Lanlan was still sad about being abandoned by the canteen.
It may not have happened in one day. Just check Weibo.
Song Qing pushed up her glasses. Apparently she had already read the news about the land turning purple and the crops rotting. As a top student in the School of Biological Sciences, she found many photos of soil and compared them carefully without missing a single detail. Her professional knowledge told her that it was impossible to grow plants in such purple sandy land. Growing grass in the desert is even harder.
Huh?
Li Lanlan was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly opened Weibo, her expression getting uglier and ugly. At this time, a message came from the student group of T University to remind me. Wu Yi from the Academy of Biological Sciences. No. Have you seen the heavy fog in front of the school? Why do I find it so weird? Li Qian from the School of Foreign Languages. My roommate lives very close to me. The cafeteria is not open, and I want to go home to eat. I haven't responded to my WeChat messages since I left school. I'm a little worried that nothing will happen. Xia from the School of Biological Sciences. My roommate is the same. If I don't answer text messages on WeChat, does it have anything to do with the fog? As soon as these messages came out, the group was like an explosion. Many people jumped out and said that their classmates had never responded to messages since they entered the fog. Wu Yi from the Academy of Biological Sciences. It's not really the end of the world. Thinking of the mutated land and rotting crops that they just saw on the news. Everyone felt a shadow cast over their hearts. They all felt that the world seemed a little different from the one they knew. Li Lanlan and Song Qing looked at the news in the group, and their faces began to turn pale. People are always afraid of the unknown, especially when they are far away from their loved ones.
You took my arm and you broke my will. You made me shiver white a real thrill. You took my arm and we walked along.
Suddenly, a ringing sound broke the silence in the room.
Hey, Mom. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. It'll be fine. I have enough to eat. Don't you know I love shopping so much? I definitely won't run around. You also pay attention to safety. I know. I will go home after I finish the experiment. Okay. Bye.
Tang Mo hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. The first thing Lin Yi did after reading the news in the morning was to call her girl. She was relieved to know that everything was fine with her. In the first few months of the apocalypse, electricity was still supplied, so mobile phone networks could be used normally. Later, when the electricity stopped running, everyone had been bound to an ID watch, and contact became more convenient. As long as the person was alive, there would be almost no disconnection. Tang Mo also called his mother at the beginning of the last world, but it didn't take long before he could no longer contact Lin Yi. Tang Mo didn't know what happened to her mother outside, and she didn't dare to think about whether something unexpected happened. She couldn't go out from school to find out. The anxiety and depression tortured her one after another, so her will became stronger and stronger. Feeling depressed? This is why after losing the necklace, Tang Mo was knocked down all of a sudden. She had accumulated too much pressure and negative emotions in her heart.
Mo, did you go to the cafeteria to have breakfast?
Li Lanlan's heart was really big. She quickly got rid of the uneasiness of the unknown and began to worry about her stomach problems. She looked at Tang Mo with envy in her eyes.
Well, we've finished eating. What do you think this is?
Tang Mo smiled and raised the 2 breakfasts he had packed in his hands. Chapter 7: The Great Famine Era.
Wow! Mo, you are an angel, a fairy, and the cutest person in the world.
Seeing the rice in Tang Mo's hand, Li Lanlan was so excited that she thought she would be hungry for the whole day.
When you swipe my meal card tonight, I'll treat you to your favorite braised beef noodles with a braised egg.
Li Lanlan jumped out of bed in 3 steps, took breakfast and started eating. Song Qing also had a smile in his eyes.
I'll buy you your favorite mango milk tea. You're not allowed to lose weight today.
Tang Mo smiled and agreed, thinking to himself that the wish was good. But he didn't know if the canteen would be open as usual at night. Tang Mo still had more than 100 yuan in her meal card. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that the meal card was only used for 2 or 3 days, and then was no longer used. She could eat whatever she wanted, and as much as she wanted. But no more. Because the three of them had eaten breakfast. They were not hungry at all at noon. And they all scrolled through their phones to see the latest news. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was watching the news and mobilizing the mental power in his body. In addition to the spatial attributes of a person, the other 4 attributes of life, strength, speed, and mental strength can be increased through continuous training. But it is only very slow. In addition to constant training, attribute points can be increased through fighting or devouring exotic treasures. And both are much faster than training by oneself. But battles are often full of dangers. And rare treasures are hard to come by. This is not something that can be achieved in the late Tang Dynasty. Although training is increasing slowly, it is just a waste of time. She is now trapped in school. And she lacks the most. It's time.
Mo. Xiaoqing. You too. Please read the group news.
Li Lanlan shouted loudly. Because there were too many things happening today. The student group couldn't stop thinking about messages. So Tang Mo simply set the group to do not disturb. At this time, I clicked on the latest one and saw such a message officially released by the school. School Youth League Committee. The school was surrounded by fog this morning. In order to ensure the safety of teachers and students, everyone is asked not to get close until the specific situation is clear. In addition, the school cafeteria will be open from 5 to 8 o'clock tonight. Teachers and students are asked to arrive on time for meals.
I just said, the canteen can't be closed all the time.
Li Lanlan breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. In fact, the school was really helpless. There was a call from the top, with clear instructions to keep everyone away from the mist. But it is really difficult for them to open their mouths at the top and break their legs at the bottom. The current food situation is not clear, and the cafeteria has been closed for one meal. If students are not allowed to leave school at this time, there is no telling how much trouble there will be. But now, not to mention that the food outside is rotten. Even if there is food, it cannot be sent in. If they feed the students like this, the food stored in the canteen will be sold out in less than a month. It is really a dilemma. At the specified time in the evening, Tang Mo and his roommate entered the cafeteria on time.
It seems there aren't many people. Aren't they hungry?
Li Lanlan looked around. There were about the same number of people in the cafeteria as usual. It was not as crowded as she had imagined.
The canteen is not open, but the supermarket is still open. How can people let themselves starve to death?
Song Qing said calmly.
Supermarket.
Li Lanlan was stunned for a moment.
I actually forgot that even if the cafeteria is not open, there is a supermarket. There is still so much food in our dormitory. How could we be hungry? I am really stupid.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he walked around the canteen and found that the dishes in the canteen today were much less than before. And there were even many leftovers from the morning. Fortunately, her braised beef noodles were still very good and did not flinch. Tang Mo was happy. She was so easily satisfied now. When the three of them finished their meal and went to buy milk tea, they found that the door of the supermarket was closed with a note posted on it.
Sorry, because all food items have been sold out. This supermarket is temporarily closed.
There are 3 supermarkets in T University, all of which are quite large. At the end of Tang Dynasty, the 3 of them walked around and found that the 3 supermarkets were all in the same situation. After all, the products displayed in supermarkets are limited, and the real bulk is in the warehouse behind each supermarket. The supermarket in the school is owned by the school. The school leaders did not stop the students from rushing to buy, because everyone knows that hoarding things makes the Chinese people feel the most secure. Not allowing them to buy anything at this time will instead cause a bigger problem. Mess. When the items on the shelves are sold out, just close the supermarket door and stop replenishing the goods, which can be regarded as leaving a large amount of mobile supplies. Staying in the dormitory for a day didn't feel like much. It was only then that Song Qing and the others had a real understanding of the current situation. Supermarkets will not be sold out just because they are suspended for lunch. The real reason is the mass death of crops. And everyone clearly felt that the leftover breakfasts that had just been placed in the cafeteria smelled a little abnormal. It didn't look like it had just been left there all day, but rather it looked like it had been left there for 2 or 3 days. The students who went to eat felt it. So the breakfast was left there without anyone paying attention.
It seems that the school will take action soon,
Tang Mo murmured. Li Lanlan and Song Qing also realized the seriousness of the situation, and their expressions became much darker. The three people returned to the dormitory and sorted out the remaining food. They couldn't help but thank themselves for their purchase last night. The hoarding purchasing power of nearly 1,000 people is very scary. People who act quickly rush to the supermarket almost as soon as they see the news in the morning. After all, there are only a few people who can grab things. They are very lucky to have so much food now. Li Lanlan, who was used to eating snacks after meals, did not dare to eat anymore and hugged her 2 bags of snacks tightly.
I have to eat these things sparingly until things get back to normal.
Back to normal? I'm afraid that day may not come. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was downloading some videos while exercising his spiritual body to move around in his body. She has ways to train her mental strength, but she doesn't use it much in the early stages. As for the other points, she must train them according to her own situation. Otherwise, if she encounters an unexpected situation, it will not work if she has a good knife but no skills at all. There are countless videos on physical fitness, on teaching people how to use knives, and many of them were downloaded in the late Tang Dynasty. The memory and learning ability of a person with high mental power will be much higher than that of ordinary people, as long as she practices diligently. Even if she cannot become a martial arts master, she can just imitate a cat and give herself the ability to protect herself. Tang Dynasty is really not greedy. In the morning, everyone in the group was still at a loss, complaining angrily, but now they are discussing the future. Wu Yi from the Academy of Biological Sciences. Tonight's dinner was really a fool's errand. I stopped eating at noon and then used the morning's meal at night. It was really good. Zhao Jian from the Civil Engineering and Engineering Institute. Just be content. You may not be able to afford food even if you are fooled in the future. If this fog persists, it's hard to say how many days the school's food will be able to last. Anyan of the Academy of Social Sciences. Let's wait for official news at this time. The form is unclear. Everyone who has something on hand should eat sparingly. Tang Mo knew that Anyang, an active figure in the school and the monitor of their class, was a person with great leadership skills. After the people from the school in the previous life were organized together, Anyang was one of the leaders, and his decision-making and organizational skills should not be underestimated. Li Qian from the School of Foreign Languages. Okay. I was planning to lose weight, but now it's just right. With the topic of weight loss, the girls below all agreed and even made jokes, and the atmosphere in the group suddenly became lively. At 8 p.m., the national news station officially released the news.
After testing, it was found that all the land has been
contaminated
and is no longer suitable for the cultivation of crops. The state has launched a response plan and will continue to open granaries and distribute reserve grains. All restaurants, supermarkets, and other stores that sell food products are state-owned. Compensation measures will be issued later, according to feedback from various embassies abroad. This is the case in all countries around the world, and mankind has officially entered the era of Great Famine. In addition, fog has appeared in many places around the world. It has been detected that the fog gas is very harmful to the human body. To protect your own safety, the general public is requested to stay away and stay away.
The news station repeated this message 5 times, and all the viewers were stunned in front of the screen. People who originally had a sense of luck also understood that the era of Great Famine was real, and mankind was really facing the greatest disaster this time. The originally noisy group suddenly became quiet, and everyone was silent. No one knew what to say at this time. They were a group of people surrounded by fog. If it was miserable enough to enter the era of Great Famine, then it would be even worse to be trapped in the fog and have no one to live in. There was simply no way for them to survive. Chapter 8. The school is taking action. At 9 o'clock, the School League Committee sent a message to the group. School Youth League Committee, dear teachers and students. The school has now closed all places that sell food products, including canteens, supermarkets, vending machines, and so on. Starting from tomorrow, the school will distribute food uniformly to ensure everyone's daily needs. The heads of each class are now invited to gather in the auditorium to discuss specific matters. At this time, this message from the Youth League Committee is undoubtedly a powerful reassurance for everyone. Yun Duo from the News Institute. I really want to go home. Xia from the Academy of Biological Sciences. It's better not to reply. My roommate has not been contacted yet. What the news said should be true. Li Qian from the School of Foreign Languages. It's true. I just called my roommate's mother. She said that my roommate didn't get home at all and couldn't be contacted. Maybe it really was an accident. The door of the dormitory at the end of Tang Dynasty was not closed. At this time, low cries came from several dormitories nearby. Girls are emotional, especially in this moment of isolation and helplessness. When they think about what may happen to their friends when they leave school in the morning. Everyone can't hold back. Crying is contagious. Originally, I cried for my friends. But then I thought that my current situation was not much better. And I felt even more sad. After a while, the corridor was filled with the sound of crying one after another. Even Lon, the roommate at the end of Tang Dynasty, began to sob quietly. Tang Mo, who had experienced the same thing in his previous life, had long been immune to this emotion. So where was he? Everything has just begun. And now we have entered the fog by mistake. In the future, people will starve to death in large numbers. When the alien beasts are born in half a year, the people who die every day will not be judged individually, but in batches. But Tang Mo didn't laugh at anyone. She was also sad at this time in her last life. But it didn't take long for her to stop feeling sad. He was about to starve to death. So he had no time to feel sad. Human potential is unlimited. If she hadn't experienced it in the previous life, she wouldn't have known how strong humans could be. Each disaster did not knock humans down, but made them more resilient. After a while, they will naturally understand that emotions are the most useless things. And food and strength are the only things that can keep you alive. Tang Mo changed his clothes for going out and left the dormitory with only his mobile phone. They went straight to the open space behind the supermarket warehouse. That area was so secluded that if he hadn't been chasing a stray cat, Tang Mo, who had attended school for 3 years, would never have known there was such a corner on campus. But now there is nothing better than a place like this to practice swordsmanship on your own. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he could train his mental power at any time during the day, but other attributes could not be trained. So night was the best time. It doesn't matter if it's dark. She can let her mental power travel to her eyes to strengthen her vision. This is one of the uses of mental power that was later announced by experts after research. From the day it was announced, mental power has become the ability that everyone wants to have most, besides space-based abilities. When he arrived at the place, Tang Mo opened the video on his mobile phone and found the basic martial arts video. After watching it once, he memorized the moves in it. Most of the movements in the basic videos are horse steps, kicks, and other simple movements. When Tang Mo was doing it, he required himself to strictly follow the standards for every movement. It didn't matter if he was slow, but he had to be standard. Her physical fitness was not considered good, and her original health and strength could only be considered below average among girls. So after only 30 minutes of action, her whole body was already sore. It was really bad. Tang Mo held his knees with both hands and squatted on the ground. Her physical fitness in her previous life was much better than now. Of course, she did not undergo any special training at that time. The agility attribute value is all obtained through the thrilling escape. Or more accurately, the escape. On the one hand, the increase in health and strength is due to his frequent long journeys. And on the other hand, it is due to fighting. It can be said that every time the attribute value is improved, it is when experiencing life danger. This time she must be prepared in advance and not be so passive. After resting for 5 minutes, Tang Mo started the next training session, taking 30 minutes as a group. Tang Mo did 4 sets of training in the evening. After the training, it was not over. Tang Mo did another set of stretching exercises before going for a run. There were not many peaceful days, so she couldn't waste time. By the time Tang Mo returned to the dormitory, it was already 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. After a day of ups and downs, his roommates were already tired and fell asleep. Tang Mo simply washed up and then went to bed for half an hour of mental training. The spirit in the late Tang Dynasty seemed to be attached to the body by birth, like human hands and feet, which could move according to the heart. Soon she controlled the mental power to circulate through the meridians all over her body. After doing it again, Tang Mo, who was originally exhausted, felt that his sore limbs were much more relaxed than before. This is the second way to use mental power besides strengthening. Recovery. Restoration was also the first use of spiritual power discovered by humans. However, this recovery can only restore one's own fatigue. If one is hungry or injured, there is nothing you can do even if you use your mental power. Moreover, recovery can only be used to restore oneself, and cannot be released to affect others. It cannot function as a nani. This is also a point that many people find useless. People don't have enough to eat, and use their energy to work, which makes them tired. I really feel that if I'm tired, I just need to sleep. And there is no need to use my mental energy. It's like taking off your pants and farting. It's unnecessary. However, the law of true fragrance always comes quickly. After half a year, when people face the cruel ecological environment and cruel alien animals hiding everywhere, they realize that it is themselves who are shallow. How can there be a better way to recover than when running for their lives? A more appropriate skill. This is also one of the important factors that enabled Tang Mo, who had slightly higher mental strength, to escape danger many times and survive. Tang Mo didn't open her eyes until 8 o'clock the next morning. Now that she didn't have the temptation of breakfast and didn't have to pay attention to danger all the time, she naturally stopped getting up early. For others, the half year of hunger that they were about to face was, for Tang Mo, a rare time to relax. The school youth league committee sent the message at 9 o'clock sharp, asking the students to gather in the school playground at 10 o'clock to distribute breakfast and lunch. In order to save food, the school decided to combine 3 meals a day into 2 meals. Anyway, the students are stuck in school and can't go anywhere. They don't have much exercise. 2 meals are enough.
Gathering in the playground? Why do I think this meal is a bit scary?
Li Lanlan complained while changing clothes.
You don't want to eat it?
Tang Mo teased her with a smile.
Eat. Why don't you eat it? Even if it's steamed buns or pickles. I'll eat 4 or 5 of them.
A prophecy. The school distributed steamed buns and pickles to teachers and students. But there were only 4 or 5 of them. Each person only had 1 steamed bun and some pickles. Fortunately, the steamed bun was big enough for the girl to eat. Boys with big appetites can only find their own solutions. All the students stood in line with their respective colleges and were led by the teacher. Professors who had not returned home from school also stood in the queue of their own colleges to receive food together. After the 3 of them greeted Professor Tion at the end of Tang Dynasty, they stood in the queue obediently and waited to receive their share of food. There was no place for you to eat on the playground, so everyone took their food back and ate it later. There are 17 colleges in T University, and it is during the holidays. Looking at the past at the end of Tang Dynasty, although the playground is also crowded with people, it is estimated that there are only about 600 or 700 people. There are many students staying in school. For example, there are about 70 or 80 people in the School of Biological Sciences where they have experimental needs. Others have about 40 or 50 people. And the least is only 8. The ones responsible for planning and taking care of the food were naturally the leaders left in the school. And the ones responsible for distributing food to each college were the class leaders who stayed in the school. There were about 20 or so. Tang Mo squinted his eyes and observed. After a while, the leaders were 2 boys. The same 2 from the previous life. One boy is Anyang, the monitor of the Academy of Social Sciences, who comforted everyone in the group last time. The other one is named Tang Lianwei, who is from the Art Academy. He is wearing tight pants and looks very greasy. Anyang is a very upright and capable person. But Tang Lianwei has heard a lot of scandals. He embezzled the school's public food, enriched himself while searching for supplies, and even often molested girls. The girlfriends, who have been stuck in school for half a year, change almost every day. As for what those girls are for, everyone knows. According to legend, Tang Lianwei's family had some influence and was related to a certain leader who stayed at the school. So everyone indulged him and turned a blind eye.
Just eat steamed buns and pickles.
Seeing the student cadres bring the food in front of their team, the crowd burst into loud dissatisfaction.
It used to be 3 meals a day instead of 2. And now it's still so perfunctory. What's going on?
There are always some people who were born in the year of goldfish. They no longer remember the shock and despair that yesterday's news brought to them. And they start to have their own giant baby mentality again. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the squad leaders who distributed the food did not panic at all. Apparently they had anticipated this outcome during the discussion yesterday. Anyang stepped onto the flag-raising platform in a few steps, held a big loudspeaker, and started shouting down below.
Everyone, be quiet and listen to me first.
The crowd below suddenly became quiet. Everyone wanted to hear what the person in charge would say, and whether the answer he gave would satisfy them. Chapter 9. The ID Watch falls from the sky.
That's right. As you have seen in today's latest news, not only the crops in the land, but also any food exposed to the air is now rotting very quickly. All the vegetables and meat stocked in the canteen have spoiled and are no longer edible.
So it's not that we won't cook for everyone, but that there is no food to cook at all.
Anyang's tone seemed very calm.
Then it should at least keep us full. 1 steamed bun is not enough.
A boy shouted loudly from below. With this voice, many boys immediately joined in with him. The age of 18.9 is when boys have the largest appetites. And a steamed bun is indeed a bit reluctant.
I'll give you 2 today. But tomorrow, there will be someone who can't even get a piece of steamed bun. All food is rationed. Do you think your request is appropriate? Isn't it a bit selfish?
An Yang looked directly at the person who spoke first. Boy! An Yang's words made the late Tang dynasty even want to scream for him. Standing on the moral high ground suddenly turned the person who made the request into an outcast. How could the young boy bear the gazes from the whole school? His face was so red that he couldn't say a word. Without the leader, the other people stopped talking and queued up obediently to receive their share of food. The steamed buns were newly made today, and the pickles were pickled before. Due to the special properties of the pickles, they did not spoil immediately, but the taste was not as good as before. This is why the school is anxious to give out all the pickles. Tang Mo believes that if these are sealed pickles, the school will never be willing to share such a large piece with one person. Tang Mo sat at his table and ate the snow-white steamed buns in his hands, as if he were eating delicacies from the mountains and seas. The water on the table was the hot water she picked up in the water room. It was so cold that it boiled. Tang Mo remembered that the water was completely contaminated after 3 days. The water now is still drinkable. Even though she already had a lot of water, she was still reluctant to drink her own mineral water.
Mo, I really saw you right. You are indeed a pig. You can even eat steamed buns so deliciously.
Seeing Tang Mo eating steamed buns, Li Lanlan was in admiration. She originally planned to take out a sausage from her small warehouse to go with it. But now that she saw that both the late Tang dynasty and Song Qing dynasties were eating it with gusto, she stopped thinking about eating sausages and started struggling with the steamed buns as if she was going to die.
Take good care of it. Maybe there will be no more steamed buns in the future.
Tang Mo said calmly.
Ah, that's not true.
Li Lanlan let out a scream, and her hand holding the bun tightened. In the evening, Tang Mo began to go out for training as usual, day after day. For a whole week, Tang Mo trained his mental strength during the day and his physical fitness at night. Horse steps and running are both indispensable. Tang Mo also took out the knife to practice, but persisting in some of the simplest movements made her feel a lot benefited. Although there is no way to experience the increase in strength and life attributes, it is true that he is becoming more and more proficient with the knife. It turns out that the knife would fall off after a few swings at first, but then it basically stopped falling off. Although it is not yet flexible, she feels that if she continues to practice like this, it won't take long before she can become more proficient in using it. But training like this every night also made Tang Mo discover a problem. The school's meal times are 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., which may be enough for people who lie in bed every day, but it is not enough for people who exercise so much at night in the late Tang dynasty. It was getting dark earlier and earlier, so Tang Mo moved up his daily training time so that he could go back to the dormitory around 10 o'clock, then quickly closed the door and made a bowl of instant noodles to eat. Tang Mo's behavior of extra meals has really harmed the other 2 roommates, who can bear it, not only being hungry every day, but also having to endure such torture. So at the end of Tang dynasty, he changed his strategy. Every time he would eat extra food in the small open space behind the warehouse, and then go back to sleep when he was full. Tang Mo felt very distressed about his need to eat extra meals every day. But looking at the continuous improvement of her physical endurance, she felt very happy. I can only tell myself helplessly that all the growth in my physical fitness is due to food feeding.
So just accept my fate. As for going out for so long every night, Tang Mo explained to his roommates that his mother didn't trust him and had to video chat with her for a while every night. He was afraid of disturbing everyone's rest, so he went out to video chat. Li Lanlan and Song Qing had some understanding of the family situation in the late Tang dynasty, and although everyone has a good relationship, they don't have the habit of asking for details, so they don't suspect anything. Tang Mo could give reminders and help as much as he could, but there was no way Tang Mo could tell the truth to anyone about a trump card like this that was related to his future life. The days passed calmly like this. Although the students were trapped in school, they were surrounded by teachers and classmates, and they could still contact their families online, so they were not lonely. The food is a bit poor, but you will be able to eat enough. Once you get used to it, you won't feel anything. People's adaptability is always stronger than they think. On the 32nd day of the official start of the Great Famine, the country officially released an ID watch produced with the support of 5D virtual technology. This kind of watch will clearly record each person's physical status and vital characteristics, making it easier for the country to conduct demographic and information release. In the future, people can receive major news directly from their ID watches. You can even create an address book on it and make direct three-dimensional video calls with your family and friends in real time. The convenience is not comparable to that of mobile phones. Of course, these are the most basic functions. In the future, the Alliance will update the strength rankings in real time, allowing every strong person to become an Alliance hero and a role model for countless people. However, in the late Tang Dynasty, what he liked most and found most practical were the other two functions. One is the map function. In the latter part of the apocalypse, due to the severe damage to the Earth's surface, houses collapsed and many towering ancient trees and plants grew. So even in my hometown, I can't tell whether the 800 meters to the right when I go out is the former convenience store or the clear lake that suddenly appeared from a spring. At this time, the map of the ID watch is very important. When the satellite is no longer working, all maps are updated in real time based on missions released by the Alliance or individual survivors. In detail, you can see clearly where there are dangers and where exotic treasures have been found. The second function is the treasure recognition function. Just place the watch in front of the treasure you want to identify and turn on the identification function, and a special beam of light will shine on the item. The information obtained will be fed back on the screen of the watch. It is clear at a glance what attribute value the exotic treasure has and how many attribute points it has. Of course, this is because of the special substances present in exotic treasures, so they can be identified. Apart from exotic treasures, watches cannot identify other things. But now, the two favorite functions of the late Tang Dynasty only display icons, but have not been developed. There is no text marked below. People who are not clear have no idea what those two small patterns represent. In the previous life, the official only released news about the rare treasure 2 months after the apocalypse began. When she first arrived at school, she went to the back hill where the psychic mushroom was found. But she didn't see the mushroom growing, so he thought the official time might be accurate. Once the ID watch is bound, it is directly locked on the person's wrist, unless it is removed by special smart tools at a special government agency. There is no way to remove it by external force. Needless to say, it is waterproof, shockproof and damage-proof. This also avoids a lot of trouble. Tang Mo was very familiar with this watch. She was not used to it without an ID watch these days. The country that distributes watches has obviously stepped up its efforts to ensure that everyone has one, and has also taken many measures to this end. When distributing relief grains, people have to swipe their IDs to receive them. For those people trapped in the fog, the country did not give up. Instead, it sent helicopters to drop a large number of watches. The height of the fog is very high, and it is very dangerous to use a helicopter to rescue. It will inevitably put the rescue people in danger when they come into contact with the fog. But there is still no problem in throwing something down, especially a rock-solid watch that is shockproof and waterproof.
If you have the strength to throw a watch, why don't you see them throwing something to eat? Really?
Li Lanlan complained as she bent down to pick up a watch.
Maybe I'll throw it away in a few days.
Tang Mo adjusted the watch in her hand. She was really not talking nonsense. In 2 months, when all is exhausted, there will be people in the school who can't sit still. After all, T University is the best institution, and there are many teachers and students with backgrounds. Now that the whole world has entered a famine, no one outside can care about it, and those officials can't even control the people trapped in the fog. But power is always a good thing, and some people will always be exceptions. Not long after the watches were distributed here, there was a crisis in the school's granary over there. Everyone saved the food that was not much in the first place. But after a month, there was still not much left. The school leaders were so worried that they held meetings with Anyang and others for several days, and finally decided to change the supply of 2 meals a day to 1 meal a day. Regarding the announcement of this matter, the school did not explain much, nor did it cause much waves among students. Everyone just complained a few words and then accepted the appointment. Perhaps everyone has been mentally prepared for a long time. Food is not endless. One day they will run out of ammunition and food, but it will be 1 day earlier and 1 day later. Fortunately, bad things did not happen one after another. Everyone discovered that the personal physical status column in the watch, which was originally blank, started to display. Chapter 10: Going Up the Mountain.
Wow! It turns out that my health is so high at 22 points. No wonder I used to eat 3 bowls in one meal. But now I eat 1 bowl a day without feeling very hungry.
A normal person's basic attributes except space are probably around 10 to 20. And 22 is indeed very high.
I recently discovered that I am stronger. I thought it was an illusion, but it turned out to be true.
On the other side of the group, a boy from the physical education department happily shared his data. By comparing it with classmates and friends around you, and the data posted by netizens, you will naturally know where your attributes rank among them. It's a pity that the current ranking function has not been launched yet. Otherwise everyone would be able to know more about their overall strength. The famine era was a tragedy for mankind. But it did not close all the windows. The star rain that day allowed everyone's basic attributes to be greatly improved based on themselves, giving mankind hope like a fire. Tang Mo flipped through his data, and it clearly read, ID, Late Tang Dynasty. HP, 13. Strength, 12. Agility, 16. Mental strength, 32. Space, 0. Comprehensive strength, 73. Her health and strength were still so weak. Tang Mo smiled bitterly. After training for such a long time, she had improved these two attributes a bit compared to her previous life. Her instant noodles were also very cost-effective. However, his agility is much higher than in his previous life. It should be related to the regular exercise in the late Tang Dynasty, which resulted in well-proportioned muscles and running every day. In the last life, at the end of the Tang Dynasty, his spiritual power was 27, which was already much higher than normal people. This time it was a full 32. It seemed that his daily exercise had a great effect. Tang Mo was somewhat satisfied when he saw his mental strength. Space 0 is normal. Space attributes are innate. And rare treasures with space attributes are rare. Having a jade pendant actually means he is space. Tang Mo expressed that he was very satisfied with his jade pendant and did not envy those with space powers. After all, those with spatial abilities generally have very low other attribute values, and it is difficult to improve them, so their overall strength is very low. However, he is basically a national treasure in the team, so he doesn't have to worry about his own life. After reading his attribute values, Tang Mo chose to hide it in the ID watch. If not hidden, others can see your attribute values through the query function of the watch. Nowadays, the overall strength value of ordinary people is generally around 50 to 60. Tang Mo does not want to be too high profile, and keeping a low profile and living until the end is her life principle. Tang Mo had already eaten all the things he had placed beside the bed, and now he had begun to eat those in the cabinet. Of course, she rarely ate in the dormitory, and never opened the cabinet in front of her two roommates. So Li Lan and Song Ching subconsciously thought that Tang dynasties and theirs had similar surplus food, because they are well prepared, and girls have smaller appetites. Even one meal can barely sustain them. Therefore, Li Lan and Song Ching will basically not touch their own private treasury unless they are particularly hungry. A month has passed, and there are still many things in those big bags. But others didn't fare so well, especially the boys. At first, you can bear the hunger, but if you don't have enough to eat, you will become more and more irritable. In the end, it evolved into the situation where people with high strength would use threats of violence to force students with low strength and no ability to resist to hand over their food. According to common sense, such violent bullying incidents will rarely occur in institutions of higher learning. However, in special times, when people can't even fill their stomachs and meet their basic survival needs, how can they still have the energy to maintain superficial peace and literacy? Woolen cloth. The survival rule of the weak and the strong gradually comes to the fore from here on. Incidents like this happened again and again, and everyone in the school was so frightened that they walked together in groups every time they received food, for fear that their belongings would be intercepted.
I didn't expect that there are such morally corrupt people in our school.
Song Ching rarely felt emotional. She had been a good girl since she was a child, and she couldn't accept such a thing from the bottom of her heart.
Yes. Doesn't this make those students who lost their food starve to death?
Li Lan nodded in agreement, with an angry look on his face. Tang Mo remembered that at this time in her last life, she was angrier than anyone else. But now her mood had long changed. In the end, someone will starve to death, but no one wants to be themselves. Maybe this is human nature. Tang Mo held the steamed bun in his hand and put it directly into his mouth, taking a big bite. Things that I didn't like before are now available for grabs. Where is this? How many things will happen in the days to come? The occurrence of many fights finally attracted the attention of the school. Now that everyone is trapped in the school, the role of legal restraint is too weak. In the final analysis, the school does not have any very effective methods. There are only a few leaders. And there are only about 30 people including student cadres. What should we do to control it? There is no force to suppress it. And the school does not have the strength. In the end, we can only rely on everyone's self-discipline. However, everyone also understands that blocking is worse than opening up, since everything that is happening now is caused by hunger. Solving the problem has become a top priority. But the school only has so much food in total. How to solve it? After much discussion, Anyang finally came up with a solution. The campus of T University is very large, with mountains, water and greenery very well done. It is known as the most beautiful campus. In its heyday, many citizens used the school as a tourist attraction to visit during holidays. For the sake of ecological balance and ornamental value, the school released a group of rabbits and pheasants in the back mountain, because it is a small natural mountain and not a man-made rockery. The number of rabbits and pheasants in this group is very considerable. The mountain behind T University is an ornamental tourist attraction in T City. In order to promote the school, the principal used all possible means to include the mountain within the scope of his school. Because the mountain is relatively large, students usually do not go there much in their spare time. There is also a long man-made lake on the east side of the back mountain, which was specially built to meet the scenery of mountains and water. It is full of koi carp, and a small bridge spans it to connect two unique small pavilions. Anyang's method is to organize students to go up the mountain to catch rabbits and pheasants, and go down to the lake to catch fish. In fact, the school had been planning to hunt the rabbits and pheasants on the mountain for a long time. But the mountain was too big, and it was impossible for just 20 of them to catch them. So they gave up. But now that the situation is so serious, the only way to solve the problem is to give students something to do. As soon as this suggestion was put forward, everyone agreed.
The way I see it, in order to prevent some people from being lazy, we might as well only give food to those who obey the arrangements in the future, and not those who don't go up the mountain or work.
Someone suggested.
I think it works. And the caught hare must be handed over to the public. It is the school's rabbit. Those who catch the rabbit will be rewarded with some appropriate food. Everyone in the school has not eaten anything in a month. The food in their mouths, if you want to fade away, you can just share a mouthful of rabbit soup.
Another person continued to suggest. Everyone was talking to each other, and all the details were finalized in a short time.
Okay, it's settled. This matter will be implemented tomorrow. Anyang, Tang Lianwei, you two can discuss this matter.
The school leader made the decision and settled the matter immediately.
What? To catch rabbits?
When they saw the news that the school league committee was in the group that night, the students were all upset.
I haven't eaten meat for more than a month. If I can really catch a rabbit, I will roast it on the spot. It will be so delicious.
Li Lanlan imagined the scene of putting the rabbit on a branch and roasting it until it becomes oily. He couldn't help but drooled.
Wake up! Even if you catch a rabbit, you have to hand it over to the public. If you don't hand it over, if someone reports you, you won't have food for the next week.
Song Ching sat on the bed and read a book, not saying anything. Hit without hesitation. Li Lanlan became dejected.
It doesn't matter. It's good to trade the rabbit for an extra bowl of rice. I can also eat.
Sure enough, it is easier for optimistic people to be happy. In fact, most students in the school think like Li Lanlan. It turns out that the longer you stay in the dormitory and starve, the more trouble you get. Now I have something to do. Not to mention whether I can catch a rabbit. At least I have something to look forward to. While everyone was happy, Tang Mo was a little worried. In her previous life, she discovered the psychic mushroom more than a month after going up the mountain. The official statement was that the exotic treasure was not born until 2 months after the end of the world, which happened to be 2.5 months before the start of the famine era. However, she was still a little panicked. Now all the plants are dead. It can be said that the mountain is bare except for stones. Although the location of the mushroom is relatively hidden, it is not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. That mushroom played a big part in why she chose to go back to school this time. What if it hadn't been 2 months? If it appeared early and was taken away by someone else? I would be very upset. Although people now don't know what exotic treasures are. They are mushrooms. And once a person sees them, they won't let them go. After thinking about it, she still felt that she couldn't be so passive and should do something. Chapter 11: Obtaining Exotic Mushrooms. After pondering for a long time, for the sake of safety, Tang Mo decided to go up the mountain in the dark tonight to confirm whether the psychic mushroom really did not appear. At 9:30 p.m., Tang Mo had finished all the training for today. After running a few laps and doing stretching exercises, he sat on the steps next to him, took out a drawer of Xylong Bao from the space, and started eating. She had bought these from the store before, and they were still steaming hot and fragrant when she took them out of the space. Tang Mo almost finished the buns one by one in 3 minutes. The buns are so delicious. Tang Mo was so happy after eating that his eye circles were even a little red. These were tears of happiness. The white dough is soft and fluffy, and the gravy inside is delicious and delicious. When you bite into it, your taste buds will be filled with the taste of happiness. I want to eat another one. No, I can't. Tang Mo shook her head. Due to space limitations, she only kept about 20 drawers of these buns. After eating these, she would never have them again. As a stingy girl in the famine era, she was reluctant to give up. This month, in order to save money, she basically ate the food stored in the dormitory and bought it in the school supermarket. The stock in the space was basically untouched. She would only eat some cooked food stored in the space when she was really hungry. Feel the taste of happiness. After packing his things, Tang Mo took out a flashlight and went up the mountain. The location of the mushroom is behind a big rock in a hidden corner of the mountainside. You can't find it at all if you don't move the rock. All exotic treasures grow in such hidden places and cannot be easily discovered. In the last life, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he was still dizzy from hunger. He wondered if there might be some moss under the stone. So he tried to move it with difficulty. Due to the improvement of his agility attribute, Tang Mo climbed up without much effort. After finding the stone and moving it away, as expected, Tang Mo did not find anything underneath. It seemed that the statement of 2 months was true. Tang Mo moved the stone back with some disappointment. She didn't know the specific day when the mushroom appeared, so she could only look at it once a day in the future. After the stone was moved back to its original position, Tang Mo was about to go down the mountain, but he seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back to look at the stone. Due to the 2 moves, there are some obvious scratch marks on the ground near the stone. She knew that there were 2 conditions for the place where the strange treasure was born. One was that it was in a place with strong spiritual energy. In this regard, the school halfway up the mountain surrounded by fog was indeed a good place. The second point is that it is hidden and difficult for people to find. These 2 conditions are indispensable. Looking at the marks on the ground, Tang Mo broke into a cold sweat. She came to move this stone when she first arrived at school. Since she moved it, this place is no longer hidden. Would an exotic treasure with such high birth requirements choose to grow in this place? The more Tang Mo thought about it, the colder her heart became, because she didn't think carefully enough. She was about to lose this rare treasure that was originally hers. This is a rare treasure. These are 5 spirit points. At the end of Tang Dynasty, his heart ached to death, and his mouth couldn't help but feel bitter. The flavor of the steamed dumplings that originally left a fragrance on his lips and teeth was gone, leaving only bitterness. After being stunned for a while, Tang Mo was still unwilling to give in. I'm sure I won't be able to sleep when I go back, so I might as well walk around again in case there are any surprises. With this idea in mind, Tang Mo began to search halfway up the mountain. The night after 10 o'clock was already pitch black, and there was not a single tree on the mountainside. It looked even more desolate at this time. The cool wind blew at the end of Tang Dynasty, and she couldn't help but get goosebumps on her body. Holding his coat in one hand and holding a flashlight in the other, Tang Mo still didn't give up and wandered around the mountains. Suddenly, Tang Mo saw a stone. She stopped and leaned over. If there is nothing else in the mountain, it has the most rocks. But this stone is special, especially because it looks exactly the same as the stone where the rare treasure was found in the late Tang Dynasty. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? Tang Mo held back his excitement and approached the stone. Do you want to move away and take a look? But what if you make the same mistake again? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was in a tangled state of mind. He accidentally stepped on a stone and fell forward. Leaning against the stone, he was hit by the stone and moved back. It hurts. Tang Mo rubbed his red elbow and looked at the stone that had shifted from its original position. He no longer felt entangled in his heart. Anyway, I was already passive, so I simply put the flashlight in my mouth, held the stone with both hands, and moved forward. After the stone was completely removed, Tang Mo finally saw the scene behind the stone. A fist-sized mushroom stood there like a small umbrella, with some faint purple light all over it, which was especially clear at night. That's right. Tang Mo was so happy that he spat out the flashlight in his mouth. Squatted on the ground, and carefully shoveled down the mental mushroom with a small shovel. Tang Mo held the mushroom carefully and looked at it carefully. The joy of regaining it made her hands tremble slightly. Point your watch at this mushroom and click on the treasure identification function. A blue light shone on the mushroom in Tang Mo's hand. Psychic mushroom. Attribute: can provide 5 points of mental power. Usage: take orally. Originally, Tang Mo just wanted to click on it and try it, but found that the treasure identification function on the watch was already available. This means that she is familiar with the use of various functions of the watch. For anyone else, even if the treasure identification function is enabled, before the official announcement of its use, she would not know what it is for. The removal of the treasure identification function shows that the 2 months mentioned by the official are simply a delay. In fact, 1 month after the end of the world, they already knew the existence of the exotic treasure before the watch was released. As for why it was not announced to the public in advance, naturally, one has to take action first. After thinking about this, Tang Mo couldn't help but feel a little lucky. If he hadn't come in advance to confirm today and walked around the mountainside several times, he would have really missed this rare treasure. Tang Mo, who was very satisfied with his performance, carefully put the exotic treasure into his own space, picked up the flashlight on the ground, wiped the dirt, and went down the mountain. As a celebration, reward yourself with another basket of steamed buns. After returning to the dormitory, Tang Mo quickly changed his clothes and went to wash up. He also took out the mushrooms and washed them, then went to bed and closed the curtains. She had never taken exotic drugs in her previous life, but just because she had never eaten pork did not mean she had never seen pigs running away. After doing it on the bed, with his legs crossed in a meditative posture, Tang Mo took out the mushrooms from the space and ate them one by one. The taste of the mushroom is very good. It is tender when you bite it, and it feels soft on the tip of your tongue. Tang Mo finished the small mushroom in 3 or 5 mouthfuls, and then he settled down and felt his body carefully. Sure enough, in his body, Tang Mo found that his mental power had increased. Spiritual power exists in the Sea of Consciousness in the late Tang Dynasty. The word Sea of Consciousness was named by later experts. It has a silver appearance and is a ball of light wrapped in silver light. Tang Mo can control them to swim around in his body at will to perform strengthening and recovery functions. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he even heard that Lin Yu, the 4th great god on the list, was a master specializing in mental power. His mental power could even be released into physical form and used for attacks. It's a pity that Tang Mo's mental power only reached 52 when he died. According to legend, the spiritual power of the great god has exceeded 100, and the matter of condensing into a physical entity is too far away from her. After swallowing the mushroom, Tang Mo obviously felt that the silver ball of light had become larger and thicker in color. Although there were not many changes, Tang Mo, who had to maneuver it dozens of times every day, could still feel the changes. Tang Mo suppressed his surprise and controlled the light ball to swim around the body for 3 more times, carefully feeling the changes from before. It seemed that the fatigue was recovering faster. Tang Mo came to this conclusion. I looked at my attribute values in the watch again. ID, Late Tang Dynasty. HP, 13. Strength, 12. Agility, 16. Mental strength, 37. Space, 0. Comprehensive strength, 78. Tang Mo was happy. His hard work was not in vain. Sure enough, efforts will always be rewarded. The bread, instant noodles, and compressed cookies will always be rewarded. The reward of the buns tonight is really deserved. After closing the watch page, Tang Mo finally laid down and slept peacefully after a tiring day. The most important thing on her mind when she returned to school this time was half completed. She felt a lot more relaxed and soon fell asleep with less stress. The next day, all the remaining students in the school gathered on the playground. There were not many lecturers in the school, so naturally they did not need to participate in the hike up the mountain.
Why do you think there are fewer people left?
Song Qing said, pushing up his glasses.
It's not that they were so hungry that they couldn't bear it anymore. Many people couldn't bear it and ran away secretly. They didn't know where to leave the school. The guy in the dormitory next to us, Xiao Xiao, left with his luggage the night before yesterday and has lost contact now.
Li Lanlan has a carefree personality, is very familiar with the girls, and has a lot of gossip about all aspects. The place trapped in the fog was a place that was temporarily abandoned by the government. They usually read news online and knew that relief food was being distributed outside. Although food was also very tight, It was still much better than having one steamed bun per meal at school. And many people missed their loved ones more at this time. Although the higher-ups ordered not to approach the fog. What if nothing happens? The difficulty of life always makes people more willing to take chances. Tang Mo looked around and found that in addition to about 50 school employees, there should be about 700 people on the playground now. But now the number is obviously much lower. It seems that there are only more than 500 people. If you don't come to work, you won't have food to eat. Now everyone's food life depends on the school. And no one has the thought to compete with the school to cut off their own food. Chapter 12. She is going fishing.
Everyone, be quiet. There are 2 tasks now. One is to go up the mountain to catch rabbits and pheasants. Another task is to go to the lake to catch fish. Let's see which one you want to do. Those who want to go up the mountain, please stand on my left side. And those who want to catch fish should stand on my right side.
An Yang shouted with a loudspeaker.
Pheasants can still eat some bugs. This rabbit eats grass. Now that all the plants are dead, there are no hares left on the mountain. It's really a waste of people's time.
Li Lanlan muttered. Unlike the joy she felt at first when she heard the news, Li Lanlan, who later became dissatisfied, couldn't think of anything right. How can rabbits survive without food? This school is just teasing them.
Maybe rabbits eat worms like chickens?
Tang Mo replied. This thing is really true. The star rain that day not only increased the attributes of people, but also mutated animals to varying degrees. The food chain in nature is now extremely chaotic, and it has long been different from before. Not to mention eating worms. There are also those who eat stones. Within a few minutes, everyone had chosen what they wanted to do.
You?
Looking at the teams that everyone had divided into, An Yang and the student cadres beside him were a little speechless. I saw a large circle of people standing on the left side of An Yang, and the line was so long that I couldn't see the end. On the right side of An Yang, there were only 8 people, including Tang Mo, who looked extremely pitiful. Tang Mo looked at the people standing next to her. They were all boys. Even she couldn't help but secretly say to them, "Warrior, I admire you. It's already the end of August. It's already autumn. And it seems to be getting cold very fast this year. Everyone feels a little cold wearing thin coats. Not to mention going into the water. That's right. Going into the water. Although the T-large lake is not as deep as an adult male's chest, its area is very large. Catching fish there is not only like finding a needle in a haystack. It is also quite difficult. Although the school has 2 boats, there are no fishing nets. And there is no food for fish food. How to catch fish really depends on the individual. Who wants to stay in a cold lake all day? Isn't that just looking for trouble for yourself?" Even Tang Mo couldn't understand the thoughts of these brave brothers around her. If she didn't have her own special purpose, she would have chosen to go into the water because her brain was kicked by a donkey. It's great to go up the mountain. Even if you can't catch pheasants and rabbits, you can at least sit there for a while, and no one will care if you are lazy.
Students who choose to go up the mountain must attend work 5 days a week. Students who go fishing only need to attend 1 day a week due to their special nature.
Seeing the huge difference in the number of people on both sides, An Yang immediately changed the rules. In fact, they had no idea whether there were any animals on the mountain. But there are real fish in the lake. When I walk across the bridge every day, I can see fish swimming happily in groups below.
Everyone can think carefully and make another choice.
After An Yang's words fell, the crowd began to discuss quietly. Boys continued to come out of the big team and stand at the end of Tang Dynasty. Li Lanlan and Song Qing stood on the other side of the team and stamped their feet anxiously, taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd. They finally ran over and dragged Tang Mo away.
Tang Mo, you are stupid. It's so cold now. Why do you have to suffer this? Hurry up and go over there with us,
Li Lanlan said anxiously.
It's not good for girls to soak in cold water all the time. Come with us.
Song Qing's tone was filled with emotion for the first time, and there was worry in his eyes. Seeing his 2 roommates caring so much about him, Tang Mo felt warm in his heart and stretched out his hands to hold their hands.
Don't worry. I like to sleep in so much that I really can't get up early every day. I'm in good health. I've loved playing in the water since I was a child. You 2 should go back quickly,
Tang Mo said so confidently that she almost believed it herself. In fact, she had already thought about catching fish because there was something in the lake that she must get. The emergence of every rare treasure in the last days will cause a great sensation. In the last 6 months, the school had 3 rare treasures born. One was the psychic mushroom she had taken, and the second was a silver koi carp in the lake. That koi was caught by a boy in the lake in the 3rd month of the apocalypse. At that time, the official news about the rare treasure had been announced. When a fish with such a strange color appeared, even a fool knew it was not an ordinary thing. So the boy secretly hid the fish and took it back to burn and eat it. If he hadn't been reported by his roommate later, no one would have thought that fishing for fish could also lead to rare treasures. According to the boy, the fish gave him a full 10 points of agility. It was one of the rare treasures that appeared in the early days of the apocalypse with very high attribute points. Tang Mo was not sure that he could catch the fish by chance. But the information about the exotic treasure had not been released yet. He only had to pay attention to see if anyone around him had caught the fish in advance. And the possibility of getting it in the end. Not necessarily. Even if there is a 1% chance, she will give it a try. With 10 points of agility attribute. Let alone going to the lake to catch fish. She will even try it in a rain of swords, guns, and swords. Seeing that Tang Mo had made up his mind, and knowing that his persuasion was useless, Li Lanlan and Song Qing could only let go of her hands, and return to the group going up the mountain step by step. Seeing the fool-like looks in his 2 roommates' eyes, Tang Mo couldn't help but smile. After waiting for another 20 minutes, I saw that the team had basically stood still. The fishing team that originally only had 8 people had now expanded to more than 80 people. Anyang was satisfied. After discussing with Tang Lianjie, who was standing aside, he picked up the microphone and prepared to speak. Anyang just picked up the phone and scanned it downwards out of habit. Suddenly he saw Tang Mo, who stood out among a group of boys.
Female classmate. Have you thought about it? It's not that convenient for girls to get into the water.
Anyang has a careful personality and considers all aspects of things carefully. Tang Lianjie followed Anyang's gaze and his eyes lit up. Although he had short hair and was wearing the most ordinary sportswear, Tang Mo's delicate face and tall figure were still very eye-catching when standing in the crowd, making people unable to take their eyes away, especially standing among a group of tall and thick boys, with short hair flowing in the wind. He has a unique and heroic temperament. Tang Mo naturally noticed Tang Lianjie's lewd gaze, and a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed in his eyes.
It's okay. I know it well,
Tang Mo replied, his favorable impression of Anyang increasing. Sure enough, some people are born to be leaders, and people like Anyang will definitely achieve great things after they leave school. His demeanor is somewhat similar to the organizers of those small bases. I wonder what he was doing after leaving school in his last life. Tang Mo carefully recalled the small bases she had been to, and it seemed that she had never heard of it. This old classmate.
Okay. Everyone can disperse now. Let's meet at the playground on time tomorrow morning, and let's set off together.
After a reminder to no avail, Anyang stopped talking, respecting Tang Mo's personal choice, and then announced the disbandment of the team. The next morning, everyone gathered in the school playground again, afraid that there would be no time for the lunch meal. The school simply distributed today's quota to everyone early, and asked them to carry it with them, and arrange their own time for this meal. Anyang and Tang Lianjie each started their day's work with teams going up the mountain and catching fish. Tang Mo looked at Tang Lianjie standing in front of his team, and felt helpless. It's a bit unlucky that he was assigned. There are 5 small boats in the school, all of which are ornamental boats that require manual paddling. Each boat can seat about 6 people. So the people catching fish are automatically divided into 2 groups, alternating every hour.
Everyone, take off your clothes and get into the water.
After Tang Lianjie finished speaking, he calmly sat on a chair on the shore. There were 6 people on the boat, and 2 of them were left to row on the boat and keep an eye on things, while the remaining 4 people had to go into the water. Tang Lianjie was unable to participate in this, and could only supervise from the shore, seeing the boys taking off their shirts one by one, leaving only their pants. Tang Lianjie turned his attention to Tang Mo, who was standing on the boat, his eyes a little lustful.
Tang Mo, just sit and watch the oar while I get down.
A boy who was paddling stood up, threw the oar away, and prepared to take off his clothes. Tang Mo squinted her eyes, and recalled that she knew this boy. He was also from the School of Biological Sciences, and was the monitor of Tang Mo's class. They didn't have much contact with each other, so they couldn't be considered close friends. They could only be considered acquaintances. Although Xian is the squad leader, and is considered a cadre of the current student organization, he still has to do the work he should do. Not everyone can sit like an uncle like Tang Lianjie. Xian had more contact with Tang Lianjie as a member of the student organization, and he could see his hidden thoughts about Tang Mo. Out of the protection of his classmates, and the loyalty of boys to girls, Xian stood up. Chapter 13. Someone was poisoned.
Thank you. Monitor. It's okay. I can go into the water.
Tang Mo expressed his thanks, and then quickly took off his coat, revealing a black long-sleeved and long-pants swimsuit underneath. The swimsuit was picked up in the supermarket. Tang Mo deliberately chose a few sizes larger. The loose clothes were slightly bulky and hid Tang Mo's exquisite figure, not showing even a bit. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he put his coat and shoes on the boat and got into the water with his bare feet. Since she chooses to catch fish, she won't be pretentious. In the apocalypse, there are no boys who want to follow the rules of girls. Girls who are always self-respecting and dignified die the fastest. The lake fruit in early autumn was so bitter that even Tang Mo, who was wearing long clothes and long trousers, was trembling from the ice the moment he entered the water. And he immediately used his mental strength to keep warm. After the mental energy swam around, Tang Mo felt much more comfortable. His whole body was warm, and he could no longer feel the cold lake water. Who said mental power is worthless? It's obviously a must-have product for killing people at home. Tang Mo felt sorry for his precious spirit in his heart. What Tang Mo held in his hand was a mini fishing net modified from a canvas bag. Finger-sized holes were cut around the bag to facilitate water leakage when fishing. While he lowered his head to look for traces of fish, he kept an eye on the people around him to see if they had harvested anything. For safety reasons, several small boats were not very far away, and they were all within Tang Mo's sight. Frankly speaking, the school releases quite a lot of fry into the school every year, but no matter how much it is released, it cannot cover the size of the lake. In 10 minutes, no one even saw the shadow of the fish. The original enthusiasm for catching fish also faded a lot, and they started to slack off a little. This won't work. If everyone doesn't actively catch fish, when will her rare treasure appear? If she really catches the exotic treasure 2 months later, after the official news is announced like in her last life, then the difficulty level for her to get it will be much higher. After thinking about it, Tang Mo found a bag of bread crumbs in the supermarket. These are the ingredients needed to make fried food. She really doesn't have fish food, but fish should also like it, right? Leaving the package in the space. With a thought, a large handful of breadcrumbs appeared in Tang Mo's hand. Put your fist into the water and let the breadcrumbs enter the water through your fingers. Tang Mo walked in circles in the water. On the surface, he was actively looking for fish, but in fact, he was unknowingly spreading the breadcrumbs over a large area. Sure enough, it's not just people who are hungry now. The fish are also very hungry. As soon as they smell the aroma of food, they quickly gather here.
I saw fish!
A boy next to him shouted in surprise. Everyone in the water immediately looked towards the water in his direction. And sure enough, a dozen golden red carps were swimming in the water, as if they were still fighting for something.
What is this fish doing?
Everyone was a little surprised.
Maybe he's playing in the water.
Tang Mo chuckled a little sheepishly. It seems that she won't be able to put so much in at once next time. She has never raised fish before, and she doesn't know that breadcrumbs are so attractive to fish. After seeing the prey, everyone's motivation returned immediately. Several people surrounded the group of fish in an outflanking posture, and then they took their belongings. Sheets, plastic bags, and even badminton rackets to surround the fish. Later, during the break, Tang Mo couldn't help but curiously ask the boy holding the badminton why he chose it as a tool. The boy said shyly that he planned to use a badminton ball to knock out a fish when he saw it. Alright. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, some people couldn't laugh or cry, so this was a solution. It really goes along with that saying, every chick has its own way of peeing or not. The group of carp caught a total of 8 carp with everyone's concerted efforts. Although there were still many caught fish, it was enough of a surprise for everyone holding a bed sheet racket.
Take it and wipe it.
After watching Tang Mo get off the boat and return to the lake, Tang Lianjie quickly took a towel to see Wen Ching off.
Thank you. No need.
Tang Mo didn't even give him a spare look. He walked past him and walked towards his backpack, taking out a big bath towel and wiping it off. She is not cold at all, as she has always been wrapped in mental power. Her short hair is very convenient, and it does not even get wet. She just wipes the water droplets on the outside of the waterproof swimsuit and that's it. Tang Lianjie's hand was still holding the towel, and he didn't respond. Still standing there in embarrassment, there was a hint of gloom in his eyes. Bah! Why are you pretending to be noble? Wait until next time I hit you on the head with 2 bags of instant noodles, and see if you are still proud. In fact, Tang Lianjie is pretty good looking, And his oily-headed noodle looks pretty much like a human or a dog. But his dress and temperament are too oily and coquettish, making him uncomfortable to look at. And he doesn't look like a good person. If it weren't for some background behind him, he wouldn't be the second person in charge. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered that Tang Lianjie got into a lot of trouble later, and it was all the mess that a leader in the school helped him clean up. His background is actually that he has a little power in his family and a lot of money. Unfortunately, in today's world, that little power is not enough, and money has become a series of useless numbers. Even now, the leader who is trapped in the school and still doesn't understand the situation still takes him seriously. But the world outside has changed a long time ago. Tang Mo was not afraid of her. She wanted to keep a low profile, but that didn't mean she could be easily bullied. If Tang Lianjie dared to provoke her, she wouldn't mind giving him a surprise. Later, the process of catching fish was not so smooth. In the whole afternoon, a group of people caught 5 fish, which can be said to be a pitiful few. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he preferred to stop when he was done. Spreading breadcrumbs on the fish once a day was enough. Too much breadcrumbs would appear fake. There were 13 fish in total. But Tang Lianjie felt that there were a few fish. So he kept a sullen face and didn't say a word the whole way back. But when I met the people in Anyang, I realized that there were less than 100 people and 13 fish on my side, while there were hundreds of people in Anyang, and they only caught 3 chickens and 2 rabbits in one day. I felt a lot more mentally balanced. And even everyone's faces looked much better in the days that followed. There are very few things. But the school is surprisingly calm, because everyone has known for a long time that this was originally intended to find something to do for the restless students, so that they could stop causing trouble. There was no intention of achieving self-sufficiency by going up the mountain to catch fish. On the second day, everyone did eat the things they had worked so hard to get. Oh no! It should be said that it is soup made from these things. In order to maximize the use, the school made all the meat into soup. A pot of fish soup, a pot of chicken soup, and a pot of rabbit soup. Ordinary students can only get a small bowl of soup, and only those who catch prey can get a share of meat. However, no one knows whether the amount of meat is enough or whether the leading student cadres kept it privately. Hey, the soup is only given in such a small bowl. I have to go back and drink water by myself when I'm full. Li Lanlan finished the soup in his hand in a few mouthfuls and looked longingly at the classmates who were eating meat. But no one expected that 1.5 months after the end of the world, someone in the school would be poisoned by drinking water. There were quite a few. About 30 people. Because the school's information is much more closed off than the outside world. Although there is a school hospital, it is basically helpless to deal with this situation. The school leaders had no choice but to rely on their connections to contact the outside world. But they got a shocking news. The tap water is not drinkable. It turns out that many people have been admitted to the hospital due to poisoning in the past few days. Everyone was eating relief food issued by the state. After testing and testing, the experts finally concluded that there was something wrong with the water everyone drank. Due to soil deterioration, the river bed has long been polluted. Now more than a month has passed, and the pollution has completely penetrated into the groundwater and major rivers, lakes and seas. Therefore, no matter how clear the water is, you cannot drink it, no matter whether it is filtered, sterilized or boiled. There is no way to eliminate harmful substances in the water. The current water pollution has just begun, and poisoning can only occur in people who are weak and drink a lot of water. As time goes by, water pollution will become more and more serious. At first, drinking large amounts of water will cause organ failure, and it will take a week for death. In the later stages, a person will die suddenly within a day after just a few sips. Moreover, this toxin is irreversible, just like the most poisonous pesticide. As long as you drink it, even immediate gastric lavage will not have much effect, and you can only wait for death. This means that people can only rely on bottled water to live their lives from now on. Experts have just come to this conclusion, and it has not yet been officially released to the public. What? You can't drink tap water from now on? Doesn't that mean you won't even be full? Yes. You can endure without food, but how can you survive without water? Compared with the death of crops in the past, it is obvious that the current large-scale water pollution is even more intolerable to people. Fortunately, everyone has been drinking water from the school water room since the end of the world, and the school has not touched the water in the warehouse at all. The leaders were once again anxious. All the student leaders held a long meeting, and finally decided that starting from tomorrow, each person will be provided with half a bottle of mineral water per day. According to this consumption rate, the school's inventory can probably last for half a month. As for what will happen after half a month, we can only leave it to fate. Everyone's faces were stained with a layer of despair. For the first time, they truly realized that they had really been pushed into a dead end. Chapter 14 Tang Lianjie's Provocation. In such a mood, the 30 or so students with organ failure did not attract much attention. After being sent to the school hospital to lie down, no one cared about them except for the occasional bit of food. After all, everyone is going to die. And it makes no difference whether you die early or late. No one has any extra sympathy at this time. Half a bottle of water every day was naturally not enough for Tang Yimo. So in order to hide her from others, she took out a huge thermos and took out the half bottle of water. Then he secretly pours the water out of the space when no one is paying attention, whether he is catching fish outside or in the dormitory. In fact, Tang Yimo still had a lot of reserves. Not to mention that the space was full of untouched items. Even the inventory placed in the dormitory was enough to make her a little rich woman. The food and water left outside have been eaten. But there are 8 boxes of 24 bottles of mineral water locked in the cabinet. Nearly 200 bottles in total. There were also more than a dozen boxes of compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and chocolates. Tang Yimo counted them on his fingers. If she saved a little more, maybe these items alone would be enough for her remaining 4 months in school. There is no need to move the things in the jade pendant space. Except of course the cooked food, which she uses to satisfy her own cravings as an important tool to maintain a beautiful life. Tang Yimo cherished every portion of those hot meals. She usually only ate 1 portion a week, and there were still hundreds of portions. She calculated very clearly that if she saved a little, it would last for several years. No matter how careful you are about what's on the surface, you can't hide it from your roommates who live with you day and night. At the end of the Tang dynasty, everyone knew that there was something in the cupboard, but they just didn't know how much there was. Neither Song Qing nor Li Lanlan are greedy people. Although 1 meal a day is a bit reluctant, it is not enough to starve to death. Although the little things they have saved are almost gone, they are not yet at the end of their rope. Besides, they estimated that Tang dynasty would only have a few bags of stuff at most, which was really not much compared to the 2 dormitories next to them. There are always some smart business talents among college students. In the late Tang dynasty, there were such people in the dormitories on both sides. In the previous semester, each of the 2 dormitories opened a canteen on a dormitory basis, mainly selling various drinks, braised eggs, sausage instant noodles, and other instant midnight snacks. Just make a phone call, and it will be delivered to the door of the dormitory immediately. The products sold in the 2 dormitories are different and complementary. So business is very good, and a lot of goods are hoarded in the dormitory. The 2 dormitories on the left only have 2 people in the dormitory during the holidays, and the one on the right has 3 people. The stock is enough for them to eat for a long time. Those are the real rich women, and everyone in the whole building envied them. There were even some shameless people who went to other people's dormitories to beg for things. As more people were rejected, the situation gradually subsided, leaving only resentment, envy, and jealousy. The water is no longer drinkable, and the number of school trips to the mountain has become less and less. From 5 days a week to 1 day. Climbing a mountain makes you thirsty. When you are thirsty, you need to drink water. But there is no water now. Going up the mountain was changed to 1 day a week, and the treatment was the same as catching fish. So the students who originally chose to catch fish in order to work less went back to the team going up the mountain. It was not strong to begin with, but now there are only about 20 people left, and even 5 small boats cannot fit in it. But this time the school has nothing to do. Life is so difficult, and many things don't want to be too strict. However, Tang Lianwei still didn't give up on Tang Mo. Every time when meals were served, he would stay in front of the team at the Academy of Biological Sciences for a long time, ogling him all the time, making everyone feel sick. When the fishing operation was disbanded again, Tang Lianwei finally caused trouble.
Tang Yimo, please wait a moment.
Seeing that everyone around him had almost left, Tang Lianwei stopped Tang Yimo. It's a pity that Tang Yimo was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked out as if he didn't hear him.
Don't leave yet. Just wait a moment, and I'll show you something nice.
Tang Lianwei rushed to Tang Yimo and blocked her path. He took off his backpack, unzipped it, and opened a small opening for Tang Yimo to see. While holding the bag, he looked around furtively, fearing that others would see what was going on here. Seeing him like this, Tang Yimo laughed angrily and looked into his bag.
Hey, a bottle of water and 2 packs.
Tang Yimo raised his eyebrows.
Now you know what I mean. Okay. As long as you follow me, I will give you these. And I will give you these every week. How about it?
Tang Lianwei smiled obscenely, with 4 big characters written all over his face. Determined to win. It's not that Tang Lianwei is too confident. Everyone is hungry and thirsty these days. And everyone's lips are starting to crack or even bleed. At this time, a bottle of water and 2 packs of instant noodles are even more beautiful than giving a girl 2 Hermes bags in the prosperous times.
I think I don't need to give you time to think at this time. Right.
Seeing that Tang Mo didn't say anything, Tang Lianwei thought she was surprised. He never thought that a girl could refuse such a superior offer.
The things are quite good. Aren't they clean?
Tang Mo said with a hint of a smile, but not a smile. Tang Lianwei's face turned pale.
Don't worry so much. Just say whether you want it or not.
Since becoming the person in charge, he has accumulated a lot of things in his small treasury. Some of these were deducted from other people's shares, and some were secretly taken from the warehouse when others were not paying attention. None of them could withstand the investigation.
Do not care.
Tang Mo bit each word very hard, tossed his bag, pushed Tang Lianwei away and left.
Okay. Just pretend. Don't come and beg me until the day you starve to death.
Tang Lianwei shouted from behind through gritted teeth.
Mo. Why is your bowl of rice so little?
Li Lanlan saw that the rice in Tang Mo's bowl was obviously half less than other people's, and she apologized for her injustice.
It's okay. They probably saw that I have a lot of meat and asked me to eat less and give the food to those in need.
Tang Mo teased as he put some rice into his mouth. She does look a little firmer than others because she often eats extra meals and exercises every day. Her proportions are very well proportioned and her complexion is rosy. She doesn't look sallow and skinny like others at all. Tang Mo knew very well that this was Tang Lianjia's masterpiece. As the spokespersons of the school leaders and holding the power of food, Tang Lianjia and Anyang are very prestigious among the group of student cadres. Regarding Tang Lianjia's revenge, Tang Mo really thought it was quite funny. She thought what she could do to herself. But she didn't expect that she would be given less than half a bowl of rice every meal. For a moment, Tang Mo felt like he was back in elementary school when he had conflicts with his classmates. He was really childish. But Tang Mo didn't expect that this half bowl of rice didn't matter to her. But to anyone else, it was a treasure equivalent to the lifeblood. Suddenly, the bowl in Tang Mo's hand sank. He looked down and found an extra piece of rice in the bowl. Song Ching over there took back his chopsticks and didn't say a word, as if nothing happened.
Hey, I've been so hungry recently that my stomach has become smaller, and I can't even eat anymore.
Li Lanlan muttered and divided some of the rice into Tang Mo's bowl. Seeing that there was more rice in his bowl than in Song Ching and Lanlan's bowls, Tang Mo felt sad. She suddenly remembered that they were like this in the previous life. Even though they didn't have enough to eat, they always gave the food to her, who was marginalized. Tears fell on the bowl drop by drop. Knowing that the rice that was put into the bowl could not be pushed back, Tang Mo simply did not push it anymore and lowered his head to pick up the rice vigorously. She will never forget this love. She has secrets about Song Ching and Li Lanlan. But no matter how close a relationship is, there will always be secrets. What she can be sure of is that she will survive the past 6 months with her roommates, so that they can all get out of school safely and reunite with their families. Only half of the people successfully walked out of school after half a year, and both the late Tang and Song Ching dynasties were lucky enough to become one of them with their skinny bodies. However, Li Lanlan died in an accident later. It was an accident caused by the school's wrong decision, and the number of casualties exceeded hundreds. In order to prevent infection, the school will cremate the deceased as soon as possible. Those whose parents can be contacted will send a message. Those who cannot be contacted simply become missing persons. Anyway, they are trapped here with no one to save them, and no law. This time, she may not be able to save others, but she must keep her 2 roommates safe. Chapter 15. She saw Tion Shir. After hitting a wall with the stubborn Tang Mo, it wasn't long before Tang Lianjia turned around and fell in love with another girl, and began to appear in front of everyone every day, hugging each other. That girl's name is Li Wei, a classmate from the late Tang dynasty. She looks a bit mature, and with her usual dress and curvy figure, she is also charming and pretty. Seeing Tang Lianjia touching Li Wei outside every day, Tang Mo and the others really felt like they were going to have a needle eye.
Why did this man give up for 3 buckets of rice? If I look at Tang Lianwei's face, I won't even be able to eat.
Li Lanlan complained. The news came from Li Wei's roommate. saying that Tang Lianwei would give Li Wei half a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles every week, and Li Wei would show off after taking them back. There are almost no secrets in the girls' dormitory. As soon as the news came out, everyone knew the reason why Li Wei and Oily Tang were together. When he first heard the news from Li Lanlan, Tang Mo spurted out water. Hey, if it were someone else, this salary would be even lower. It's just half a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles, folded in half. And it's quite awkward. It was a mutual agreement, but it was hard for Tang Mo to comment. Instead, Li Lanlan and Song Qing glared at her and strongly condemned her waste of water.
If you really want to give in, why would you choose Anyang over Tang Lianwei?
Tang Mo and Li Lanlan were both shocked. They really didn't expect that these words could come out of the serious Song Qing's mouth.
Anyang just doesn't like her. Haven't you heard that our school beauty Xiao Wei has been chasing Anyang for a long time? And Anyang didn't even pay attention to her. If the school beauty doesn't pay attention to her, others probably don't like her either.
Li Lanlan said, happily sharing gossip. Xiao Wei? There's indeed an impression of this person in the late Tang dynasty. But she remembers her last life. Tang Mo looked at Song Qing, who was sitting quietly reading a book. If she felt right, Anyang liked Song Qing in her previous life. But this happened very later. It was also because of Song Qing that she escaped death in the accident and finally survived by luck. But I don't know why. The two people didn't get together in the end. This issue was not figured out by the end of Tang dynasty. These two people are really a good match. If there is a chance, she really wants to bring them together this time, so that the lovers can finally get married. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Mo went to his secret base to practice as usual. It was already dark at 6 o'clock, and we couldn't see each other's faces even if we were a little far away on the road.
You have thought about it, but you can't change your mind after accepting the things.
By coincidence, Tang Mo heard Tang Lianwei's greasy voice. This voice haunted her for a month, and she couldn't help but hear it. Tang Mo shook his head and prepared to walk away. This scumbag didn't know which girl from a good family he was kidnapping. This is really not the indifference of the late Tang dynasty. The main reason is that although Tang Lianwei is lecherous and wretched, he is relatively principled. He only does what you and I want, and never forces the other party. So even if Tang Mo wanted to get involved now, the girl might not thank herself, but blame herself for being troublesome. Subconsciously glancing over there, Tang Mo dropped his feet just as he was about to lift them up. That girl. She knows. For convenience and to exercise his mental power at the same time, Tang Mo would use his mental power to strengthen his vision when he went out at night. So his eyesight was surprisingly good. She could tell at a glance that the girl opposite Tang Lianwei was an acquaintance. Professor Tion's daughter Tion Sure. Professor Tion has a son and a daughter both at T University. His son Tianjin is a counselor at T University, and his daughter Tion Sure is Professor Tion's daughter. She is only a sophomore this year. Professor Tion is usually very precious. Judging from the contact with Professor Tion's family in the late Tang dynasty, Tion Sure was not someone who would betray herself just for food. No. She really had to take care of this nosy matter today.
Think about it. Bring it.
Tion Sure stretched out her hand, but there was obvious disgust on her face.
A smart person like you is. Are you afraid of going hungry if you follow me in the future?
Tang Lianwei handed over the bag in his hand.
See you here at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Don't forget. Yes.
Tion Sure responded in a nonchalant manner and prepared to leave.
Sure. What are you doing?
A boy came out of nowhere, and his voice was so loud that Tang Mo was startled.
Brother, don't worry about it.
Tion Sure, who had always had a calm face, suddenly panicked and took her brother Tianjin's arm to leave.
I don't care. Do I just watch you destroy yourself like this?
Tianjin's voice increased in decibels, and he pulled out the bag in his sister's hand and threw it to the ground.
Take your things and get out. Get out!
Tianjin shouted towards Tang Lianwei, who had not yet recovered. He had been uneasy when he saw his sister during the day. At night because he was worried about following her out. He realized that his sister was going to destroy him in exchange for food. This made him, as an older brother, not angry.
Okay. Just wait for me.
Tang Lianwei was several sizes smaller than Tianjin. Naturally, he didn't dare to be tough. He said harsh words, picked up his bag of food and left quickly.
Brother, what am I doing for? I don't want you and Dad to starve to death.
Tion Sure's emotions collapsed, and her tears fell to the ground. When Tianjin saw his sister like this, his hands were hanging down and tightly clenched into fists. But he stopped talking. It's not that he doesn't know why his sister did this, but he really doesn't know what to say.
Excuse me. Why did Professor Tion starve to death?
Tang Mo walked out from behind the big tree on one side and asked doubtfully.
Sorry. I was just passing by and happened to hear you mention Professor Tion's name.
She really didn't understand that although school employees also had one meal a day, they were much better off than students. Coupled with the things she and her roommates gave to the professor at the beginning. Even if Professor Tion's family didn't have enough to eat, they would definitely not starve to death.
It's the end of Tang Dynasty.
After seeing the face of the visitor clearly, the expressions of Tianjin's brother and sister instantly softened from their initial defensiveness. Tang Mo was Professor Tion's beloved disciple and often visited the laboratory. The two of them had met before. Moreover, their father told them that most of the supplies that came later were sent from the late Tang Dynasty, and asked them to remember their kindness. If Tianjin hadn't asked Tianjin to find out how things were going in the late Tang Dynasty, Professor Tion would have returned those things later.
Did something happen to Professor Tion?
Tang Mo continued to ask, seeing that Tang Mo was not an outsider. And with anxious expressions on their faces, the brother and sister gathered their emotions and told Tang Mo the whole story one by one. Chapter 16 Professor Tion's Invitation. After listening for a long time, Tang Mo finally figured out what the problem was. The problem is that he is Professor Tion. The reason why the late Tang Dynasty wanted to protect Professor Tion to survive the Great Famine safely was because Professor Tion used his own food rations to keep her alive in her previous life. Now, because of the late Tang Dynasty, Professor Tion has more food. But he did not choose to make his life better, but chose to help more people. In Professor Tion's heart, his beloved disciples, including Tang Mo, are all children. Their lives have just begun, and their future life will be much more meaningful than that of an old man like himself. Therefore, he distributed almost all his food to his students in the early days of the famine, and later always subsidized them, resulting in that his own food was always not enough. Tianjin and Tianshir really felt sorry for their father, but their share was not much. Helpless, Tianshir decided to commit herself to Tang Lianjia in exchange for more food for her father. If Professor Tion knew that his kindness almost led to the outcome of the daughter he had loved for 20 years, I wonder if he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Tang Mo lowered his head and listened silently to Tianjin and Tianshir's love and complaints about their father. She couldn't say anything, so she accused Professor Tion of being more than the Holy Father and causing a burden to her family? She is not qualified because Professor Tion was not as kind as Professor Tion in her previous life, and there was no way she could have left the school alive. Tang Mo actually understood Professor Tion's mood. Apart from the fact that the people being helped were Professor Tion's students, Professor Tion felt more guilty about himself. Professor Tion feels that if he had not wanted the children to stay in school and conduct experiments, they would not be trapped in school and separated from their families now. So he has to be responsible for them, so that he can be worthy of each of their parents.
In this case, Teacher Tion, you can go back first. I will go to your office to find you tomorrow.
Tang Mo took off the backpack he was carrying, put his hand in the backpack and quietly took out 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 packs of instant noodles from the space.
Take these things and give them to the professor first. He is old and will have physical problems if he is hungry for a long time.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he rushed things into Tianjin's hands.
This is it.
Tianjin looked down.
No, these are too precious. Really too precious. I can't have them.
After seeing clearly what it was, Tianjin hurriedly pushed the thing back. Tianshir also looked in agreement and did not want to accept the things from the end of Tang Dynasty. She asked for Tang Lianwei's things in exchange for them. But Tang Mo was also a helpless girl in school, and these things were her lifeblood. It must be said that brothers and sisters Tianjin and Tianshir were educated very well by Professor Tion.
It's necessary. If you really don't want it, just throw it away. I don't want it either.
See you tomorrow,
Teacher Tion.
After saying these words, Tang Mo turned around and ran away, leaving only the 2 brothers and sisters looking at each other, still stunned and stunned. The next day, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he went to the student affairs office to find Tianjin, who still insisted on working at his post. It's now a famine year, and we're stuck here without even seeing tomorrow. And most of the faculty and staff have already left their posts. Only some professors who regard science as their life are still fighting in the laboratory and continuing to do unfinished experiments as if nothing has happened. There are also counselors and teachers, like Tion who stay in school every day to provide psychological counseling to children on the verge of collapse. Tion was the only one in the huge office. Tang Mo was not very polite after knocking on the door, and went straight to the topic after sitting down.
This is something I said before. If I put it with the professor, he will definitely distribute it to the students in the laboratory. If I put it with you, you can take some with you every day and watch him finish it.
Tang Mo took out a black plastic bag from his bag and placed it on Tion's table. Inside, she packed 6 bottles of mineral water, a 5-pack of instant noodles, and some compressed biscuits. What's special is that there is also a pack of soy milk powder for the elderly. Although it is not possible to drink it with water now, you can eat it dry to supplement the professor's nutrition. She has calculated these things. And if she saves a little, plus the remaining food that the professor originally gave her, there will be no problem if she persists for 2 weeks. In this current situation, drinking mineral water is not based on the bottle, but on the mouth. She really has a lot of these things.
I will send you some things in half a month from now on. You don't have to save these,
Tang Mo instructed. There are only more than 3 months left before leaving school, and she still doesn't lack these things. But it's really not that she can't afford to give more. First, she can't explain that there are too many things. Second, human nature is not kind. She must help Professor Tion and his family, but she does not want them to become dependent. As for the students in the professor's laboratory, Tang Mo asked himself, it was really not his turn to help.
Where did you get these things?
Compared to last night's surprise, Tion was shocked today. According to Tang Mo's intention, not only this time, but also in the future, he will continue to bring things.
Professor Tion has predicted before that big things will happen in the future due to changes in the ecological environment. At that time, I started to hoard things. If it weren't for the professor, I wouldn't be able to have so many supplies now. So even if it's my thanks, you must accept it.
Afraid that Tion would not accept the things, Tang Mo specially thought up the words. Of course, he said these to relieve Professor Tion and others' guilt.
Then I'll accept it. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, as long as I can help,
I'll be happy to help you.
Tion hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to accept it when Tang Mo looked like he really didn't need it. It's not that he doesn't understand the preciousness of food now, but when these things are placed in front of him and thinking about his father's recent physical condition, he really can't say no. He couldn't change his father's stubbornness, and he couldn't bear to see his father getting weaker day by day. This was a life-saving favor. Tion made up his mind in his heart that no matter what happened to him in the future in the late Tang dynasty, he would pay this favor back even if he risked his own life.
Classmate Tang, don't leave yet. My father will be here soon. He said last night that he must see you.
Seeing Tang Mo getting up to leave, Tion hurriedly spoke out to persuade him to stay.
Good.
She hadn't seen the professor for a long time, and she missed this old man who was kind to her. While chatting with Tion about the recent psychological developments of the students, Tang Mo, who was waiting, soon met Professor Tion.
Tang Mo, come with me to do experiments.
After expressing his gratitude and chatting for a while, Professor Tion said, he is a straightforward person and does not use too many polite words.
You are the most talented child I have ever seen. Your talent must be used in the laboratory.
The professor was really right. Tang Mo was indeed extremely talented in learning. During the college entrance examination, he entered the school with the first score in the college. He had the highest grade point every semester. Even Wen Ching, who studied the hardest, could not catch up. The experiments that Professor Tion is currently conducting are of great significance to all mankind in the era of famine. She sincerely hopes that Tang Mo can join her experiments. Chapter 17, Entering the Laboratory for the First Time. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he often went to Professor Tion's laboratory to help during the semester and did research with many of his graduate students. But this time, she went back to school in the name of participating in a summer camp. She had nothing to do with Professor Tion, so she never went to the laboratory again. Professor Tion is a top expert in biological sciences. After the famine era began, he mainly studied soil. Half a year later, he began to study doomsday organisms and plants. If I remember correctly, in the late Tang Dynasty, Professor Tion later became a 5-star protected figure of the Alliance because he developed an energy bar with exotic animal meat as the main material and solved the problem of national hunger. In the last life of Tang Dynasty, she also received an invitation from Professor Tion. But at that time, she was only able to survive in the school because of Professor Tion's care, thinking that he just pitted her. Although I was very interested in the content of the experiment, I still refused because of my own pride.
Okay. I'll report to the laboratory on time tomorrow.
Tang Mo smiled brightly. Professor Tion is a man of high scientific attainments. His research has continued throughout the end of the world and has brought many valuable wealth to mankind. Even just being able to participate and simply learn some knowledge would be a great honor for Tang Mo. Of course, she wanted to participate. After setting a time with the professor, she arrived at the laboratory on time the next morning. Professor Tion's laboratory is the most well-equipped laboratory at T University. In addition to Professor Tion, there are 6 students in it, counting Tang Mo who came today. There are exactly 7. The 4 boys are graduate students brought by Professor Tion, except for Tang Mo. The 2 girls are all undergraduates in the School of Biological Sciences. After a quick scan, she didn't recognize a few of the boys, but she knew all the girls. One is her roommate Song Ching. As the second-ranked student in the college, Song Ching was not surprised to be here in the late Tang Dynasty. The other one is a
goddess-level
figure who will become famous in school in the future. Wen Ching. Objectively speaking, Wen Ching's appearance is only 6 points, which can't even be compared with Song Ching, who has always been simple and untidy.
Let alone compared with the late Tang Dynasty, whose facial features are extremely exquisite. Her road to fame is simple. Just because she is a space power user. Of course, it can only hold things, which is nothing unusual for today's schools. The most important thing is that there is a farm and a stream in Wen Ching's space, which can produce food and water. In this current situation of waiting to die, what could be more precious than these 2 things? However, Tang Mo, who now also had the space of the jade pendant, couldn't help but wonder that perhaps Wen Ching did not have space powers, but someone who had space treasures like her. At least in all the years that followed, she had never heard of a space-based superpower who could grow things in his or her space.
This is the end of the Tang Dynasty. From today on, I will do experiments with everyone.
Professor Tion introduced.
Hello everyone. Please take good care of me in the future.
Tang Mo smiled and greeted very humbly. Song Ching was stunned for a moment when he saw Tang Mo coming, and then nodded with relief. In her eyes, Tang Mo lying on the bed, with the curtains drawn every day was too decadent. It was really great to be in the laboratory now. Song Ching was like an old mother worrying about the late Tang Dynasty. The boys were all very excited when they saw a good-looking junior sister coming to the laboratory. Although Tang Mo wears a simple sportswear, a backpack and neat short hair, the real beauty cannot be blocked by clothes.
Hello, little junior sister. My name is Hu Chi.
The tallest and most well-dressed boy among the senior brothers was the first to say hello. His playful and smiling personality looks very good, and with the logo all over his body, Tang Mo can tell that he is a rich second generation.
Zhao
Tianxi, the second person to introduce himself, was a pair of twins. Both of them were fat and full of joy.
Hello, junior sister. My name is Li Guodong.
The last person who introduced himself was a boy wearing very simple clothes. His words were a little awkward, as if he rarely talked to girls. Tang Mo nodded and said hello to everyone. But Wen Ching's attitude was a little cold, and she turned away after simply saying her name. She originally thought that she was the most beautiful girl in the laboratory, and her senior brothers took good care of her. Now that Tang Mo is here, seeing how attentive her senior brothers are, she feels uncomfortable. What's the use of looking good, other than starving to see if you can still smile in 2 days? Wen Ching touched the bracelet on her wrist. If it wasn't the best time to announce it now, she would definitely look good to Tang Mo. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't bother to pay attention to her. After changing his clothes, he started to understand the experiment. Professor Tion's laboratory is currently doing soil analysis, taking samples from the land every 3 days, and then analyzing them. They found that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the molecular structure of the soil changes, making it less able to provide plants with the nutrients they need to grow and damaging their root structures. The most frightening thing is that the molecular structure in this soil was not finalized on the first day of the end of the world, but is constantly undergoing movement, division and change. No one can say what it will look like in the end. Professor Tion has been studying how to change such a structure and restore the land to a state that can be planted. Moreover, Professor Tion has always had a bold idea. That is, the rapid fragmentation of molecular structures in soil may not be a bad thing, if they can be used well. They may one day become the best nutrients for plants. Tang Mo's professional knowledge was very solid. He quickly understood Professor Tion's intention, and quickly got started and participated in the experiment. She didn't know whether the fission of the soil could accelerate plant growth through artificial intervention. But this research may have a lot to do with the legendary genetic medicine in the future that will promote the rapid division and growth of human attributes. Could it be that Professor Tion is also involved in the research of genetic agents? Because the current environment is too difficult. Even during the lunch break, everyone goes to the designated place to receive their share in water, and then comes back to find a place to eat. It has been almost 3 months since the start of the famine era. The school has basically run out of ammunition and food. The white flour and pickles have long been separated. Now there is only some rice left. Half a bowl of thin rice is given to the students every day to sustain their lives. Making porridge requires a lot of water. So the amount of water given to each person has changed from half a bottle to a quarter bottle. We can't last long like this. Wen Ching was sitting in a small room where equipment was kept in the laboratory, sucking sips of rice soup from the bowl.
I've been looking for you for a long time. Your lunch break place is really secretive.
Tang Mo opened the door and came in, looking around.
There's also a small bed, so I can enjoy it. I don't have the habit of taking a lunch break. You can go to sleep later.
Knowing that she had gotten up very late every day before the end of Tang Dynasty, Wen Ching was afraid that she would suddenly be unaccustomed to getting up early. So Wen Ching said. Tang Mo went out to train for nearly 4 hours every night. When he came back, he fell into bed and fell asleep. He had nothing to do during the day, so he had the habit of sleeping in.
Here, I left half of it for you. It would be too wasteful for me to eat it alone.
Tang Mo handed over the half-broken puff pastry bread. Wen Ching didn't notice anyone else, so he took a bite. Being in the same dormitory, she naturally knew that Tang Mo had more food than they thought, so she was not polite to her. When the soft bread melted in her mouth, she felt something was wrong. Nowadays, the bread has been stored for several months. Even if it has not passed the expiration date, it will not taste so fresh. The bread she just ate was as if it had just been produced. The fresh texture made people salivate. The strangeness in her eyes quickly disappeared. Wen Ching was a very sensible person. If others didn't want to tell her, she would not take the initiative to inquire about other people's secrets. Chapter 18 Wen Ching's Secret. Another week passed peacefully, and we entered the 3rd month of the famine era. At this time, the school had basically run out of food and supplies. Each person could only get 2 mouthfuls of food at a time, and the water was barely enough to keep people alive, just to lubricate their lips. The school suddenly became quiet. No one wanted to waste any more words. Everyone was lying haggard in the dormitory to save energy. There were still 3 months before he could go out. Tang Mo counted the time in his mind. At this time, she had already opened the cabinet, and there were 5 boxes of water and 7 or 8 boxes of food inside. These were enough to sustain her and Wen Ching. Li Lanlan.
Mo, you actually saved so much.
When he saw Tang Mo opening the cabinet for the first time, Li Lanlan's mouth formed an O shape. Like Wen Ching, the two hesitated for a long time. But in the end, they did not refuse the kindness of the late Tang Dynasty. The Green Hills are not afraid of running out of firewood. They remember their love in the late Tang Dynasty. As long as they can live well, they will be able to pay it back one day. But even with everything in front of them, Wen Ching and Lan Lan were very restrained. No matter how much Tang Dynasty persuaded them, each of them only drank a quarter of a bottle of mineral water and a little dry food every day. If you take one more bite, you will never touch it again. Such a peaceful day became disrupted when a school distributed food. When everyone gathered in the playground to collect their share of food and prepare to leave as usual, they suddenly heard a high-decibel female voice yelling,
"Students, don't leave. I have something to say."
Wen Ching squeezed out from the crowd and walked onto the national flag stand. Her face raised and her steps brisk. Everyone who was about to leave stopped one after another, wanting to hear what she had to say. The peaceful days had been going on for a long time, and they wanted to look forward to the slightest disturbance.
"Lend me the microphone,"
she said to Anyang beside her. Seeing that the girl in front of him had a rosy complexion, unlike everyone else who looked sallow and skinny, Anyang mentally turned around and handed over the microphone in his hand.
"That's right. I think almost all of you have space attribute values of 0.
Wen Ching confirmed this as soon as the attribute value appeared.
"But I am different from you. I have space powers, and my space is a farm and a clear spring. There is a lot of food grown in it, which can be taken out for everyone to eat, and help everyone get through this difficult time.
After speaking tenderly, he threw the microphone aside and raised his head to wait for the admiration and praise of the people below.
Since you have space and food, why didn't you take out the food earlier? Didn't you wait until everyone is starving to death before taking it out? It's just that my roommate is so hungry that his stomach is bleeding. If you had told me earlier, everyone wouldn't have suffered for so long. How much food do you have in that space? Is it enough for all of us to eat?
The students below suddenly burst into loud discussions. Everyone was indeed happy. But there was also more dissatisfaction. Attribute values are not a new thing. Even if you don't know it originally. The watch has been bound for a month. It's too insulting to everyone's intelligence to say that you just learned about your own space. Looking at the sharp contrast between the rosy face of Wen Ching standing on the stage and his own dry face, the psychology of the students below became even more unbalanced.
You?
She didn't expect the reaction of her classmates at all. And she was so angry that her face turned red, and she couldn't speak. She originally wanted to be the savior when everyone was in the most difficult time so that she could achieve the best results. But she didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Tang Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. In her previous life, she was like a walking zombie and had no memory of such a good show. Does Wen Ching treat everyone as fools? Everyone here is a top academic figure, with countless twists and turns in their minds. With her little tricks, she might be able to trick an elementary school student or a junior high school student. Tang Mo became more and more curious. She wanted to see what Wen Ching, the savior, wanted to do, and how long he wanted to do it.
Everyone, please go back first. We will discuss today's matters with Student Wen first. Once the specific issues are clear, we will send you a detailed announcement.
Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Anyang picked up the microphone that Wen Ching had thrown away and said, if what Wen Ching said is true, then he must not intensify the conflict between her and her classmates at this time. Today's incident is a bombshell for everyone. The school leaders immediately held an emergency meeting and invited Wen Ching to the conference room to understand the situation. After 2 full hours, from Wen Ching's dictation and everyone's questions, I finally got a clearer understanding of Wen Ching's space. There is a farm in Wen Ching's space that is about the size of a small playground. Half of it is planted with cabbage, radish, potatoes and other simple vegetables, and the other half is planted with wheat. Everything in the space moves at will. So whether it's sowing and watering or picking and grinding wheat into flour, Wen Ching doesn't have to do it personally. It can be done in an instant. The plants in the space mature very quickly. A batch of wheat can mature in a month, and vegetables can mature once in half a month. Now the warm and sunny space is filled with mature crops. Regarding the seeds, Wen Ching said that her family was from a rural area, and the last time she helped her family buy online, the world ended before she could send them out. This statement made several leaders look at each other. Obviously they didn't believe it. But no one would expose it at this time. The clear spring Wen Ching mentioned was a small pond next to the farm, and the water in it was stagnant water. She tried raising fish in it, but failed. But she tried it, and found that the water was drinkable. Not only did she use it to drink, but she also took some out for bathing every day. It's okay to put things in Wen Ching's space, but not living things. So, this is a mobile granary and reservoir. Everyone immediately realized the huge value behind Wen Ching's space. If it weren't for the fact that her space power couldn't deprive her of the transformation, most of the people here would want to keep it for themselves. Sensing the greed in everyone's eyes, Wen Ching shuddered and subconsciously touched her wrist.
Classmate 1. At such a difficult time for the school, you are able to contribute your own space. It is really a huge contribution. All the students will be grateful for your kindness. You are the savior of all of us.
The vice principal stood up excitedly and shook hands with Wen Ching. As expected of someone who has been in his position for more than 10 years, Wen Ching's space became public in just one sentence. Contribution is such a good word. Wen Ching obviously didn't notice this, and was already immersed in the admiration and great glory of everyone. This is right. She wants everyone to be grateful to her. She wants to be everyone's savior.
Then let's discuss how to use this food. Anyang, please make a plan immediately, and we'll discuss it with Student Wen.
The leader turned his attention to Anyang.
Okay.
Anyang nodded immediately, and turned to discuss with the student leader next to him how to distribute the food in Wen Ching's space as the best solution. Chapter 19 Everyone is saved. Anyang's plan was quickly discussed, based on the land area and food storage capacity in Wen Ching's space. The plan was planned very carefully. By the 3rd month of the famine era, the school had basically run out of food. and the students were starving and had no food left in their bellies. In order to appease everyone, the plan is to change the meal distribution from once a day to twice a day. The daily limit is still 1 steamed bun, but vegetables can be supplied to everyone. The amount of water is half a bottle of mineral water per person. Her estimate of the area of the pond in Wen Ching space may not be accurate. It will be gone after drinking it, so she still has to save some to be prepared. In the current environment, food rots too quickly if taken out at once. So everyone decided to put things in a warm and sunny space and just take out the amount you need every day.
Classmate 1. Do you think this plan is okay?
The school leaders first looked at the plan presented by Anyang, and then presented it to Wen Ching when they thought it was okay.
Just do as you say, but I have a request.
Wen Ching's head hurt when she looked at the plan. After all, the food in the space was renewable, and she didn't care about it.
There are some people at school that I don't have a good relationship with. I don't want to give them my food. No problem. No problem. You naturally have the power to distribute your things.
Anyang replied directly. In his eyes, Wen Ching was just trying to control the little girl's temper and did not have a good relationship with 3 or 2 people. Unexpectedly, Wen Ching took out her mobile phone, added Anyang's friends, and directly sent him a list of more than 30 people. Looking at the list of men, women, teachers and classmates, Anyang was speechless. But he still agreed. All he can do is think of ways to subsidize these people on the list behind the scenes. The meeting lasted for 5 hours, and it was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the school official officially sent a message to the group. A few sentences introduced the situation of Wen Ching space, and then informed everyone of the changes in the food distribution. 2 meals a day? And half a bottle of water? Seeing this, everyone was excited. Some people's eyes were red. Are they really saved? Anyang called Wen Ching out in the group.
Everything we do in the future will come from Wen Ching. Thank you to Wen Ching for your selfless dedication, so that everyone can survive.
It has to be said that Anyang has an extremely accurate grasp of people's psychology. Everyone was flooding the screen with words of thanks. After the real benefits were distributed to themselves, no one cared whether Wen Ching had some hidden agenda.
You can't tell that Wen Ching is quite selfless.
Li Lanlan looked at the words.
2 meals a day.
Her eyes became a little straight, and she joined the army of people who swiped the screen. Song Ching and Tang Mo didn't speak. They were in the same laboratory. Song Ching could see clearly what kind of person Wen Ching was, let alone Tang Mo. Selfless? Maybe, but maybe not that noble. Wen Ching did it for vanity, and to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by stars. It really had nothing to do with worrying about everyone's life and death. Lan Lan was overthinking it. But no matter what the purpose, Tang Mo was still very grateful to be able to take out the things. Not everyone can give up their secrets in exchange for a good reputation. If it weren't for Wen Ching, the school wouldn't have been able to survive with so many people in the previous life. But by the next day, Tang Mo was not in such a good mood and felt really helpless.
Did you get the wrong portion? We are missing 1 portion.
Song Ching, as the head of the dormitory, looked at the food in his hands.
That's right.
The student cadre who distributed things flipped through the list in his hand. How precious food is these days. They can't go wrong with every portion.
There is a person named Tang Mo in your dormitory. She doesn't have anything to do with it. Why? Our family at the end of Tang Dynasty is not a T-level person, so we still treat him differently.
Li Lanlan was the first to get angry.
Then I don't know. If you have any questions, you can ask Anyang yourself.
The boy pointed his fingers in the direction of the national flag stand.
Thank you. I understand.
Tang Mo grabbed Li Lanlan, who was about to rush forward to argue.
Forget it, Lanlan. It has nothing to do with them. It must be her intention that the thing belongs to Wen Ching.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he did not know Wen Ching in his previous life, so she was not missing when sharing the food. This time, the butterfly effect caused her to meet her in the laboratory early. She didn't know what was wrong, but Wen Ching didn't like her. Tang Mo thought about it carefully and realized that he had nothing to do with her. Right? She was aware of Wen Ching's operations in the previous life. As long as the people who had offended her had no share in sharing things, there was no point in telling Anyang. After all, the things were not entirely from the school. They were Wen Ching's personal possessions. Tang Mo never imagined that the reason he offended Wen Ching was because he was too eye-catching and received more attention from his senior brothers in the laboratory.
That's too much. You didn't offend her either. It's not because she's jealous of you because you're beautiful.
Li Lanlan pouted, unintentionally revealing the truth.
Eat mine. Anyway, I have a lot to share now. I will get a bowl for you when I get back to the dormitory. I'll give you some of mine. And Lon and I will share it evenly. So we'll have 3 parts.
Song Ching also said. There was still food in the late Tang dynasty. And there was no shortage of water. But now the food we were given included vegetables. Green vegetables? They haven't eaten vegetables for a long time. And the skin on their bodies is extremely dry.
Okay. Then I will eat yours from now on. But I have to support you both.
Tang Mo smiled and agreed. Her current relationship with her roommates could almost be described as taking care of each other. And she could afford this. Regarding Wen Ching's hostility, Tang Mo was just a little helpless and didn't take it to heart. She is a very clear-minded person. And Wen Ching is free to give her things to whomever she wants. What's more, I have always been eating from her space. Both in the past and now. I accept her feelings. Although I can't agree with this person's character and behavior. I can't say anything bad. Not bad. Just childish at most. Such a character will teach her how to behave in the last days. Since the space incident was announced, Wen Ching has never been to the laboratory again. She only walks around the playground twice a day while distributing things. Always followed by 2 boys from the physical education department. Those 2 boys were arranged by the school leaders. They said that the school was in chaos and asked them to protect her. Who dares to take this mobile granary for the entire school lightly? It is said to be protection. But in fact it is no different from surveillance. Wen Ching didn't feel it herself. She was wandering around happily, feeling better, and wanted to find someone to ask some questions.
Does the food taste good? Does the water taste good? Are you happy now?
The people who were questioned all had black lines on their faces. This was the attitude of a grassroots inspection under the leadership. He flattered her with his mouth, but scolded her in his heart. Everyone was grateful for her things. But her condescending attitude of always treating herself as God made it hard for everyone to respect her. However, she could only complain silently behind her back. If she found out, she would have to add herself to her blacklist. No one could afford to offend Wen Ching now. Chapter 20 Goodbye Ling. With food and water now available, the lifeless and depressing atmosphere in the school suddenly eased a lot. Tang Mo returned to her regular life. On Monday, she would go fishing in the water to try her luck. If she caught something, she would secretly put it in her own space. From Tuesday to Friday, she would go to the laboratory. During the day, I focused on training my mental strength. I trained on my physical fitness every night and on weekends. I also became more comfortable with the knife. At the end of Tang Dynasty, when she was always paying attention to various attributes of her body, she finally discovered a pattern. That is, according to her training method and intensity, her health, strength and attribute values can increase by 1 point every week on average, while her mental strength can increase by 3 points. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he was not greedy, and this speed was enough. You must know that most people still don't know that their attribute values can be increased. She has already seized the opportunity. Although the attribute values have not increased much, she has an intuitive feeling for every increase. My body gets tired less and less easily. I run faster and faster. And I swing the knife more and more easily. Every signal told her that she was getting stronger. This made Tang Mo feel very safe. It was another night. Tang Mo was sweating all over from practicing as usual. He put down his knife, sat on the ground and started eating malatang. Rumble. The sound of propellers came from the sky. This sound was very familiar to Tang Mo. It was also the same sound when the country issued ID watches to the women trapped in the fog that day. This time the helicopter came again. But he didn't know that it was secretly delivering something to that powerful person at this late hour. The foggy area is closed. But that doesn't mean there's no way to bring things in from the outside. With such an operation, the background behind it is not just 1 point or 2. She had heard about it before. But this was the first time she saw it. Quickly putting away his things and the half-eaten malatang, Tang Mo patted his butt and stood up, looking around for someone. In such an open place at night, it is natural to avoid people. The person taking things must be nearby now.
Yes. Drive a little further east. Yes. Yes. This is it. Throw it. And throw it accurately this time. Last time, I ran 800 meters.
At this time, Tang Mo, who had strengthened his vision and hearing, slowly approached the person on the call, until I saw that person's back. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stopped moving. That is the Qianling Mountains. Tang Mo's heart was beating loudly in her chest. She tried hard to calm herself down, but she was not under her control at all. Qin Ling was the person he liked in his previous life. She and Qin Ling met very later. During the 5th month of being trapped in school. During that big crisis. She and Qin Ling were trapped together for a whole week. She didn't have any food on her. Qin Ling had some. But not much. The two of them just made do with each other for that week. Later. Qin Ling kept pulling her to do tasks. Always giving her food whether she wanted it or not. She never knew why Qin Ling had so much food. And it didn't look like the food distributed by school at all. In the next 2 months. Although it was not stated explicitly. The two of them were probably together. Qin Ling usually talks nonchalantly and likes to tease her. But he is extremely serious about one thing. And that is,
Tang Mo, I will still protect you after you go out. And I will take you home.
After the fog cleared, the two went back to their respective homes and agreed to meet again the next day. But when he returned home at the end of Tang Dynasty, he found out that his mother had passed away and he went to Uncle Lin. And then he found out that Qin Ling's family background was excellent. It is the top of the 3 giants in the league. Even better than the Wen family. Qin Ling is so good. What does she mean in the late Tang Dynasty? She has no mother. No space. The exotic treasures are sold casually. And the attributes are so mediocre that it is difficult to even protect herself. What qualifications does she have to go home with Qin Ling? Later. At the end of the Tang Dynasty. Qin Ling's communications were blocked. And when Qin Ling frantically posted missions in the alliance to find her. She hid in small teams that did not require registration and lived like an ant. As the pride of heaven since childhood. She has no pride left now. But she still has a little self-respect. Pride was useless. But she would have to rely on it for the rest of her life. When she was watching TV series as a child. Tang Mo couldn't understand why the terminally ill heroines had to leave alone secretly. She felt it was hypocritical. But at that time, she understood that in front of the person she loves, everyone wants to leave the last bit of dignity for themselves.
Who are you?
Qin Ling frowned when he saw the girl standing behind him. What a pity. The things have been thrown down and cannot be replaced. When did she stand here? Qin Ling's heart turned 18 times in an instant. Seeing the girl standing there without answering, he couldn't care too much and lowered his head to find the package. In order not to be seen by others, he could only ask his family to send a helicopter to come at night. And it was very difficult to find things in the dark.
How about I help you find it? I have good eyesight.
Tang Mo asked him.
What conditions?
Qin Ling raised his eyebrows. Now that she has seen it, it seems that the blood can come out or come out today.
A meal. I'll come to you and ask for it when I'm desperate. Make a deal.
The eyesight in the late Tang Dynasty was strengthened by spiritual power. So it was naturally incomparable to Qin Ling. Qin Ling has been practicing martial arts since he was a child. And his strength and agility are his greatest strengths. After a while, Tang Mo found 4 of the 5 packages, counting the one Qin Ling found himself. They were all. Qin Ling really didn't expect that with this short-haired girl helping him. He could find things so quickly.
There are 2 brushes.
Qin Ling took the package from Tang Mo and praised it.
What does it smell like?
Qin Ling sniffed it carefully as he passed by Tang Mo.
What does Malatang taste like?
Qin Ling's eyes were full of content. His face got closer to the end of Tang Dynasty. Tang Mo let him look at him and did not hide back. Just now, he was busy looking for something and didn't look carefully. Now when I take a look, I realize that this girl is really pretty. The most important thing is that his face is still rosy and shiny. And he doesn't look like he is starving at all.
Is there something good? Why don't you take it out and exchange it for some? I promise you won't suffer a loss.
Qin Ling is currently trapped in school. But that doesn't mean he has little knowledge. He knows many things outside through his family's news network. Whether it's space powers or space treasures. Nothing is unusual.
Do you have a dog's nose?
Tang Mo rolled his eyes. How could he still smell it after so long? After thinking about it, I took out the remaining half bowl of Malatang from the space.
Do you want more of what I've eaten?
The matter of space in the late Tang Dynasty would be exposed sooner or later. She had already made up the story that she discovered the space power and stored some food before the famine started. It's just that in school, everyone's sense of community and morality is still relatively strong. So it's not convenient to disclose the matter of her space. When you are outside, no one can take it for granted that if you have something, you have to give it to others. Isn't that a disease? She felt at ease with Qin Ling's mouth. Although he usually didn't speak properly, when it came to serious matters, he was more serious than anyone else. Chapter 21 The Person I Like. Seeing Tang Mo conjuring up a bowl of spicy soup. Qin Ling, who was prepared, was stunned for a moment. He also didn't expect that the girl in front of him would be so happy after her trump card was revealed. He thought he would have to play cat and mouse game for a while. It was really fun and cool.
How about I get a pack of things in exchange?
Qian Ling raised the things in his arms.
Deal.
Tang Mo agreed immediately. She ate a lot of food from Qian Ling in her previous life. And she knew what was in it. Chocolate, cookies, soda, and her favorite beef jerky.
You didn't even ask what's in it?
Qian Ling put the package on the ground, took the malatang, and ate it with big mouthfuls, not wanting to be half-eaten by Tang Mo.
Oh, what's in that?
Tang Mo looked at him eating with a smile. After leaving school, she only saw him in the Alliance daily, and on the ranking list. At that time, he was not as happy as he is now. He always frowned, and was not cute at all.
It's nothing. I won't let you down anyway. If you are short of something in the future, come to me. As long as you give me cooked food in exchange, I can get you anything.
Qian Ling is not bragging. The world is in chaos now, and he can really fix anything.
Okay,
Tang Mo responded, after carrying the package back to the dormitory. Tang Mo did not immediately wash up and go to bed as usual, but carefully put the package into the back of the cabinet.
Hey, it doesn't look like you went out to talk to your mother on the phone. It looks like you went on a date with your boyfriend.
Li Lanlan joked.
The things are not given by little boys. Yeah.
Originally Li Lanlan was just joking at the end of Tang Dynasty, but she didn't expect that she really responded with a serious face.
Is he really a boy?
Li Lanlan put down the phone in his hand, and even Song Qing looked over. There were a lot of people chasing her in the last few years of college in the late Tang Dynasty, but they had never heard of her receiving gifts from anyone, let alone falling in love.
Who?
Lanlan asked.
The person I like.
Tang Mo just said a few words and went to the toilet with her things. She couldn't do it without bathing others. She sweated a lot every day. No matter how precious the water was, she still had to wipe herself. Li Lanlan and Song Qing were left looking at each other in the dormitory, not knowing which lucky person got Tang Marin's favor. The next day was Monday. As usual, Tang Dynasty got up early and went into the water to catch fish. The weather is getting colder and colder, and fewer people can insist on going into the water. Tang Lianwei stood on the shore, holding his new girlfriend in his arms. I heard she was the beauty of the School of Foreign Languages. He has long forgotten about Tang Mo. He wanted to chase Wen Ching some time ago, but unfortunately Wen Ching didn't look at him seriously, and only talked to the old cadre in Anyang. That is to say, you have some space. Otherwise, I would really look down on your appearance. Tang Lianwei hugged the little beauty in his arms tightly and spit.
This is.
After entering the water, Xian, who was standing next to Tang Mo, suddenly exclaimed,
Why is the color of this fish silver?
Hearing this, Tang Mo immediately realized something, and stepped towards Xian while stepping on the water. I saw a silver fish swimming in the water at their feet, which was very conspicuous in the clear water.
Catch it!
Tang Mo called to his squad leader. She and Xian were the only two people in the nearby water. Tang Lianwei was far away from the shore and only focused on flirting and didn't notice it. Xian had already taken action without Tang Mo's reminder. This was a good thing, and everyone knew it. After all, his agility had improved in the late Tang Dynasty, and he could hold a cloth bag very quickly. But due to the limitations of the tools, Xian was still not as fast as Xian. Xian took a tennis ball and slapped it on the silverbait's head. Looking at the strength of his hands, Xian's strength is quite high. Tang Mo thought in his mind. Anyone slapped on the head would be confused at this time, let alone a fish. Seeing the fish roll his eyes, Xian picked it up, but after he got it in his hand, he was in trouble. Where could he hide this fish while he was still naked? If this is hidden in pants, it's a bit too obvious. It's simply disrespectful to treat others like blind people in broad daylight.
Otherwise, give it to me first, and I'll give it to you when you get back later,
Tang Mo suggested. Xian didn't show any pretense and handed the fish over directly. Tang Mo was wearing a one-piece suit, so it wouldn't be conspicuous if it was stuffed anywhere. What's more, girls, even if others have questions, it won't matter. Is it possible that a group of big men can still search girls? Tang Mo stuffed the fish down her trouser legs, but actually put it directly into the space. But her legs were not in the water, and Xian couldn't see clearly. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the end. After the two people landed, they exchanged glances and went to a nearby teaching building one after another. They found an empty classroom and entered, locking the door.
This should be a rare treasure. Monitor, please try it on your watch.
In the 3rd month of the end of the world, the official has announced the news of the rare treasure. And the treasure identification function on the watch has also been officially launched and known to the public. This fish looked extraordinary. And there was really no need for Tangemo to say something deceptive. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. So he might as well tell the truth. Xian turned on the treasure identification function of the watch. And a beam of light hit the fish who was still in a coma. Soon, a string of text was displayed on Xian's screen. The flexible and vigorous silver bait. Attributes. Provides 10 agility attribute points. How to use, just swallow it. It was indeed a rare treasure. Neither Tangemo nor Xian were surprised when they saw this result. It has grown like this. If this fish is not a rare treasure, it is too unsocial. However, this name made both of them look confused. It turns out that the fish design of this whitebait that was stunned by a racket is flexible and strong? It's a little too unrealistic. In fact, it's not really the fault of the silver bait. If it's the fault, it's the people who discovered it too late. Life in the lake is too comfortable. It eats a lot of small fish every day and makes itself fat. The depravity makes the fish unable to recover and can only accept the fate of being photographed.
Monitor, you found this fish and you caught it. It's yours. But I really want it. Why don't you sell it to me?
There is no objection to the fishes belonging to the late Tang dynasty. And it should belong to Xian.
This.
Xian was a little confused. In fact, he does not particularly need 10 agility attribute points. His strength is high enough to protect himself. There is no need to run or anything in school. It really doesn't matter to him whether he walks faster or slower. The people in the school were relatively uninformed and had no idea how valuable this rare treasure was. To Xian, these 10 agility attribute points are not as high as the food value of this fish. Chapter 22. Did you steal the fish? It's not that he can't sell this silver fish Xian, but what to buy in the late Tang dynasty? Xian looked at the thin girl in front of him and was troubled. Money has long since become waste paper due to its inability to circulate. Only food is the real currency. But was there in the late Tang dynasty? How much can you give in exchange for this fish?
How about forgetting it?
Xian thought for a while, and then said,
Don't.
Tangemo was a little anxious. This fish is not important to others, but it is extremely important to her. 10 points of agility is simply the best helper for escaping.
I saved a lot of food before the famine. Squad leader, just ask for a price. Don't be embarrassed.
As if he saw what Xian was embarrassed to say, Tangemo took the initiative to encourage him to ask for a price. It seems that again. I have money. You can kill me. It doesn't matter if you kill me hard.
What about 5 meals of food and water? There is no limit on the type of food.
Xian hesitated and brought it up. The price he quoted was a bit too high, thinking that girls like to bargain. So he would lower it a bit when the time comes.
No problem. Deal.
Fearing that the other party would regret it, Tangemo quickly agreed. This is a rare treasure. In my last life, I sold a piece of bread and regretted it for so many years. Now it was her turn to buy someone else's, and she was really embarrassed to bargain.
Then you come back to the dormitory with me, and I'll get you something.
Tangemo actually carried a backpack and was able to get things out of the space. But no one would carry so much food and water on their backs every day. That would be too unreasonable.
Can I just put this fish away first?
Tangemo hesitated and asked. It's not fair to do this. After all, the money and goods haven't been cleared yet. And the fish doesn't belong to her yet. But she had waited so hard for this fish. It was so precious. She really didn't want anything to go wrong now that she had it.
No problem. You can take it.
Xian had nothing to worry about as he was a classmate in his class and a well-known top student in the college. In his eyes, he could never imagine that someone would run away just for a fish. They are now trapped in the school. The alien beasts have not yet been born, and they have not encountered any danger except hunger. No one knows that these attribute points will be so important. However, there were too many things that he couldn't think of, not to mention running away. After the alien beast appeared, it was a common thing for people to kill and steal for an exotic treasure. Satisfied, Tangemo put the fish into his bag and threw it into the space. Then took Xian back to the dormitory, asking Xian to wait downstairs in the dormitory. Tangemo went upstairs by himself. Opening the cabinet, Tangemo thought for a moment about what he would give. Except for a few cooked food packed from the restaurant to satisfy my craving. Nothing else in the space has been touched. As for the contents of the cabinet, the innermost package couldn't be moved. After rummaging through the others, Tang Mo took a bag, picked out the items in the cabinet, and filled a school bag with it. 1 5-pack of instant noodles, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, and 5 bottles of mineral water. This is not enough for 5 meals. According to the current school quota, these things are more than 10 meals. This whitebait is worth it. Besides, Xian helped her out at the beginning. Tang Mo will remember all those who have helped her and treated her well. No one should be nice to you. You must learn to be grateful. This is a truth that Tang Dynasty has long understood. Tang Mo put the plastic bag into his backpack and went downstairs. But when they got downstairs, they found Xian standing there with an uneasy look on his face. And someone was following him next to him.
Someone reported that you two hid a fish secretly. Xian just admitted it. Please hand it over.
Tang Lianwei crossed his arms on his chest and looked sideways at Tang Mo. Tang Mo glanced at Xian, and the expression on his face told her that what Tang Lianwei said was true. That he really said it. This kind of messed up Tang Mo's plan. If she was alone, she would refuse to admit it to death. There was no surveillance, and there was no evidence, so she could just say whatever she said. Even if they went up to search her room, they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, the fish was already in her space at this time. But obviously Xian didn't know about the space. When he heard Tang Lianwei said that he wanted to search Tang Mo's room, he panicked and admitted about the fish.
Oh! Did you tell him about the big red carp we caught?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't know how much Xian had said, so he had to think of ways to test it.
Yeah.
Although he didn't know why Tang Mo said that, Xian still agreed. He was not stupid enough to tell Tang Lianwei about the exotic treasure. However, if this fish is discovered, it must be handed over. Wouldn't it be impossible to hide it when it is handed in? He didn't understand the significance of doing this in the late Tang Dynasty. Hearing what Xian said, Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. But he didn't show it on his face. Pretending to be desperate, he slowly took off his backpack and took out a red carp. She had caught this fish in the lake before. She caught it and stuffed it into the space without anyone seeing it.
Now that you know everything, let's hand it over to the father.
Tang Mo appointed him and sent the fish out.
You are making a mistake. I will report it to the school. According to the regulations, you two will have to lose 3 days of food quota.
Tang Lianwei caught the fish and did not forget to criticize the two of them vigorously. Then he left with satisfaction. After he left, there were only 2 people left with their heads hanging down and disappointed expressions on their faces. However, Tang Mo's disappointment was feigned. But Xian's disappointment was real. A 3-day share. He is relatively strong and has a high demand for calories every day. He may not be able to endure 3 days without eating. He didn't know where the red carp in the late Tang Dynasty came from. But since the fine had been paid, the whitebait would naturally belong to her. Xian felt that he couldn't ask for 5 meals of food and water. That would be too unethical.
At least I have kept the exotic treasure. Please be happy. Squad leader.
Tang Mo pulled Xian to a hidden place behind his dormitory building. Xian twitched his lips in cooperation. But unfortunately the smile was uglier than crying.
We agreed. Here it is.
Tang Mo took something out of his school bag and stuffed it into Xian's arms.
I can't have it.
Xian's first reaction was to push the thing out.
Why are there so many?
Xian was a little surprised when he felt the weight in his hand. This was not for 5 meals, but for 15.
That fish is worth it. If you really don't accept it, then I can only hand over the whitebait and exchange it with Tang Lianwei for more food. Hey, I don't know how far he can open his mouth. I have a small family and a small business. I don't know if I can still see that fish.
At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he pretended to be sad. Hearing what Tang Mo said, Xian burst into laughter.
You've said so I won't refuse. I'll take the things away. If you need any help in the future, call me anytime. I don't have any other abilities, but I still have enough strength.
Xian accepted the love of the late Tang Dynasty and gained so many things. And the sadness of losing the 3-day quota was swept away. The 2 people ended the transaction in such a pleasant atmosphere. Just when the 2 of them were very satisfied and happy, they walked out of the shade and walked back to the dormitory building. Tang Mo saw a familiar figure facing them.
Xinling?
Chapter 23 Grilled fish is so delicious.
Where's the date?
Xinling put his hands in his pockets. Xinling himself didn't know why. But when he saw her walking with another man, he felt uncomfortable for no reason.
I'll leave first at the end of the Tang Dynasty. Let's chat.
As expected of a squad leader, Xian was very discerning at this time. After Xian left, Tang Mo finally spoke.
I'm buying fish. Do you want to eat fish tonight? 3 packs of beef jerky. Eat. When?
Qin Ling's eyes lit up. He didn't know whether his excitement at this time was because of the fish to eat, or because Tang Mo had ended his relationship with the boy.
Okay. Wait for my news tonight.
After saying that, Tang Mo turned around and went upstairs. There were 2 more red carp, and she couldn't bear to share the whitebait with Qin Ling. The Qin Ling family is so rich, and after he leaves, the rare treasure will be given to him for free. This is not enough for him to fill his teeth. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was not inflated and knew his own strength very well. She was well prepared. But for those families that had accumulated over 100 years, it was simply not enough. She was still thinking about how to improve her strength early, which would be more reliable. If she wants to be with Qin Ling in this life, she must be strong enough to stand side by side with him. Thinking of Qin Ling's position in the rankings in his previous life, Tang Mo had a headache. Take your time. Take your time. There is a long way to go. When thinking about this problem, Tang Mo, who was still a little proud of the improvement in his attribute values, seemed to have been poured cold water on him and calmed down. It's not nearly enough. But the first priority is to eat the whitebait he just got. Now the fish has obviously been photographed and is dying. If it really dies, I wonder if the 10 attribute points will be discounted. In the evening, Tang Mo went out for training ahead of time. After finishing a set of procedures, it was still early, so he took out all the portable gas stoves and pots and pans in the space. After cleaning up the whitebait, put it in the pot, put in various condiments, poured in a bottle and a half of water, and started boiling. The stewed fish may not be the most delicious, but it is the one with the most complete nutrition. Tang Mo did not allow any nutrients from this whitebait to enter his stomach. The fish soup is very thick. The milky white soup is steaming, and the Tang Dynasty is almost drooling. After thinking about it, he took out a piece of tofu from the space, took it out, cut it with a knife, and put it in. Since this fish is so fragrant, it is of course best to make the best use of it. That is to say, it was dark, and the open space where Tang Mo was located was hidden and empty. Otherwise, this fragrance would cause her trouble. After the fish soup was simmered, Tang Mo took out a steamed bun and ate everything in the pot with the fish soup. The whitebait was quite big, but it was far from enough for Tang Mo, who had always been short of oil and water in his stomach and exercised a lot. It could be considered 6 points full at most. After eating the fish, Tang Mo checked his attribute values again. ID, Late Tang Dynasty. HP, 15. Strength, 14. Agility, 26. Mental strength, 42. Space, 0. Comprehensive strength, 97. After putting away the pots and pans, Tang Mo took out 2 barbecue racks from the space supermarket and placed them on the stove. Then he took out the last 2 large carp and started to put them away.
Old place. Come here quickly. Otherwise only the fish bones will be left.
After preparing everything, Tang Mo sent a message to Qin Ling. After the first transaction, in order to facilitate contact, the 2 exchanged contact information. Qin Ling arrived so quickly that Tang Mo even suspected that he had been squatting next to him, watching the fish being grilled and coming out immediately.
This fish is so delicious.
Qin Ling sat down next to Tang Mo, took the fish, smelled it, and ate it with big mouthfuls. The aroma of grilled fish at the end of the Tang Dynasty is inevitable. After all, no one has more complete seasonings than her, including onions, ginger, garlic, cooking wine, and salt. I tasted the fish I grilled myself. Well, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was delicious and fragrant in the mouth. Tang Mo nodded with satisfaction, very sure of his craftsmanship. He only exchanged 3 bags of beef jerky, which really gave him a bargain. After eating a fish, Qin Ling obviously didn't eat enough. He watched the half-eaten fish in Tang Mo's hands helplessly. Tang Mo turned her head to the side, deciding that she would become intermittently blind before finishing the fish.
How can you, a girl, eat so much? You didn't go to get food in the afternoon.
Qin Ling was angrily, feeling that this guy in the late Tang Dynasty didn't even pay attention to the sponsor.
No, I don't have any share in Wen Ching's things,
Tang Mo said after eating the last piece of meat from the fish tail and squinting his eyes with satisfaction.
Did you offend her too?
Qin Ling raised his eyes.
What do you mean? It's not your fault.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he didn't know that Qin Ling and Wen Ching still had a holiday.
Oh, it's nothing serious. She just gave me a love letter before and asked me to throw it to my roommate.
Qin Ling didn't take it seriously. There were not 100 but 80 people who had sent him love letters. How could he remember it clearly? If Wen Ching hadn't put him on the blacklist, he really wouldn't have been able to remember such a thing.
Why don't you hug her thigh now? Maybe it's still too late.
Tang Mo joked. Wen Ching's thighs are not something that ordinary people can hug. There are countless boys in the school who follow her every day, just waiting for Wen Ching to bring out something to eat and drink for them. This is the real dog licking.
Is there anything she deserves that I can hold? Otherwise, if I hold your thigh, it's not too demanding. Just let me eat a fish a day.
Qin Ling's head slowly came closer, and his handsome face deliberately made a flattering look, looking at Qin Ling's peach blossom eyes and the very familiar mole under his right eye. Tang Mo's heart skipped a beat.
Get out.
He pushed the big head away mercilessly.
Give me the beef jerky quickly. I have to leave. It's so heartless.
Qin Ling sat down, put away his ungrateful look, and handed the beef jerky to Tang Mo.
If you don't have enough to eat, come find me,
Qin Ling said, as Tang Mo was just collecting beef jerky.
If anything happens, come to me and I'll protect you.
Qin Ling added another sentence for some unknown reason. He has never been a nosy person, but today he just wanted to say something for some reason.
Good.
Tang Mo lowered his head to collect the beef jerky, his whole face buried in the shadow of the night. I cover you. This was the second time she heard Qin Ling say this. It was great that she could meet Qin Ling again and hear him say these words in person. She had never known the meaning of such a difficult apocalypse in giving her a new life. But now she feels that the end of the world is not so bad, and the days ahead should be quite pleasant. Tang Mo secretly raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24. Something happened next door. More than half a month passed. Life in the late Tang Dynasty has always been about 3 points and one line. Fish are no longer caught. Of course, it is easier to follow the trend and go up the mountain to get exotic treasures. Then, they would do experiments and training. Occasionally, the late Tang Dynasty would use breadcrumbs to seduce two fish to find Qin Ling to satisfy their greed. Then he persuaded Qin Ling to find a way to steal a chicken, and the two of them could eat roasted chicken legs together. Even when she was staying with her roommates in the dormitory, she didn't feel that the current apocalypse had much impact on her life. The first half of the apocalypse is for people's transition. She has always thought so. If it weren't for a strange smell coming from the dormitory next door, everyone's life might have remained so peaceful. It was one night. After training, Tang Mo simply wiped his body with water and went to bed as usual. But after a while, she and Song Qing and Li Lanlan were tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep.
I really can't stand it anymore. What does this smell like? It's so disgusting.
Lanlan, who had turned over dozens of times, simply stood up. It has been 2 months since there was no water. Except for people like Wen Ching and Tang Mo who have special treasures. Almost everyone else has never taken a bath, so the smell on their bodies can be imagined. But after all, you stink. I stink. And everyone stink. So usually no one dislikes anyone. But today the smell coming from the dormitory next door at the end of Tang Dynasty was really too loud. It was unbearable even through 2 doors and 2 walls.
No. I still have to go and see if they are eating something weird.
Because they are too hungry. Many people will catch some bugs to eat when they go up the mountain. Although there is no vegetation on the mountain, there are so many bugs that it is scary. And we don't know what they eat for a living. The taste of boiled bugs is like boiled feces. And no one with the slightest sense of shame would eat it in the dormitory.
It's too dark. I'll go with you.
Song Qing tidied up and got out of bed. Tang Mo also picked up a flashlight and followed the two of them. After 11 o'clock when the lights were turned off, the dormitory building was completely dark.
Is anyone there?
She was afraid that Lanlan's bad temper might offend others. Song Qing, who was recognized as the gentlest and best-tempered in the entire dormitory, assumed the role of diplomatic ambassador in the dormitory. Tang Mo's brains make her look smiling. People who are familiar with her know that she is not a good person. When she is serious, her fighting ability is much more intimidating than the fierce-looking Li Lanlan.
Is there anyone there?
Song Qing knocked on the door again. Tang Mo stood at the door, and the smell became clearer and clearer the closer he got. It seemed that not only was it the smell of boiled insects, but it was also mixed with a smell that was very familiar to her from her previous life.
Boom!
Almost subconsciously, Tang Mo raised his leg and kicked open the door of the dormitory next door. The doors to the dormitory are all made of wood. Tang Mo's strength has improved a bit now, and he is already relatively strong among the girls. It is not difficult to kick open the door. At the end of Tang Dynasty, you? Li Lanlan's mouth opened into an O shape. She would fight anyone who said she was violent in the future. Those who said she was violent really had never seen the world or the end of the Tang Dynasty. Kicking open the crooked door, a huge stench assaulted everyone's sense of smell. Tang Mo covered his mouth and nose with one hand and held a flashlight in the other hand to shine on the situation inside. Ah! Li Lanlan's scream broke through the quiet dormitory building. I was so hungry that I finally fell asleep. Who is this? He's going to die. The girls who were woken up cursed angrily. But they were scared after all. They put on their clothes and came to the corridor to see what happened. Everyone blocked the door of the dormitory where they had just entered at the end of Tang Dynasty. Those people crowded in the front immediately saw the scene inside clearly with the light of flashlights. They were two highly decomposed corpses, covered with wriggling maggots and unknown insects gnawing at the flesh. The cheeks of both corpses were thin and sunken, and there were obvious traces of dried vomit around their mouths. There was an alcohol lamp next to it, and a small pot was scattered on the ground, with a soup made of various rotten insects flowing out of it. It was said to be soup, but now there was only a dry lump left. There wasn't any blood on the floor. I accidentally ate poisonous insects and died of poisoning. Tang Mo looked around and understood what was going on. Not only do bugs stink, but there are so many types that ordinary people can't tell whether they are poisonous or not. No one would eat them unless they were hungry. Tang Mo searched for Anyang's contact information on his watch and made a video call directly. Anyang was now in charge of the students' affairs. A group of girls turned pale with fright. They were already so hungry that they couldn't stand. Now seeing this scene, several of them were so frightened that their legs went weak and they sat on the ground. It's not like they don't know that 4 people have been in the school in the past few months. Last time, everyone knew that more than 30 people died of water poisoning last time. But they have never faced death so head-on, so directly into their eyes. Unable to avoid it, Tang Mo also fell silent after returning to the dormitory. She was used to seeing this before. Maybe it was because her life was so easy now that she had forgotten how hard it was for ordinary people in the apocalypse. And she had to say goodbye accidentally. In her previous life, she was one of such hard-working people. Don't the school give out 2 meals every day? Tang Mo said. No one was sleeping in the dormitory. After seeing something like that, no one could sleep. They are on Wen Ching's blacklist. They had a lot of leftovers from a small shop they opened before. Wen Ching doesn't like them. Li Lanlan's voice was also low. Speaking of Wen Ching's blacklist, several people felt a chill in their hearts. This is like a death list, leaving a huge shadow in everyone's heart. As if being on that list is not far from death. I heard that there are already more than 40 people up there. These people are all going to die. Except for a few people like Qin Ling in the late Tang Dynasty, who had their own abilities. The lives of others were really hard to imagine. In this way, Wen Ching is indeed God. And those who don't like him will die. Or maybe she just saved what she wanted to save. Tang Mo asked herself that she would not dedicate her space to save everyone. So she felt that she had no qualifications to criticize Wen Ching. She was just a little sad. Everyone is doing what they want to do. She wants to protect the people she loves. And Wen Ching really does what she wants to do. At least, she gets what she wants in the prison of school. What about the rest of their stuff? Tang Mo didn't understand that with so many boxes of inventory. If the 2 girls save some food, it should be about the same in a few months. Once the boyfriend of the short-haired girl said he came to the dormitory to play with her. Unexpectedly, he took his brothers and moved all the things away, leaving 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water for the 2 of them. This incident was quite big last time and many people saw it. No one cares? Song Qing was angry. It can't be managed. Li Lanlan's voice became lower and lower. She was the one who had the most contact with outsiders and knew the most news and gossip. She had heard too many such things. The school cannot protect itself and will not care about these matters at all. The last tragic situation of the 2 girls was constantly recalled in his mind. Tang Mo closed his eyes and lay down. There are too many such things happening in every corner of the world. And everyone is living like ants. It's not that easy. Everyone can survive only by trying their best. Chapter 25 Alien Beasts. The life of being worshipped like God that Wen Ching liked did not last long. Soon the food in her space could no longer sustainably supply the needs of the entire school. She didn't lie about the size of the space and the time it took to mature. But what she didn't expect was that the school's consumption would be so huge. Vegetables mature in half a month. Wheat matures in a month. And the land area is not small. There was no specific number in Wen Ching's eyes. She only knew that it was inexhaustible. But what she didn't understand was that, for her alone, she might not be able to use all these things in her lifetime. But for a school, they were not enough. There are more than 500 people left in the school. And everyone needs to eat 2 meals a day. This means that 1,000 meals for one person must be made every day. And this is done every day. After just 1 month, Wen Ching could no longer support such an output. After another harvest was still not enough. She chose to pick the next batch of vegetables before they were ripe. But the consequences of this are huge. She found that since she picked immature vegetables, the ripening time of vegetables on the farm seemed to have become slower. According to her observation, vegetables matured once a month, while wheat matured once a month. It matures once every 1.5 months. This incident frightened Wen Ching, and she finally couldn't bear the pressure and told Anyang everything. Wen Ching's thing is food, and food is the biggest thing. The school quickly held an emergency meeting. After discussing and planning for a long time, we finally made a decision, which was to return to 1 meal a day. This made the students furious. They all now knew that Wen Ching had such a farm space and were used to 2 meals. Now it became 1 meal, which they couldn't accept. Everyone thought that Wen Ching didn't want to give it anymore. So on the surface they didn't show fear of offending her. But in private they were scolding her. Call her hypocritical and selfish. Call her a liar. Although Tang Mo didn't like Wen Ching, she really didn't understand why other people hated her so much. Before and now, no one had eaten less of her food. After eating other people's food, you still want to scold other people's mothers. I don't know how Wen Ching would feel if she heard what they said behind her back. It's hard to be a good person these days. In the 4.5 months of the famine era, officials announced that based on their continuous exploration, the danger in the fog was determined to be an unknown dangerous creature. This kind of creature only exists within the fog, and will actively attack humans as long as they enter the fog, which is extremely dangerous. Officials call this dangerous creature an alien beast. Besides this bad news, there is also good news. That is, according to research, crystal nuclei appear in the bodies of some strange beasts. Different colors of crystal nuclei correspond to different attribute points. As long as they are swallowed, a person's attribute values can be improved. Each crystal core can directly increase the corresponding attribute value by 1 point. 1 point of attribute value. Now only Tang Mo knows how difficult it is to increase the attribute value every 1 point. It was really earned through sweat and time. And it cannot be faked at all. At the end, the official also reminded that everyone is not encouraged to go into the fog to hunt strange beasts, and they should act according to their ability. However, in the eyes of smart people, this is simply nonsense. If you really don't encourage it, how can you announce such news? Don't those leaders know that as long as the temptation is big enough, people will dare to take any risks? The crystal core is so precious. Even if you don't use it, you can sell it to rich people in exchange for food or something. How come no one is interested in it? Not long after the news was announced, Wen Ching's space production soon became unable to provide a daily meal for more than 500 people. Everyone was surviving on the little things they had saved before school. They had been hungry for several months, and everyone had no more energy in their stomachs. Starvation to death often occurred in the school, but no one made a fuss about it. The school has held many meetings to discuss how to ensure that most students will survive in the future, but no conclusion can be reached. Their food source depends entirely on Wen Ching. But apparently overharvesting has made the situation at Wen Ching's farm increasingly pessimistic. We don't know how long the school will be trapped in the future, and they cannot let the situation continue to get worse. In the end, they made a bold decision to organize their classmates into the fog. However, their purpose is not to hunt down strange beasts and obtain crystal cores, but to get out of the fog and break through the predicament. Helicopters can clearly see the scope of the fog from above. The leaders showed their talents, and it was not difficult to find a helicopter to estimate the fog. According to feedback from the helicopter, the thinnest place in the fog around the school is the gate. From the door into the fog range to the time when you get out of the fog, you only need to walk 500 meters if you walk in a straight line without getting lost. In other words, if you are lucky and don't encounter danger, you can walk out in 5 minutes. Although no one who had gone out before had successfully walked out. This time was different. They could form a team to deal with the alien beasts together. In addition, everyone later had attribute values, and their physical fitness increased greatly. It was very difficult for them to go out. There is also some confidence. The school's consideration is not unreasonable. If you stay, you will die in the end. It is better to take a bold plunge and organize those who want to leave. There is strength in numbers. Even if you do fail, it doesn't matter. When a person dies in the fog, it can be regarded as saving a piece of food for those who are still in school. Everyone knew this plan, but they didn't say it out loud. The decision was made and quickly distributed to everyone.
Mo, you won't go.
The scene of Tang Mo kicking open the door of the dormitory next to her that day is still fresh in Li Lanlan's mind. You must know that Tang Mo is the only girl who wants to go into the water to catch fish. There is really nothing she can't do. Song Qing also looked at Tang Mo, waiting for her answer.
What are you looking at me for?
Tang Mo was really dumbfounded. Although her health and strength attributes have increased, her foundation is very poor. Even after the increase, she can only be regarded as the strongest among girls, which is about the same as the boys with the most average physical fitness. What are you using to kill strange beasts? You must know that although the current alien beasts are only first-level alien beasts, everyone now has no handy weapons and no fighting experience. It is difficult for 3 strong young men to fight against one alien beast, let alone fight against it. Fight those in the fog. Others don't understand the fog, but she does. There are a lot of strange beasts inside. It's not as easy as everyone thinks to survive the 500 meters and successfully get out. Thinking of the huge crisis caused by the school's decision in the previous life, the sight of rivers of blood made Tang Mo feel dark. The decision to enter the fog was wrong, and Tang Mo knew it very well. But in this case, everything is wrong. What the school has done is already the optimal solution after weighing the pros and cons. All she can do is adapt to the environment and survive. There is nothing else she can do. Chapter 26. Which of you is going? In fact, when Lan said this, Tang Mo felt quite strange in his heart. In the last life, because the 3 of them almost starved to death in the dormitory, they were not as energetic as they are now. At the end of Tang Dynasty, she was even more worried about her mother. So she had to go out and see people alive and dead. And she felt so at that time. Death was nothing to her at that time. Instead of living like a zombie, she might as well fight. Song Qing and Li Lanlan were so hungry that they couldn't bear it. And they were worried about Tang Mo, so they signed up with her. In the end, due to the school's wrong decision, Li Lanlan died in the fog. And Tang Mo and Qin Ling were trapped together for a week, and were finally rescued by Anyang's people because of Song Qing's relationship. In this life, there is food and drink, and my mother can stay at home and be contacted every day. Who would die without thinking? As for the crystal core in the alien beast, then you have to have a life to take it. She has never been greedy in the late Tang Dynasty when it comes to things that don't belong to her. However, everyone has been afraid of the fog for too long, and there are not as many people who want to compete as the school expected. Later, the school simply allocated a certain number of places to each hospital. If the number of participants was less than this number, the subsequent food supply would be reduced. The College of Biological Sciences where Tang Mo is now can be said to be the college with the most students left. And it also has the most seats. Seeing that no one wanted to go, the school teacher organized a lottery. There are 3 places in total, and there are still 48 people in the college. Whoever catches the qualified one will go. This is very fair. In fact, there was a boy in the courtyard who voluntarily chose to participate because his attribute value was very high. So everyone only drew 2 places in total. If you don't carry it so hard, just slap yourself. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he took a paper ball and thought to himself. When he opened it, he saw that it was indeed empty. I felt happy.
I didn't draw. That's great. I don't have to go.
Li Lanlan jumped and patted Tang Mo on the shoulder. Song Qing was seen standing aside without saying a word. His lips pursed tightly. Tang Mo felt nervous and took Song Qing's note and read it. Go. A large black letter was written on it.
Now! Please, students who have got the word.
Go.
Come forward,
the teacher said from the front. Song Qing took out the note from Tang Mo's hand and stepped forward step by step. Except for the boy who volunteered to go. The only ones left were Song Qing and another girl. Different from Song Qing's calmness. The other girl who was whipped immediately cried with weak legs after seeing the words on the branch.
If there are no more students who volunteer to go, then these 3 students will join the Miss team,
the teacher announced. Li Lanlan stamped her feet anxiously and kept looking around, hoping for a miracle.
Wait a minute.
Tang Mo raised his hand.
Do you want to go to the end of Tang Dynasty?
The teacher asked.
Teacher, I want to say something.
Tang Mo stepped forward.
It's like this. My roommate Song Ching doesn't want to join this team. But since I got the draw, I have to admit it. But I want to give food in exchange to see if anyone can join for her.
Tang Mo said word for word. As long as there are enough people to participate, it doesn't really matter who goes. So if someone really volunteers to go for Song Ching, it's completely fine. But there is no free lunch in the world. Tang Mo understood this truth. There were whispers below that joining the Miss team was actually not a surefire game. If you were lucky, you might be able to get the crystal core and go home. But staying in school until the end must be a doomed situation. Food and water are now so scarce that students need to risk their lives. It is conceivable that they will not last long.
How much can you offer?
Someone asked from below.
10 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 5 bars of chocolate.
Tang Mo revealed the chips he had already thought of. It can be said that after entering the 4th month of the famine, it can be said that it is difficult for any of these people who are trapped in the school to take out something of this weight. In the late Tang Dynasty, she had always kept a low profile, and this was the first time she showed her wealth. But for the Song and Qing dynasties, the late Tang Dynasty felt that it was worth it. Even if it was doubled or tripled, she had saved her own life. She might not be able to exchange one life for another, but she felt it was worth it in exchange for one life, which was insignificant to her. Moreover, Tang Mo knew what kind of narrow escape she would face after entering the fog, and she felt uneasy about taking too few things. Sure enough, as soon as this chip was revealed, the students below were all in an uproar. Normally, the dormitory in the late Tang Dynasty was not impressive and leaky, but I didn't expect that it could store so many good things. At that moment, several students raised their hands and wanted to replace Song Ching, and even the teacher was a little ready to make a move. Tang Mo chose the boy with the highest health and strength among them, threw a big bag in his backpack, and took Song Ching down. Song Ching almost leaned on Tang Mo and got down, his whole body trembling slightly.
Thank you.
Song Ching's eyes were so red that he thanked Tang Mo seriously.
No need to be polite about who is following the other,
Tang Mo said lightly. For her now, these things are really nothing. The boy took the things and stood happily in Song Ching's place. He had been hesitating whether to go or not, but now he had these things for nothing, and it couldn't be a better deal. On the other hand, the stronger boy who was the first to volunteer felt a little regretful and felt like he was at a loss.
Can any of you go for me? I don't want to go either.
The girl who drew the note with Song Ching asked immediately when she saw Song Ching being replaced, with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. But in today's world, there is no such thing as a flower protector. The life of the flower is important. And there is silence below.
You can save her. Can't you save me?
The girl looked at Tang Mo and cried. Tang Mo shook his head.
No. All the things in our dormitory have been taken out to replace my roommate. Otherwise you can ask your roommate.
If everyone saves, Tang Mo really can't save her. She has little strength and no ambition to save the world.
You can.
The girl turned her eyes to her roommates again, and saw that her roommates all turned their heads away, acting as if they hadn't seen her. In the middle of the sentence, there was actually no need to say anything more. The girl lowered her head in resignation and stopped making any sound. It turns out that not everyone can have such a good roommate. She really envied Song Ching. Just like that, everything is settled, and in 2 days the school will organize people to lead a team into the fog. After returning to the dormitory, Tang Mo packed up the remaining items in the cabinet. He just took out some, but the remaining items were no longer half full. While packing, Tang Mo glanced at the bottom package. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten something very important. Chapter 27 Gift. She met Qin Ling in the fog in her last life. So it means that Qin Ling will also join the fog team this time. She must stop him and not let him go. Thinking of the terrible things he had seen in the fog, Tang Mo shuddered. He immediately opened his address book and sent a message to Qin Ling.
See you at the same place as usual tonight.
The importance of this matter was so obvious that she could only feel relieved if she told him personally. Tang Mo's plan at night was to prepare to train normally according to his own plan, and wait until Qin Ling came to talk to him about it. She is an extremely self-disciplined person. Her long-term achievements are not only due to her smart mind, but also her personal character. But before she finished warming up and took out Pafong, she saw Qin Ling walking over. Pafong is the name she gave to her beloved knife. Qin Ling leaned against a street lamp and put his hands in his pockets. The yellowish light cast a shadow on the corner of his jaw.
You are so anxious to see me? Let me tell you. I have stolen all the chickens on the mountain. There will be no more.
Tang Mo took out a towel from his bag and wiped the sweat from his head. Then sat down on the ground.
The school is organizing people to enter the fog. Will you go?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, she went straight to the topic. She knew that if she continued to talk about Qi Ling, she would not be able to get to the point.
Go. What's wrong? You're going to? Come on. You have something to eat and drink every day. There's nothing you can't think about.
Qi Ling frowned.
I can't think about it. Then why can't you think about it?
Hearing Qi Ling say that he was going, Tang Mo panicked for no reason.
I have a reason. You are different.
Qi Ling came over and sat next to Tang Mo.
You're a girl. It's very dangerous there.
Qi Ling hesitated for a moment and then said. Tang Mo was silent. What Qi Ling meant was that he knew the dangers in the fog, which was true. Based on the background of the Qi Ling family, he probably knew this information better than he did in the late Tang Dynasty.
Do we have to go?
Tang Mo thought for a moment and said.
We must go.
There was no longer cynicism in Qi Ling's face, but a rare seriousness on his face. The serious look on Qi Ling's face reminded Tang Mo of the time the two of them were together. He was also so serious at that time. Serious about protecting her from living. Serious about taking her away. And serious about thinking about the two of them. As future. Or maybe this is his true nature.
Okay. Go ahead. Pay attention to safety. And contact me anytime if you need anything.
Tang Mo pointed to the ID watch. There must be a reason why Qi Ling insisted on going. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he suppressed all the words to persuade him. If it's something you must do, once you decide, it won't change.
Can you please not go?
Qi Ling raised his eyes and looked at Tang Mo. I don't know if it was because of the dim light that made it difficult to see clearly, but there was even a hint of pleading in Qi Ling's eyes.
I won't go. The news said there are strange beasts there. I can't fight.
Tang Mo spread his hands.
That's good.
Qi Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his face returned to its usual comfortable expression.
This is for you.
He threw something to Tang Mo. After hurriedly taking it, Tang Mo took a closer look and found that the thing in his hand was actually a gun. There is also a small bag of bullets.
Can you use it?
Seeing Tang Mo in a hurry, Qi Ling was in a good mood. He specially asked his family to throw 2 handfuls over, just to bring them to Tang Mo. He didn't know why, but he just wanted to protect her. Thinking of this, Qi Ling scratched his head. He wondered if his attributes were so high after the apocalypse that his brain had been replaced. Why couldn't he always figure out what he was thinking?
I don't want it. If you want to go into the fog, you better hold it yourself.
Tang Mo pushed it over without thinking.
Take it. I asked for it especially for you. I still have it.
Qi Ling quickly stood up, patted his butt and left.
Research on your own. You won't call me.
After saying that, the person disappeared. Tang Mo touched the gun and weighed the bullet bag in his hand. This can be regarded as the first gift Qi Ling gave to himself. It is really special. He really trusts himself and allows himself to teach himself how to use the gun, which is really good. Tang Mo skillfully took out the bullets from the bag, loaded them into the gun, and raised the gun with his right hand. In her last life in the team, because of her relatively high mental strength attribute and accurate aim, apart from escaping, her strongest ability was her marksmanship. After putting the loaded gun and bullet bag into the space, Tang Mo took out the knife and started today's training. Tang Mo is now getting better and better at using the sword. Although her strength has not increased much, her agility has increased by 10 points due to the exotic treasure. Her skills and evasion are several steps higher than before. She is now confident that if she uses a knife, she can fight even 2 strong men. Not to mention that she still has the mental power to strengthen key parts at special moments, doubling her combat effectiveness. If that doesn't work, you can still escape if you can't defeat him with your own mental strength. Tang Mo was very satisfied with her recent training results. But she also knew that if she relied solely on her current strength, she was still too weak. So I made up my mind that if it was not a critical moment, I would avoid getting into a fight before I was strong enough. After all, her ultimate goal is to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, get what she wants, and survive until the end. But now that the things in the fog are about to come out, she really has to work harder in training. The second Sunday of the 5th month, when the school was trapped, was the day set by the school to organize students to enter the fog together. At the end of Tang Dynasty, He stuffed the remaining water and food in the dormitory into his space jade pendant one day in advance. However, the space in the jade pendant was not used much in the first place. After the things brought from Qinling were stuffed in at the end of Tang Dynasty, there was not much space left. After trying hard to move it, after stuffing it for a long time, there was still half a box of water and more than half a box of instant noodles left outside. Tang Mo took out the backpack he usually carried on his back and put 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of instant noodles, and some daily necessities in it. Then he put the bag on the most convenient place on his desk. And the remaining bottles of water and instant noodles were piled on the table to keep for the next 2 days. She had already prepared herself. If she needed to evacuate the dormitory, she could just pick up her backpack and leave immediately. There would be nothing extra in the dormitory. On Sunday, all those who wanted to enter the fog gathered at the school gate, led by Anyang and getting ready to go, regardless of whether it is voluntary or involuntary. At this point, everyone has hope on their faces. Maybe with so many people, everyone can really go out. Everyone's faces, which had been lifeless for months, finally burst out with a glimmer of life. Chapter 28: The catastrophe is coming. In fact, Tang Lianjie was originally supposed to be leading the team this time. Everyone knows that Anyang is indispensable for the school's order to be so stable. But because of the connection behind Tang Lianjie, the task of leading the team finally fell to Anyang. Even though Anyang, who had always been calm and rational, couldn't help but have some emotions on his face, making him look a little gloomy.
Anyang is really unlucky. After putting in so much effort, he still has to be punished.
Li Lanlan was lying on the bed in the dormitory spreading gossip to her roommates. And I have to say that her views were often spot on.
He shouldn't have gone. And I don't know why he had to go next.
The worry on Song Qing's face was obvious.
Do you know him?
Listening to Song Qing's tone, Li Lanlan really didn't know when her roommate met Anyang.
That's right.
Song Qing nodded. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was a little surprised. It turned out that Anyang and Song Qing already knew each other. From Song Qing's tone, it seemed that they had a close relationship. In the late Tang Dynasty, daily life was arranged in an orderly manner, starting early and returning late, doing experiments and training at night. Li Lanlan spent most of her time in the dormitory, and occasionally went to other dormitories to chat about the latest gossip. In the Song and Qing dynasties, just like the late Tang Dynasty, she also left early and returned late. During the time outside of the experiment, no one knew where she went or what she did. Tang Mo and Li Lanlan didn't ask, because they could say what they wanted to say. The biggest advantage of her dormitory was this.
Aren't you going to see him off?
Tang Mo said. Before the team entered the fog, many people who were close to them watched from the school gate and saw them off.
Let's all go!
Li Lanlan nodded excitedly. She liked seeing such excitement the most. It was a sunny day on the day of departure. Tang Mo put on his sportswear and went to the school gate with his roommates. The team organized by the school has about 50 people. Most of them are boys. At the end of Tang Dynasty, they were so close that they could see everyone's expression clearly. Anyang, who was standing at the front of the team, looked towards the end of Tang Dynasty, and finally fixed on Song Qing. Song Qing also looked at Anyang, biting his lips tightly. Their eyes intersected for a while, but in the end they said nothing.
The end of Tang Dynasty. The end of Tang Dynasty. I'm leaving.
Qinling stood in the first row and shouted loudly, raising his right hand high and waving towards Tang Mo. His voice was particularly abrupt among the silent people. He was wearing a short black bomber-style cotton-padded jacket and thick marten boots on his feet. He was in great spirits under the sunshine. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qinling and Tang Mo.
This is the owner of that package. He's very handsome.
Li Lanlan and Song Qing immediately identified the boy in front of them with the person Tang Mo had mentioned.
Be careful.
Tang Mo didn't care about other people's eyes. He put his hands around his mouth like a trumpet and shouted loudly. Hearing Tang Mo's response, Qinling was satisfied. He tossed his bag, turned around, and was the first to walk out of the dangerous school gate. Today is an important day at school, so Professor Tion's experiments were stopped for the day. After Tang Mo returned to the dormitory, he sorted through his things again. In fact, there were only a few things left outside. A full backpack, and a few instant noodles and water scattered outside. After tidying up, Tang Mo went to bed and started to catch up on her sleep. There was still a fierce battle to be fought at night, and she had to ensure that she had the most energy and physical strength. He slept until 6 o'clock in the evening. After getting up, Tang Mo put on his clothes and shoes, then sat at the table and started eating the food and water scattered on the table. In the past, in order to save money, she only ate 7% full. But today she ate the meal with all her heart, showing that she would not give up until she lasted. Song Qing and Li Lanlan were trembling with fear as they watched. Why did this posture at the end of the Tang dynasty feel like it would never be better in the future?
Mo, you are a landlord's child, so you should save some food. How will you live in the next days? It's not hard to think about it.
Li Lanlan rolled the words in her mouth twice before she said them. She was afraid that if she didn't say anything, she would starve to death in less than 3 days with the amount of food everyone saw in the late Tang dynasty.
You guys come and eat too. Eat as hard as you can. And eat as much as you can.
Spreading the things on the table, Tang Mo greeted. The space was full, and the backpack was also full. If everything stayed the same as in the previous life, she really wouldn't be able to take the remaining things with her. There are still 1 month and 3 weeks before she leaves school. It's hard to say whether she will be able to have a full meal in a big way after tonight. Song Qing and Li Lanlan looked at each other and had only one thought in their minds. It's over. This kid was really driven crazy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was completely dark. Tang Mo locked the doors and windows of the dormitory, and rarely went out to train or go to bed. Instead, he sat at the table fully dressed, staring at the time on his ID watch. He seemed to be waiting for something.
Ah!
Suddenly, a scream pierced the silent campus in the darkness. Coming. Tang Mo tensed up and looked at his watch. 8:12. Exactly the same as the last time. Tang Mo knew exactly what was going to happen tonight, and her preparations all day long were for this moment. Today, 50 people entered the fog during the day. If it was the same as in the previous life, they encountered strange beasts soon after entering. Not one, but a group of strange beasts. If it is one, it can still fight. But if it encounters a group, it has no other choice but to run away. No one told them that there were so many strange beasts in the mist. And the strange beasts were so terrifying. The crowd dispersed quickly, and most of the people who fled died. The remaining people who fled to the school introduced all the strange beasts that were chasing them into the school. In the first half of the apocalypse, alien beasts were hidden in the fog and could not appear in the world. But what people didn't know was that alien beasts could enter places surrounded by fog. It's just that they are trapped in the fog and their senses are temporarily disabled. So it is difficult to break through the fog and enter the place surrounded by the fog. But now that there was someone to lead the way, strange beasts rushed in one after another following the crowd.
Then, what is that sound?
Everyone heard the screams outside, and the entire dormitory building became noisy. But it was pitch dark outside, and no one dared to go out easily. Li Lanlan and Song Qing couldn't stay in bed any longer, so they put on their clothes and shoes and got out of bed to sit down. Tang Mo's dormitory was on the 3rd floor. The window faced a main road. Several people leaned on the window with flashlights and looked out. But they saw a scene they would never forget. Chapter 29. Trapped in the dormitory.
That's...
Song Qing murmured, not even able to believe what his eyes saw. On the road, giant beasts were wandering on the road, and there were a few broken human bodies on the ground. They could no longer be called human beings. They could only be called debris. The strange beast mentioned in the news was about 2 meters tall. Its head looked like an enlarged crocodile head, with sharp teeth inside, and saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth to the ground. The body is like a huge rhinoceros, with 4 legs and a long tail trailing behind it. The whole body was covered in a layer of slimy liquid, which made people feel very uncomfortable just looking at it. At a glance, Tang Mo probably saw 2 or 3 strange beasts. This was just downstairs of her dormitory. You can imagine how many there are in the school now. Due to the restrictions of the fog, the current alien beasts are only junior alien beasts. They move relatively slowly. Their running speed is not much different from that of an adult male. And their 5 senses are not very sensitive. Unlike the shock of his roommates, Tang Mo carefully observed the alien beast's actions for a while, and came to the conclusion that she could escape. If they really faced off, 3 grown men would have to have good strength to barely be able to compete with the alien beasts. But if it was to escape, Tang Mo could definitely do it alone. In terms of speed or agility, she was much stronger than the alien beasts. Of course, in terms of strength, she might have been slapped to death by the alien beast without even taking out the knife. As long as your thinking does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Tang Mo quickly planned various scenarios and countermeasures if he encountered a strange beast. Her attribute values are very high now. And she also has a knife, and even a gun for self-defense. Facing the current situation, she is actually prepared and not too panicked.
How could something in the fog come out?
Song Ching pushed up the glasses on his nose. The news said that alien beasts were trapped in the fog and would not come out. Why did they suddenly riot? Immediately turn on your ID watch. No news comes out. It seems that there are only strange beasts in their school, and everything is normal in the outside world.
It must be the people who entered the fog today who lured these things out.
Li Lenlin's voice was filled with tears. I have to say that she is telling the truth again.
What kind of school is this? It's really H.L.
Unable to hold back, Li Lanlan still cried. Tang Mo was speechless as he looked at the huge monsters wandering downstairs. He didn't know if I was so scary. Even though they knew that the strange beasts would not fly up or come up. They were on the 3rd floor. But they still closed the windows tightly. The stools were moved together, and several people sat down next to each other. No one spoke. After a while, the dormitory next door also saw the scene outside through the window. After a while of noise, the entire corridor quickly became quiet.
I'm afraid.
Li Lanlan, who had always been carefree, was trembling. And Tang Mo could feel the trembling of her body as he pressed against her. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at his watch. Qinling didn't send any message. He didn't know how he was doing now or whether he was in danger.
Go to bed.
Tang Mo was the first to take off her shoes and go to bed without taking off her clothes. She placed her backpack on the bedside where she could reach it at any time, so that she felt safe. Emotions are the most useless things. They have no other use than making people uncomfortable. It's too dark outside now, and no one dares to go out. The alien beasts are obviously not smart enough to go upstairs. They have no other choice but to stay in the dormitory. Everything will have to wait for the school arrangements tomorrow. On the 2nd day, everyone waited until noon. But there was still no notice from the school. Everyone's mood became even more panicked. Alien beasts were wandering outside. And they were trapped in the dormitory without food or water. Without even a notice. Many people's emotions have collapsed. There was even a girl who was alone in the dormitory and couldn't bear the huge pressure and jumped from the upstairs. Everyone heard the loud bang sound. But everyone seemed to selectively ignore it. As if nothing happened. The strange beasts wandering nearby smelled the blood and quickly gathered around. Sniffed. And then slowly began to eat. Tang Mo knew why the school had not taken any action until now. Because Anyan was not here. In the past, Anyan was handling matters related to students. But now Tang Lianjia was the only one left in charge. And the hands-off shopkeeper didn't know anything. The school leaders are too busy taking care of themselves at this time to care about the students. Tang Mo sat on a chair and practiced her mental strength silently. She didn't know if she felt wrong. Her mental strength seemed to be a little restless after the alien beast broke out of the fog last night. When she was training her mental power today, she obviously felt that her growth rate was much faster than before. She probably could make the alien beasts bring out some special substances in the fog. So I took this good opportunity to seize the training. Obviously I couldn't go out to practice swordsmanship at night. So I could only focus on my mental strength all the time.
Lan, are you there?
There was a knock on the door from outside. Hearing the sound, Tang Mo quickly put his backpack in a hidden place under the table. And the food and water on the table were also swept into the drawer. Seeing that Tang Mo had packed everything, Li Lanlan stood up and opened the door.
It's Li Ying. What's going on?
Li Lanlan saw the person clearly. Said Lo. And let the person in. Song Ching and Tang Dynasty also knew Li Ying. They were all from the Academy of Biological Sciences. And their dormitories were 2 rooms apart. Although they didn't have much interaction, they were still familiar with her. It's just that Song Ching and Tang Mo didn't have much interaction with their classmates. Only Li Lanlan was a little familiar with her.
Lan, I really have no choice. The monsters outside are so scary. And the school doesn't provide food and water. I really can't hold on any longer.
Li Ying burst into tears as she spoke. It's a pity that neither Song Ching nor Li Lanlan in the late Tang Dynasty accepted her words. What she said is true. But who among the people in the school is not like this? Who can sympathize with whom? Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Li Ying wiped her tears and continued.
I want to borrow some food from you. It's not much. Just a bottle of water. A pack of instant noodles. Or biscuits. I can't eat anything.
Picked a bottle of water
And a pack of instant noodles are enough food for one person in school for 4 days now.
If you borrow it, what will you get in return? Li Lanlan acted simply and opened the door of her own cabinet.
It's not that I won't lend it to you. It's just that we really don't have it either. No one has anything to eat. Not just you. Well, what about Tang Mo? I know you must have it.
Li Qian turned her attention to Tang Mo. Before, Tang Mo generously gave out so much food in exchange for Song Qing. But she didn't believe that Tang Mo could be so generous as to give out all the food. She came here mainly for the end of Tang Dynasty. Secretly pinching her thigh, Li Ying's tears immediately came out again. She was crying so hard. As a classmate, she couldn't just ignore her.
Me neither.
Tang Mo shook his head and didn't say much. She has no friendship with Li Ying. So even if the cabinet is empty, there is no need to open the cabinet for her. Yes, but don't do anything unnecessary. Chapter 30. They are back.
But will I really die if I don't eat?
Li Ying continued to cry.
Then what do you think we should do?
Tang Mo suddenly smiled. His tone as gentle as ever. Even she herself doesn't know that she actually looks very much like Qin Ling now. Perhaps they are the same kind of people at heart. He has such a cynical attitude towards people who don't matter. He has a great attitude, but his heart is as cold as ice that has been frozen for thousands of years, making people unable to get close to him. Seeing Tang Mo's smile, Li Ying was stunned for a moment. She thought that Tang Mo would be indifferent and quarrel with her. At that time, she simply gave up and stayed in their dormitory. But Tang Mo's attitude made her a little unpredictable.
All the food in our dormitory was given in exchange for me. Otherwise you will eat me,
Song Qing said seriously.
If you have nothing to do, just go. If you don't go out for a few steps in the future, you'll get hungry easily.
Li Lanlan pushed Li Ying, who was stunned, out of the door, then closed the door and even turned around and locked it. She and Song Qing had no food and water at all, and they were still living well because of the relief provided by the late Tang Dynasty. How could they give anything to others? Not to mention the end of Tang Dynasty. Apart from the people she cares about, what does anyone else have to do with her? After another day of struggling in the dormitory, there was finally news from the school. To be precise, there is news from Anyang. Anyang from the Academy of Social Sciences, since the school is full of strange beasts now. I took the team that went into the fog together to the second floor of the cafeteria. There are about 30 people in our group. We invite students to voluntarily come to the second floor of the cafeteria to meet us. Wen Ching will stay with us. The group went viral as soon as the news about Anyang came out.
How can we get out when there are strange beasts outside? That's right. Anyang, can you guys come pick us up? I'm really afraid to go out. I'm the furthest away from the cafeteria. Isn't this going to kill me?
There are strange beasts outside, and not everyone has the courage to go out, let alone go to the cafeteria to gather.
Everyone lives too spread out, and we have too few manpower. We cannot pick everyone up one by one. Students will form their own teams to come here. Of course, if you are really scared, it is better to stay in the dormitory. Everyone will do what they can.
Anyang's words silenced everyone's complaints. Yes, you don't have to come if you don't want to come. No one is forcing you to come. But everyone knows that if you don't go out, you will starve to death sooner or later, even if you stay in the dormitory. If you go to the cafeteria and Wen Ching is there, you can at least survive with this mobile granary. This is the cleverness of Anyang. At that time, he rushed back to school with a large force. The first thing he did was to go to Wen Ching's dormitory to rescue Wen Ching and let her stay with them. Without Wen Ching as a breadbasket, no one could survive, and he couldn't let anything happen to her. As for the school leaders, Anyang has no control. Ever since they asked him to lead the team instead of Tang Lianwei, his relationship with the school leaders has been completely severed. Whatever he does in the future has nothing to do with school. It's all what Anyang wants to do. Looking at the news in the group, the happiest person was Song Qing. She had always been calm, and she excitedly walked around the room a few times before stopping. Then he immediately received a video call from Anyang.
Ching, are you okay? I will pick you up right now wherever you are. I'm in the dormitory. It's okay.
Song Qing's video was broadcast externally, and he immediately blushed when he heard Anyang's words.
Okay. Wait for me. I'll be there before dark.
After saying that, Anyang hung up the phone.
What's happening?
Li Lanlan was shocked. How can this be such a simple understanding? There is obviously a story.
We're not together yet. So hurry up and pack it up.
After saying this with a red face, Song Ching ignored her and focused on packing her things. Anyang said that she would definitely bring her roommate with her when she came back to pick her up. So she had to pack her things quickly. Tang Mo was not surprised at all. With a smile on his lips. Anyang can do it. If he really gets married with Song Ching, they will be able to borrow a lot from his connections in the future. Unexpectedly, she would be able to become a related household in her next life. She was so happy. Anyang moved quickly and took the two boys downstairs to Tang Mo's dormitory at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ching, ching, ching. There is only one strange beast downstairs right now. Meet downstairs in 3 minutes.
Anyang took two boys and hid behind the grass not far away to observe. Song Ching and others had already packed up all their things. And all the uneaten and unfit items scattered on the table at the end of Tang Dynasty were put into Song Ching and Li Lanlan's bags. A few people carried their bags and quietly went downstairs. Downstairs, Anyang and two boys were riding bicycles and waiting behind the grass. When they saw a few people coming out, they quickly waved. The people at the end of Tang Dynasty looked at the strange beast that was not 200 meters away from them, and couldn't help but trembled in their hearts. But they still had the courage to run towards the Anyang people lightly. The longer the delay, the more dangerous it is. And everyone understands this. The movements of the people at the end of Tang Dynasty were light enough. And the facial features of the alien beasts were not sensitive right now. So they did not notice it. After a few people got on the back seat of the bicycle, the boys quickly got on the bicycle and started rushing. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he was riding in the car of an old acquaintance, Xian, who had been following Anyang. There are very few cars in the school. And even if they do exist, they don't have keys or gasoline. Bicycles are the best tool available.
Look! Li Lanlan and the others were rescued from their dormitory.
Some sharp-eyed girls saw this scene. And suddenly there was a burst of exclamations from girls upstairs in the dormitory.
Hurry! Go faster!
Tang Mo grabbed the squad leader Xian's clothes, feeling uncomfortable and urging a few people. After several boys heard this, they pedaled their bicycles like crazy, wishing they could fly.
It's true. That's Anyang. Anyang! Anyang! Please save us too!
There were sounds one after another upstairs. And the strange beast next to him also heard the sound and raised his head and looked around. Finally, he located a few people running wildly on bicycles and started to chase them. Fortunately, Anyang and the others had already ridden some distance by this time. In addition, the alien beasts were not running very fast, so they gave up after following for a few hundred meters. Tang Mo's dormitory was not very far from the cafeteria. It took about 10 minutes to ride a bicycle. I don't know if they were riding fast, and they didn't make any sound. Except for the one downstairs in the late Tang Dynasty. No other strange beasts noticed them. After hiding the bicycles, Anyang and others breathed a long sigh of relief and led Tang Mo and the others into the cafeteria. The cafeteria has a glass door, and a large cloth curtain is placed inside to block the sight of the alien beasts. If they cannot see, hear or smell, the alien beasts will not know that there is anyone inside. As for the concept of door, it is not something that the intelligence of the alien beast can understand. Chapter 31 Who is the boss? For some unknown reason, there were no strange animals wandering around the entrance to the school cafeteria. This was also the reason why Anyang initially chose this place as his base. Anyang turned on his watch and made a video call. After a while, the door opened from the inside. After several people went in, the people inside locked the door from the inside with a big lock, and then lowered the curtain. The first floor of the canteen is now empty, and everyone is gathering on the second floor to rest. After Tang Mo went up to the second floor, he looked at the place carefully. If nothing unexpected happened, most of the people in the school would spend the last more than a month here. Except for the windows. The second floor of the cafeteria is full of dining tables and chairs. Everyone is sitting on the chairs listlessly doing their own things. In fact, it's nothing. I just turn on my watch to read the latest news, so that I don't really isolate myself from the world.
Anyang! You're back!
Wen Ching saw Anyang going upstairs and hurried over.
Why did you bring them back?
Wen Ching looked unhappy when she saw the Tang Mo people following Anyang. Ever since Anyang rescued her from the dormitory, she has developed a crush on the
hero-saving beauty,
Anyang, and she firmly believes that with the golden finger, she is the heroine of this world, and Anyang is her hero.
Well, I went out to check the situation and rescued my classmates along the way.
Anyang's emotional intelligence would not be unknown to Wen Ching's thoughts. But at this time, he obviously would not tell the truth to stimulate Wen Ching. After hearing Anyang's words, Tang Mo noticed that Song Qing's eyes darkened. It turns out that it was because of Wen Ching in the last life that the two of them were not together, thinking at the end of Tang Dynasty. But it's really hard for her to interfere in this matter. From the standpoint of both people, it's actually right. Well, it depends on their own fate.
But I don't like her. Let her go.
Wen Ching pointed at Tang Mo, whose delicate face still made her feel very threatening.
We are all classmates. I'm leaving. I'll live on the first floor and won't appear in front of you.
Before Anyang could finish speaking, Tang Mo spoke up. She was really grateful to Wen Ching. Just now, she was thinking of a reason to separate from everyone. But Wen Ching immediately came out to help her. Wen Ching doesn't want to see her. And she doesn't want to live with them yet. If she lives on the second floor, how can she get out the food in her space? It would be really miserable for her to starve on the second floor like them. And she would have to devote her energy to training her mental strength and sword skills. It would be too convenient for one person.
No. Then I'll go live with you.
The first person to object was Song Qing.
No need. It's convenient for me to live alone.
Tang Mo took Song Qing's hand and gave her a look. After receiving the signal, Song Qing remembered that there was a backpack of food in the late Tang Dynasty. He must have had his own plans. So he nodded and said nothing. Anyang nodded when he saw Tang Mo's knowledge. If Tang Mo didn't follow her, considering that she was Ching Ching's friend, he would really be a bad person.
Then I'll offend you first. There is a small empty warehouse on the first floor, which is more suitable for people to live in.
After Anyang finished speaking, Wen Ching took him away in the name of discussing food distribution. Tang Mo looked at his roommate's disappointed eyes, held her hand, and went downstairs alone with his backpack. She knew that both Song Qing and Li Lanlan still had some food in their bags, so she wasn't worried. Moreover, one of the reasons why she was alone was to separate from her roommate. Although the relationship was really close, she still had too many things to do. She has always been used to being alone, and she doesn't want to be tied up with her roommates all the time. I found the small warehouse Anyang mentioned. After opening it, there were about 20 square meters inside. It used to be filled with things like rice, flour, grains and oils, but now it's empty after the food is eaten. Tang Mo was very happy that the door of the warehouse could be locked from the inside. This way she had her own private space, and it was convenient to do anything. But that's the opposite side. The wall facing the door was filled with cardboard boxes, which were the only items in the huge room. Looking at the pair of cardboard boxes, Tang Mo always felt that they were in the way. If she was going to train in this room later, it would be better to move them out. So little by little, Tang Mo moved all the boxes to the lobby on the first floor of the cafeteria. When all the boxes were moved, Tang Mo was stunned. Behind the box is not a wall at all, but a huge door. Tang Mo pushed the door gently, and it immediately opened a small crack. Tang Mo was so frightened that he quickly closed the door tightly and locked it inside. There is actually an unlocked door in the warehouse on the first floor of the cafeteria. Could it be that the cafeteria was finally breached by alien beasts in the previous life because of this door? Tang Mo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. She was the one who wanted to live here. If a strange beast really came in at night without anyone noticing, she would be the first to die, not daring to take it lightly anymore. Tang Mo walked around the warehouse carefully for 2 more times, and finally felt relieved after not finding anything strange. After moving in a table and a stool from the first floor, I locked the door of my small warehouse inside. Although the warehouse has a concrete floor, it was a place where grain was stored before, so it is still quite clean. Now is the end of the world, and the end of the Tang Dynasty is not that particular. I took out a pile of foam flooring from the space and spread it on the floor to the size of a bed. This thing is a must-have for cooling and heat insulation at home. He also took out 2 quilts and a pillow, and put 1 quilt underneath as a mattress and covered himself with the other. It's winter now, and the weather is so cold that your hands and feet are cold. People who live on the second floor don't have quilts. They just lie on the table with their clothes on and rest at night. It was different at the end of Tang Dynasty. If possible, Tang Mo still wanted to make himself as comfortable as possible to the maximum extent possible. After everything was packed, Tang Mo looked at his new home with satisfaction. I took out a bowl of hot rice noodles and a scone from the space, sat on the chair and started eating. Today can be regarded as a housewarming celebration. It is very reasonable to celebrate by moving to a new home and giving yourself a good meal. There are still a lot of cooked food in the space, But she always wants to eat some of these things and eat less of them. So she usually saves a lot of money. Tang Mo ate the rice noodles and scones in front of him with a satisfied look on his face. This is the meaning of living on the first floor. Let them eat the cabbage. The last days have become so miserable that it would be really difficult for people to survive if they didn't have the mentality to entertain themselves. After eating and tidying up, Tang Mo took out his knife again and started practicing. Training is the most important thing for her every day. Nothing is more important than strength. She will never slack off in training. Chapter 32, First Test of Skills. It can be said that the days spent in this small warehouse in the late Tang dynasty were very comfortable. The door of the cafeteria is locked, and no one usually goes out, except for the occasional few students who are brave enough to escape and knock on the door and need someone from upstairs to open it. No one comes to the first floor at other times. Song Ching and Li Lanlan came once. But when they came, Tang Mo put away everything in the room. Seeing Tang Mo looking like he was eating and drinking well, they felt more relieved. However, Li Lanlan secretly told Tang Mo once that Song Ching's recent state was not very good, because Anyang did not dare to get close to Song Ching openly because he could not offend Wen Ching. Song Ching has a rather upright temperament, and he won't be able to turn around for a while. And even if he does, he still can't accept Anyang like this. Tang Mo felt helpless when he heard this. Even if she and Lan Lan could see clearly, it would be useless if the person involved could not see clearly. Outsiders really couldn't help much when it came to relationships. There was always no reply to the messages sent to Qin Ling in the past few days. Tang Mo was worried, but he couldn't do anything but put more effort into training. One night, as Tang Mo was about to lie down in his warm bed and sleep, he heard a heavy snorting sound coming from outside the warehouse door. Tang Mo leaned close to the wall and listened carefully. It was definitely a strange beast. Tang Mo listened for a while and realized it was one. Knowing that there was a strange beast just across the wall from him, Tang Mo couldn't sleep well at this time. So he simply sat on the mattress to train his mental strength. Her mental power has been skyrocketing in the past few days. When she was practicing sword practice, she also developed a method, which was to focus her mental power on her right arm, so that she could use the sword more flexibly. The combat effectiveness has been improved by several levels. But with her current mental strength, she can't sustain it for long. Even 10 seconds could turn the tide of the battle. Tang Mo was not greedy and improved himself step by step. Perhaps, with his current ability, he might not be able to fight against a strange beast. Listening to the noise made by the strange beast outside, Tang Mo suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Once this idea sprouts in my heart, it can no longer be suppressed. Maybe? How about giving it a try yourself? If you really can't beat yourself, can't you still run away? She is now full of energy, has a knife and even a gun, and is now at the weakest stage of the alien beast. Tang Mo had trained herself for so long, and she was eager to know where her current level was. Tang Mo quietly approached the door of his warehouse, squatted close to the door, took out the knife from the space, and placed it at his feet. She put her ear next to the door, and used her mental power to strengthen her hearing. At this time, Tang Mo could clearly hear the breathing of the alien beasts. It was true that she had never been exposed to alien beasts in her previous life, but those were all battles in a small team. This was her first time fighting an alien beast 1v1 alone. The late Tang dynasty was not afraid of strange beasts that were more than 2 meters long and terrifying in shape and appearance. But just like her attitude towards death, she has to face fear. If she doesn't overcome her fear, she can't move forward. Picking up the knife and holding it tightly in his hand, Tang Mo straightened up and ducked to the side of the door. At this time, she really hoped that her mental power could be stronger, so that she could use her mental power to check the situation outside. It would be too safe for her. But now, she had the only way to open the door and face it. Taking a deep breath, Tang Mo gently opened the door a small crack and looked outside. Sure enough, the alien beast outside was lowering its head in search of food, and any fresh flesh and blood was in their diet. Fortunately, this strange beast was not that big, so Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. There are also differences in the body shapes of the alien beasts. The difficulty level of encountering one that is just over 2 meters away is simply incomparable to that of one that is 3 meters away. At this time, the junior beast came out of the fog not long ago, and its 5 senses were not very sensitive yet, so it was not aware of Tang Mo's movements. Holding the knife in his hand tightly, Tang Mo walked around behind the alien beast and stabbed it into the alien beast's soft belly. The alien beast, which had not yet reacted, suddenly felt a sharp pain, and a lot of blood was already flowing out of its abdomen. The strength was still not enough. So Tang Mo frowned. The head and tail of the alien beast are the hardest parts, and the whole body is covered in mucus. Only the abdomen is soft enough, which is their vital point. Tang Mo's knife aroused the anger of the alien beast, but it did not hurt the vital part. In an instant, all the alien beast's fighting power was aroused, and it swung its 4 three-toed short legs in the direction of Tang Mo and quickly crawled away. Come over. Tang Mo suddenly took a few steps, bent down, and avoided the big tail of the strange beast, relying on his own flexibility and agility. He bypassed the other side of the alien beast, then aimed at its belly and jumped over with a knife. Relying on the impact of his own weight, he inserted the knife into the belly of the alien beast, and the knife was halfway submerged in an instant. This was a risky move, but otherwise, Tang Dynasty's power would not have been able to cause fatal damage to the alien beasts. The longer it takes, the more energy she uses up, and the worse it is for her. The intense pain caused the alien beast to raise its head and let out a deafening cry. The sound was especially sharp at night, enough for everyone hiding in the cafeteria to hear it, but no one would come out. People today still have a natural fear of strange beasts, and it is difficult to muster the courage to confront them, even if there are many people. No, this cry will attract more strange beasts, so we must fight quickly. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he made up his mind. Almost instantly, Tang Mo mobilized all his mental energy to focus on the arm he was holding, and then pulled it down with all his strength, allowing the knife to open a larger hole in the body of the alien beast. The pain caused the alien beast to lose its mind and begin to fall into madness. The huge head with fangs lowered and opened its mouth to bite Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his eyes to estimate the distance, and then he didn't pull out the knife. Instead, he leaned back to avoid it, but his hand was harder, due to the limitation of its posture. Sure enough, the alien beast's crazy attack did not bite off the human's head as it wished. Instead, the long teeth could barely scratch Tang Mo's arm that was holding the knife, leaving a blood mark. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and remained silent, pulling his whole body back hard. With a crash, the alien beast's belly was cut open, and the dirty things flowed out all over the floor, holding back his nausea. Tang Mo quickly used his uninjured arm to skillfully follow the beast's wound. Soon my eyes lit up and I touched it. Then he took what he touched in his own knife and walked into the warehouse door in almost a few seconds, then locked the door. In less than 3 minutes, the footsteps and breathing sounds of several strange beasts were heard outside the door. Tang Mo was facing the door. He was lying on the ground because he had exhausted all his strength. He didn't dare to breathe for fear of being noticed by some strange beasts outside. Fortunately, their sense of smell is not very sensitive now, so they stopped after walking around for a few times, and there were bursts of chewing sounds. Chapter 33 Crystal. Until there was no movement from the strange beasts outside, Tang Mo still sat there unable to get up. I didn't feel it during the fight, but now that I've relaxed, I realized that both physical and mental strength were exhausted by myself in just 10 minutes. Tang Mo felt sick when he felt pain in his arm. Looking at the gash on his arm made by the teeth of the alien beast, and the bodily fluids from the alien beast still sticking to it, the left arm that reached into the belly of the alien beast to retrieve the crystal was also covered in blood and mucus. But the blood on it was not hers. It was really unbearable for him to be like this. Tang Mo reluctantly took out a large bucket of mineral water from the space, took off his clothes in a few moments, and then used a towel to clean himself up. After my body and hair were refreshed, I put on a new set of clothes, took out medicine and gauze and bandaged myself. Although this wound looks scary, people today are much stronger than before, so they don't have to worry about infection. What's more, she still has mental strength. She can treat her wounds several times a day, and they will heal in 2 or 3 days, without even leaving any scars. After he had sorted everything out, Tang Mo finally had the time to take out the crystal he took out from the belly of the alien beast. Not all primary alien beasts have crystals in their bodies. Tang Mo was very lucky. The crystal is red, and red represents power, which is a very common one. Tang Mo held the spar in his hand and crushed it with a little force. The liquid flowing out of the crystal instantly flowed out, and then seeped into the body along the skin. A slight increase in strength could be felt by Tang Mo, who accurately controlled her body, but she still glanced at the attribute values displayed on her ID watch. After confirming that the strength attribute has really improved a bit, you can feel relieved. This battle was actually very dangerous, and she was a little overconfident. If he had been slower at that time, he would have been surrounded by the beasts attracted by the cry of the beast. She can still fight against one strange beast. But if there are several, she really should just give up. Maybe she can be happier physically and mentally before she dies. Tang Mo was reviewing the battle he just had. Although my mental power is not high yet, the strengthening and healing functions have already helped me a lot. When it is higher and I can release my mental power to light up the probing skill points, my chances of survival will be better. Higher. His own strength is still not enough. But short-term strengthening and high agility attribute values can make up for this shortcoming. Next, her focus should still be on mental power. She always feels that people are not yet fully open to the use and openness of mental power. As long as the mental power is high enough, she can explore it bit by bit and let it become her own struggle to save her life. Biggest helper. Early the next morning, the people in the cafeteria who went out to investigate the situation every day quickly discovered the unrecognizable alien beast that had been eaten. Of course, they also discovered the hidden back door in the warehouse where Tang Mo was located, because this was the first dead strange beast they had discovered. Everyone paid great attention to it and eagerly wanted to know the specific situation. Tang Mo was also called to the second floor of the cafeteria for a meeting because he was the person closest to the corpse of the strange beast.
Do you know what happened to that dead beast?
Anyang asked straight to the point.
I don't know. I rested in the warehouse very early.
Tang Mo answered a little coldly. She originally had a good impression of Anyang, but now seeing Wen Ching sitting right next to him, she really didn't like it. Although he knew that Anyang was doing this because everyone did not want to offend Wen Ching, Tang Mo still couldn't stand this kind of betrayal of sex, especially after seeing his roommate Song Ching sitting far away and secretly feeling sad. Tang Mo's impression of Anyang became even worse.
Then did you hear anything? Or did you open the door and see something?
Anyang's tone was filled with suspicion. It's impossible that Tang Mo didn't know about that door after living there for several days. He didn't believe that an ordinary girl could be so courageous. She must have some secret. What is wrong? Anyang thought repeatedly.
You don't think I opened the door and went out to kill the beast? Do you?
Tang Mo's signature smile appeared on his face again.
TCH, you really dared to say anything. If you were really that powerful, I wouldn't have asked Anyang to save you some burdens.
Wen Ching held Anyang's arm and rolled her eyes at Tang Mo. She already knew that Anyang rescued several people in the late Tang dynasty. But she didn't think about Song Ching. She only thought that it was the vixen in the late Tang dynasty who seduced Anyang. Hearing Wen Ching's words, Anyang had a hint of obvious impatience on his face. He subconsciously shrank his arms and looked towards Song Ching. Song Ching's face turned pale, and he turned his head away. In fact, Anyang also felt that the death of the strange beast could not have anything to do with Tang Mo. He just felt that Tang Mo was too unpredictable for him. So he wanted to test it out. In fact, when they saw the body of this strange beast, everyone was not afraid, but rather excited. They have always had a natural fear of strange beasts. But now that they know that they can be defeated, a feeling of resistance arises in their hearts. People are afraid of things without weaknesses, and want to conquer things that show weaknesses. Anyang and the others talked about it for a long time, and decided to organize everyone to hunt the strange beasts in a planned way. On the one hand, they would have the opportunity to obtain crystal stones to enhance the strength of the team. And on the other hand, they would also see if they could rescue the classmates, who were still trapped in various buildings. In the past few days, many students have gone to the cafeteria together, but most of them still stayed in the dormitory. Fear prevented them from opening the door in their hearts. Whether it is to obtain crystal stones, to rescue classmates and strengthen the team, Anyang's purpose is very clear. It is definitely not an option for me to completely rely on Wen Ching now. I must make my team stronger and have the absolute right to speak. Those students who do not go out to do tasks together will have their food halved. This is Anyang's decision. However, this decision had little impact on Tang Mo. She had no share of food to begin with, and hunting exotic beasts with the team was a waste of time with no benefit to her. She didn't dare to show her strength, and the crystal she obtained had to be handed over to the public and could not be kept by her alone. So why did she go out to work as a coolie? As for her two roommates, Tang Mo had no way of making life decisions for others. Everyone is an adult and has his own choices. It is not a desperate situation now. No matter what choice he makes, he can survive. Tang Mo has no way to be responsible for other people's lives. Chapter 34. Everything is fine at home. At this time, it has been more than 5 months since the start of the Famine era, And there is only half a month until the end of the Tang dynasty, when you can leave school and return to the vast world. After making several video calls to Qin Ling, they didn't get through. And there was no reply to his messages. Tang Mo was worried but could only suppress it, thinking that with his great ability, nothing would happen. He also called his family. Tang Mo didn't tell Lin Yi that there were strange beasts in the school because he was worried that she would be worried. Instead, he asked about Lin Yi's current situation. As expected at the end of the Tang dynasty, Lin Yi and Wen Ching, newly married, soon had their own child, who was now more than 3 months old. When mentioning this child, Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed, but also a little happy. After all, Tang Mo was no longer around, so she was very happy to have a child. Although this child came at the wrong time, Tang Mo also smiled tenderly on the other side of the watch. After experiencing her previous life, she was no longer a child still fighting for her parents' favor. Instead, she cherished people who were bound by blood to her even more. Through the conversation with his mother, Tang Mo knew that the outside world was now managed by the Alliance. Scientists seem to predict that the fog will dissipate soon based on the concentration range and other conditions. So many large survivor bases have been established in the outside world to resettle refugees. That's right. All people who need to rely on Alliance relief to survive are called refugees. No one is dissatisfied with this title. It seems that since they lost the ability to make a living on their own, they have given up struggling for many things. Lin Yi also moved into the largest base in S City with Wen Ching, and lived a peaceful life raising children. The current alliance is the same as what we learned at the end of the Tang dynasty in the previous life. It is still led by the Qin family, the Wen family, and the Lin family, forming a stable situation of 3 pillars. Hearing that Lin Yi had moved into the core area of S City base, the safest post-apocalyptic world, Tang Mo felt relieved. In this way, even if the alien beast appears in a month, it will not affect Lin Yi's safety, and she can do her own thing with peace of mind. Lin Yi couldn't help but shed tears during the phone call with Tang Mo, feeling sad that her daughter was trapped in school at this moment and could not be protected by her side. She had told Tang Mo many times that when Jianxu would send a plane to deliver supplies to Tang Mo, this was nothing short of a trivial matter for the Wen family now. However, Tang Mo always firmly refused. When she didn't need it, she didn't want to owe others a favor, which would be very troublesome in the future. She is not a good person, but she doesn't like to owe others. She will repay those who are good to her twice as much as she can. Professor Tion is the same. And Song Qing is the same. Mo, I heard that the fog will clear soon. Then ask your uncle when to send someone to pick you up. Lin Yi's love for her daughter is unparalleled by anyone. Mom, don't worry. I will take care of myself. I'll contact you when the time comes. Okay? Afraid of irritating the pregnant Lin Yi, Tang Mo agreed first. But when the fog clears, she is not planning to go to S City immediately. S City has many opportunities, but also more talents. It is even more difficult to find opportunities to exercise yourself when staying with family members. She doesn't want to be a little canary princess. In this era, the only thing she can believe in is her own strength. As soon as I hung up the communication with Lin Yi, there was a ding sound in my hand, and a communication came in. Tang Mo, I still have some good stuff in my dormitory. If you have a chance, go in and get it. Take care of yourself. The message was very short and was sent by Qin Ling. Tang Mo read these few words over and over several times. Qin Ling's words seemed relaxed, but for some reason Tang Mo sensed a hint of explanation of funeral affairs. Tang Mo immediately reacted and dialed the communication number. Toot. Toot. It was still a familiar voice, and Qin Ling still had no answer. But now Tang Mo knows that it's not that he can't take it, but that he doesn't want to take it from Qin Ling. But why don't you want to pick it up? What happened to him? For a moment, Tang Mo's heart became confused, and he stood up suddenly, because he was so nervous. His body began to feel numb, and he couldn't calm down. The last time she was almost bitten by a strange beast. Her heart was not so confused, nor after she was injured. But now she is a little irritated. She and Qin Ling had missed each other for a lifetime, and they had just met in this lifetime. She still wanted to work hard to become someone comparable to him. She couldn't allow it, and couldn't accept that something would happen to him now. Where are you? Can you tell me? Can you reply to my message? I sent several messages in succession, but no reply. Tang Mo really couldn't sit still. His brain was running rapidly. Qin Ling must be in danger now. But what kind of danger is it? The good food he mentioned in the dormitory must be food. Otherwise, if it is life-saving food, it would be impossible not to take it with you when entering the fog. But where will Qianling be now? At the end of Tang Dynasty, he remembered that Qianling had said that he had a reason to enter the fog. Is it for the crystal core? However, not every junior beast has a crystal in its body, and each crystal only has one attribute point. Is there really no need for Qianling to take such a big risk for this crystal? Moreover, Tang Mo was sure that although Qianling usually looked dishonest, his comprehensive attribute value must be higher than his own. I can kill a strange beast by myself. Will I be trapped by a strange beast? Danger. Strange beast. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it seemed that he suddenly had an idea. A low-level alien beast may not pose any danger to Qianling. But what about a group of them? Or, what if it's not a primary beast, but an intermediate beast? There will be an intermediate alien beast in every mist. The intermediate alien beast must have crystals on its body, and the attributes of the crystals can be seen from the color of the alien beast's body. Each crystal has an attribute value of 10 points, which was announced later. The intermediate beast in the school's fog is a big blue snake, and the blue color represents the agility attribute value. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he knew that Qianling's mental strength was not high, and his attribute values mainly depended on strength and agility. So these 10 points of agility should be very important to him. This snake also appeared in the last life, but it didn't appear in the school. Instead, it stayed on the mountain behind the school. If such a mid-level alien beast is still wandering around the campus every day, then the small stronghold established by Anyang and the others, with no defensive measures at all, will disappear in almost no time. Intermediate beasts' sense of smell, vision, hearing and speed are not comparable to those of junior beasts that have not yet broken through the fog restrictions. In the last life, Tang Mo and Qianling were trapped in the teaching building in the school. In the past few days, Tang Mo found a night to sneak around the teaching building and found that there were no groups of strange beasts from the previous life wandering below. So she thought that although Qianling didn't contact her, she was still safe. The biggest possibility now is that Qianling is trapped in the back mountain by that intermediate beast. Chapter 35. She is going up the mountain. Intermediate beast. Tang Mo thought in his heart that if he resisted forcefully, he would never be able to defeat him. Besides, Qianling should be stronger than himself. If he was really trapped in the back mountain, then he wouldn't be able to deal with it. What could he do? Tang Mo gradually calmed down. She is a very rational person and is rarely affected by emotions, no matter how important it is to save Qianling. If there is not even a 1% chance of success, what is the point of giving away your life for nothing? She sat down and began to look through the things in her space, calculating how much capital she had and her chances of winning. Although she had not encountered this intermediate level beast at school in her previous life, she still prepared something to face possible unknown situations. Although it is a strange beast and not an existing species on Earth, since it is in the shape of a snake, it still has certain characteristics of a snake. What are snakes most afraid of? Realgar and fire. In the late Tang Dynasty, a lot of realgar wine was prepared in the space. As for fire, there were also 2 large barrels of gasoline. These were all things that could be put to great use at this critical moment. Although Qianling's personal strength is stronger than his own, if the equipment is taken into account, the overall strength may still be much worse than that of the late Tang Dynasty. The most important thing is that the goal at the end of Tang Dynasty was never to defeat the intermediate beast, but to rescue Qianling. Or, it would be okay to be trapped with Qianling. She has now determined that Qianling is trapped there in trouble. Otherwise it would be impossible for him not to return to school. It has been more than 10 days since they left school, and he must have run out of ammunition and food. Thinking of this, Tang Mo's face showed some anxiety, and the mental energy he was flipping through the space seemed to be in a trance for a moment. And then he moved faster. Realgar wine and fire are both equipment used to deal with snakes. And for self-protection, they now also have many trump cards. After practicing her Pafone for so long, she has achieved some success. She is now very skilled in using her mental power, and she is definitely a good hand at escaping at a critical moment. There is also the self-defense gun Qianling gave her, although it is useless against intermediate beasts. But if you carry out a sneak attack or block it when escaping, you may have unexpected results if you play it properly. I carefully estimated it in my mind. It's possible. Tang Mo estimated a rough success rate for his operation. At least 70%. In fact, let alone 70%. As long as it is not 0. Tang Mo will give it a try. Because Qianling is also someone she must protect. The mountains at night were too dangerous, and Tang Dynasty did not dare to take risks. So he had to sleep first and wait for dawn before taking action. The next day, Tang Mo packed up all his things in the small warehouse and put them into the space. He only carried a simple backpack on his back and went out from the small door and went straight to the back mountain. Tang Mo's mental power was now much higher than that of ordinary people, and her 5 senses were much stronger than those of normal people. She had almost never encountered a strange beast head-on due to her avoidance along the way, even if she was discovered by accident on a narrow road. With her legs and feet, ordinary animals could not outrun her. So she reached the foot of the back mountain smoothly. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he found a safer place to hide, and then began to send messages to Qin Ling.
I'm already at the back mountain. If you don't want me to die too quickly, you'd better share your location with me now.
She knew that Qin Ling could receive the messages she had been sending, but she just didn't want to make her worry. So she never replied. If he was not in a coma and was still awake, he would definitely reply to this. Tang Mo had this information. Soon, a new message was displayed on Tang Mo's watch. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he opened it and saw that it was indeed from Qin Ling. It was an exasperated expression and a sentence.
Are you really here?
Tang Mo, who had been worried all night, finally felt relieved. It was good that he was still alive. I took a picture of the scenery around me with my watch and sent it without saying a word. Soon, a positioning message came from the Qin Ling Mountains. Qin Ling understood that Tang Mo was serious. If he didn't tell her, she would really climb up the stairs one by one, looking for her bit by bit. At that moment, Qin Ling's mind suddenly went blank. It was touching, warmth, and something else that gradually filled Qin Ling's entire chest.
A snake-shaped intermediate beast is blocking the entrance of the cave. Be careful and retreat if you see it.
Knowing that she would not be allowed to come up, she would never give up. Then come up and have a look. As long as he makes some noise to attract the attention of the strange beast, it won't be difficult for Tang Mo to take the opportunity to escape. If it's a big deal, just give it up. Qin Ling made up his mind. If Tang Mo could do this for him, then it was not impossible for him to sacrifice himself for Tang Mo. Anyway, he would die sooner or later if he wasted so much. Touching is touching, warmth is warmth, and trust is trust. But Qin Ling never thought about the intersection between Tang Dynasty and this giant snake. The difference in strength is so huge that even fighting seems to be a waste of time. Clicking on the location of Qin Ling Fa, Tang Mo made a rough estimate and knew where the entrance of the cave he was talking about was. At that time, in order to pick the spiritual mushroom, Tang Dynasty traveled a lot in this mountain and down the mountain, and he was more familiar with it than anyone else. Qin Ling Mountains is located halfway up the mountain. On the westernmost side of the mountain, there is a steep cliff. There is a cave nearby with a small entrance. Tang Mo quickly climbed halfway up the mountain to find the location, hid it in a hidden place, and then looked at the giant snake a few hundred meters away and began to think of a solution. Although he had heard about it for a long time, Tang Mo was still psychologically shocked when he saw with his own eyes such a huge creature that was about 10 meters long and about the size of 3 people hugging each other. If he was swept to the bottom of the cliff by the snake's slap, he would basically be able to bid farewell to this beautiful world without even struggling. At this time, the giant snake was entrenched on the side of the cliff, with its head raised high and looking at the cave not far away opposite. Staying motionless, the continuously extending core and long fangs indicate that it is not a big guy to be trifled with. Tang Mo shrank his body again, summoned up his mental strength, and kept his breathing to the lowest level, for fear of letting the big guy notice him. After all, the intermediate beasts are different from the primary beasts. The 5 senses are definitely much sharper, and the movement speed and power are faster. At this time, Tang Mo did not dare to gamble at all. Why don't you stay far away and shoot? Let the snake chase you, and then Qin Ling takes the opportunity to escape? Tang Mo thought about this possibility in his heart, but he was quickly denied by himself. No, no, no. With the length of this giant snake, it would take a matter of minutes to catch up with her and swallow her before turning around and chasing Qin Ling. What else can be done? Even if I can enter that hole, it will be fine. Tang Mo's brain was running rapidly, thinking about what she could do to break this predicament at this moment. Chapter 36: Siege of the Giant Snake. Perhaps, at the end of Tang Dynasty, he looked at the protruding cliff. The giant snake was very big and entrenched on the edge of the cliff, with the bottom of the mountain beneath it. The protruding cliff is about 50 meters wide, and the giant snake is about 200 meters away from the cave. If Tang Mo rushed directly to the cave, there is a high probability that the snake would stop him. Then, we can only outsmart him. After mentally going over the plan he was going to carry out later to make sure everything was foolproof, Tang Mo took the gasoline out of the space, holding the gasoline barrel in his hand. He rushed out, but the direction was not the cave where Qinling Mountains was located, but the transverse line between the cave and the giant snake. The distance of 50 meters was only a matter of seconds for Tang Mo now. She spilled gasoline on the ground while running. A few dozen seconds seemed short, but for a giant snake with sensitive 5 senses, it is still a long time. It quickly reacted, and a strange human appeared beside it. Its body, which was originally entrenched like a stone, instantly moved and began to chase him in the direction of Tang Mo. And when the giant snake approached Tang Mo and opened its bloody mouth, a burst of flames forced it to shrink back a few meters. Seeing that this trick worked really well, Tang Mo threw away the lighter in his hand and ran towards the cave. Without the giant snake chasing him, Tang Mo quickly entered the cave. Without checking the situation inside, he took out a jar of realgar wine and poured it towards the entrance of the cave. This kind of fire and realgar is impossible for the giant snake of an intermediate alien beast to kill it, but it is still possible to block its footsteps and make it a little afraid. The fire will be extinguished in a while, and realgar is sprinkled at the entrance of the cave. Even if the giant snake does not leave, it will return to the edge of the cliff again. After everything was done, Tang Mo clapped his hands with satisfaction, came back to his senses, and began to look at the cave. The entrance to the cave is so small that a person can barely enter by bending down. This is also an important reason why it can stop the giant snake. But the appearance inside the cave was completely different. It was about 10 square meters. There was a stream that was still flowing inside the cave, and it was extremely humid and cold. At this time, Qinling was leaning in a corner of the cave, his face pale and his eyes closed. Seeing that Qinling was indeed here, Tang Mo hurried over and checked on his condition. Fortunately, still alive. But although he was alive, Qinling's overall condition was not good. There was a bandage on his thigh, but the blood had already seeped out. He had lost too much blood, hadn't eaten for a long time, and was in such a damp and cold place. There was almost no trace of blood on Qinling's face. If ordinary people would have died long ago, it would be a miracle that Qinling could survive to this day. Seeing that the water drops on the ground had almost soaked Qinling's clothes, Tang Mo frowned. He took out the foam floor from the space, made a bed the size of a bed, and placed it in the open space next to him. He also took out a set of dry mattresses and spread them on the foam board. He took out Qinling's coat and trousers 3 times and 5 times. He peeled it off and threw the other person on the mattress. Due to his anxiety, Tang Mo's technique was not really gentle. In the middle, Qinling felt someone taking off his clothes, and subconsciously wanted to struggle. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Tang Mo who was attacking him, and he closed his eyes with peace of mind. She can do whatever she wants. Qinling doesn't have any strength at all now. At the end of Tang Dynasty, he untied the bandage on Qinling's thigh, revealing the bloody wound inside. Although ferocious, Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief unexpectedly. It was a scratch from an ordinary beast. Although the wound looked serious, it was not a big problem. She had been worried that it was bitten by the giant snake outside. If the venom seeped in, she really had no way to detoxify it. Qinling's wound was simply bandaged with a bandage. It could be seen that no medicine had been applied, and it had not been treated for a long time. Not only did the wound not heal, it even became festering and rotting. Tang Mo took out a fruit knife and disinfected it with alcohol. Then cleaned the suppurating area of the wound. Then applied some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine, and rebandaged it with clean gauze. Then he took out a set of men's jackets and sports pants and dressed Qinling neatly. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He rummaged around in his own space again, and then reluctantly took out a pot of hot vegetable and shrimp porridge. There is water in the cave, but there is nothing to eat. Qinling has been hungry for so many days. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, he was too embarrassed to fool him with instant noodles and compressed biscuits. It would be too inhumane. The pain in his legs eased, and the dampness under his body turned into dryness and warmth. After all, he was a person with excellent physical fitness. Qinling quickly regained some strength and opened his eyes. What caught his eye was Tang Mo sitting next to him, holding a bowl of porridge in his hand, and waves of aroma could not stop pouring into his nose.
Are you an angel?
Qinling couldn't help but ask.
I thought I was going to die. How did you get in? Did the snake let you in? Did you bribe it?
Tang Mo rolled his eyes. And Kung Fu poverty. How serious is this? Put the spoon into the bowl, and put it directly into Qin Ling's hand.
Eat quickly. I haven't seen you for a few days. You're going to be a skeleton. You're so ugly.
What he said in the late Tang dynasty was purely against his will. Although Qin Ling now has a thin face without any flesh. His knife-like paleness gives him an exquisite aura of a sickly and beautiful man, which makes people unable to bear it. Feelings of protection and distress arise. When Qin Ling arrived, he was really rude and poured a bowl of porridge into his stomach. After eating, he licked his lips and said,
I ate too fast and I haven't tasted it yet. Can I have another bowl? It's at night. You haven't eaten for a long time. It's not good to eat too much at once.
After hearing this, Qin Ling nodded obediently, took the water handed over by Tang Mo, and drank it one sip after another.
How did you get into trouble with it?
Seeing that Qin Ling was a little energetic, Tang Mo asked.
Of course, I provoked it on my own initiative. It's a treasure.
Qin Ling smiled outside, not realizing that he was almost killed by this treasure in his mouth.
So you entered the fog because of it? Are you crazy about the intermediate beasts?
At the end of the Tang dynasty, it was a bit unbelievable. Even the junior beast men were difficult to defeat now. Qin Ling actually took the initiative to hunt an intermediate beast. It's a bit too unpredictable.
If I hadn't encountered a group of crocodile heads on the way, which consumed too much of my energy, causing me to lose my equipment and get injured, I really can't tell who will win between me and the big snake,
Qin Ling said with a smile. Although it sounded like a joke, Tang Mo knew that he was serious. It turns out that the Qin Ling Mountains are now so strong. At the end of the Tang dynasty, she could barely deal with a junior beast, while Qin Ling could already compete with an intermediate beast. The gap between the two was not even a little bit. There are people outside the world. Tang Mo, who was originally quite satisfied with her abilities and a little smug, seemed to have been poured cold water on her pocket, which made her calm down. Chapter 37 Waste of Natural Resources.
Originally I thought I was going to die, but now that I can breathe again, I'm going to settle on that bead.
Qin Ling narrowed his eyes, looking a bit like a dangerous person. At the end of Tang dynasty, it was known that the bead Qin Ling was talking about was the crystal in the giant snake's body. Qin Ling touched his new clothes and pants, and nodded with satisfaction.
Don't tell me. I look pretty handsome no matter what I wear. Get lost.
Tang Mo's face was expressionless. The days in the cave were not particularly monotonous for two people, especially two people who often bickered. To Qin Ling's surprise, Tang Mo didn't seem to be a talkative person, but he couldn't speak up to her every time. Is this the legendary saying that one thing defeats another? Because of this patient, the quality of food for the two of them has skyrocketed. Even if it is instant noodles, Tang Mo will take out the pot and gas stove to cook the noodles delicious, and then add some ham sausage and braised eggs. Qin Ling's leg injury healed quickly due to the medication and improved living conditions, and his face became rosy to the naked eye. According to the plan at the end of the Tang dynasty, it is only 20 days before the fog dissipates. By then, this place will no longer be the most spiritual place. Naturally, the giant snake will not be willing to stay here and will look for a better place. But Qin Ling obviously didn't think so. Although he didn't say it, Tang Mo knew that he was still obsessed with this snake. Because Qin Ling's legs and feet were inconvenient, he always lay down and rested. Tang Mo, on the other hand, sat on one side, seemingly closing his eyes to rest. But in fact, he was constantly exercising his mental strength. I don't know why, but my spiritual power grows very fast in this cave. 3 times that of outside. She now suspected that the giant snake had been staying here not because of her and Qin Ling, but because the spiritual energy here was too abundant. And the snake probably liked it very much. Sitting there all the time without moving his body, Tang Mo felt that his arms and legs were a little stiff. After sitting like this for a few days, he couldn't stand it anymore. The space in the cave was quite large, and Qin Ling, a disabled person, couldn't take up much space even if he was placed in a corner. Tang Mo simply took the phone out and prepared to practice. It is not practical to run in a small place, but it is enough place to practice swinging your arms and legs. At the end of Tang dynasty, she was not afraid of leaking her trump card to Qin Ling. Firstly, she trusted Qin Ling, and secondly, the sword was not really a hidden trump card, because she will have to use it in front of everyone sooner or later. If it is really a trump card, then her biggest reliance is actually her mental power. After all, whether it is short-term strengthening, escape or treatment. The maximum value of one's mental power can only be exerted when no one understands it. There was nothing much to do in Qinling during the day, except for sleeping with my eyes closed, and watching the end of the Tang dynasty with my eyes open. When she saw Tang Mo take out a knife out of thin air, she didn't think anything. But when he saw the appearance of the knife clearly, there was something more in his eyes.
This knife of yours is quite good,
Qinling praised.
How good is it?
Tang Mo knew that Qinling was born in a noble family and had seen a lot of things. Anything that he could praise must be good.
The company that makes this knife should be considered one of the top in the country. When I was 18 years old and came of age, my grandfather had to sharpen it for a long time before I got one. That's really a good thing.
It was not easy for Qinling to get one. It seemed that Uncle Wen really paid attention to her request. Tang Mo practiced the knife skills she had learned in the video bit by bit. She had been teaching herself for a long time. As her strength and agility increased, she felt that she was becoming more comfortable with this knife. But after watching for a while, Qinling's expression turned out to be very strange, as if he didn't know whether he should speak or not. It wasn't until Tang Mo was out of breath from practicing that he finally couldn't hold back his laughter, and then laughed louder and louder.
It's really a waste of money to give you this knife. It's such a waste. If you're at your level, go to the market and buy it. The watermelon knife will work just as well. Maybe it'll be easier to use.
Qinling laughed so loudly that it hurt his wound. He covered his leg while trying to control his facial expression.
I am self-taught,
Tang Mo said every word through gritted teeth, making up his mind that Qinling's favorite shrimp and vegetable porridge is no longer available. Don't even think about it. Fortunately, she still thought she was practicing well. But it turned out that in Qinling's eyes, she was just a joke.
Look at the swing you just made. It should have been with your wrist, but you used your whole arm. Not to mention it doesn't look good, but it's more laborious. Others can swing it 10 times,
but you can only swing it 3 times.
Qinling could remember every move he had just performed at the end of the Tang dynasty. His family had been training him to learn martial arts since he was a child, so it would be no problem to give him guidance at the end of the Tang dynasty.
Wrist?
Tang Mo turned his wrist and swung the knife again in Qinling's way. Sure enough, this time I changed the place where I exerted my strength, and I felt a lot more relaxed, and I was able to exert greater strength. At the end of Tang dynasty, he was so surprised that he urged Qinling to say more.
And your stance? Your lower body is obviously unstable. You can't tell it when you practice. When the fight is real, and the opponent rushes towards you, before you can use the knife, you might fall to the ground first.
Qinling's words are not pleasant to hear, but every point hits the weakness of the late Tang dynasty,
and the direction of the knife tip.
Chinese martial arts is extensive and profound, and it is easy to practice to keep fit. But if you really want to wield a sword and fight with it, just relying on videos to teach yourself is obviously too simple. At the end of Tang dynasty, he thought he had practiced well, but in fact he was just copying a cat and imitating a tiger, and he didn't even get in. After improving it according to Qinling's instructions, at the end of Tang dynasty, he wielded the sword again, over and over again. She felt that there was new progress every time, but Qinling was still not satisfied and asked her to do it again until the movement was perfect. Raising pigs for so many days was not in vain, but in exchange for a master, the deal was worth it. At the end of Tang dynasty, I felt happy, ever since I found out that Qinling, a free lame master, could teach me and make my sword skills improve by leaps and bounds. In the late Tang dynasty, she practiced swordsmanship day and night, and then asked Qinling to find out her shortcomings and improve them without wasting any time. Qinling shouted at the top of her lungs every day that she was exploiting the poor, disabled, and vulnerable groups. But it was of no use. Gradually, Qinling's legs were almost healed, and his face not only had blood color, but also had more flesh obviously, and there was no trace of the embarrassment that people should have in times of famine. After his legs healed, Qinling couldn't bear to sit every day. He didn't move his body for a long time, and did it with Pafong from the late Tang dynasty. Tang Mo was dumbfounded when he saw it. The intensity and smoothness were really unmatched. The tip of the knife quickly sliced through the air as if it really made a sound, and Pafong really realized the meaning of its name at this time. Qinling, who was holding the knife, pursed his lips, straightened his back, and raised his chin slightly.
What's wrong? You're fascinated by my handsomeness?
Qinling broke the idle drama-like scene with one sentence.
Hey, It would be perfect if you were mute.
Tang Mo looked at the top of the cave and sighed. Chapter 38. Take the initiative. Due to the feeding at the end of the Tang Dynasty, Qin Ling quickly made himself fat and fat. At the end of the Tang Dynasty, his swordsmanship improved even more rapidly, and compared with before, there was a gap between a child and an adult. There were only 3 days until the fog lifted. Tang Mo had always remembered this time. But at this time Qin Ling was obviously unable to sit still.
No. I still have to kill this guy. If you have anything useful, lend me some, and I'll return it to you.
Qin Ling couldn't look at the large pile of snakes coiled there. Now that he's back to being alive and kicking, it's time to change the positions of predator and prey.
I'm with you. I still have some gasoline and Realgar wine. I still have the gun you gave me last time. Pafong will give it to you. Do you think I need anything else?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, she took out everything that might be used. She had already been prepared for Qin Ling to do this big thing.
That's enough.
Qin Ling moved his arms and legs again and again, doing stretching exercises. Tang Mo thought for a while and took out a wrist-thick hemp rope from the space. The rope was very long and was collected by Lin Yi when he was purchasing goods.
Tang Mo soaked the rope in a gasoline barrel.
You will find a way to wrap the rope around the snake.
Unlike Qin Ling, in the late Tang Dynasty, people always wanted to be more prudent and cautious in doing things, and regarded life safety more than anything else. The 2 people snake-catching plan was chosen during the day the next day. The 2 people hid behind the stone cave door like 2 little mice poking their heads.
Do you think it will eat me in one bite when I wrap the rope around it?
At this time, the giant snake was spitting out its core with its big mouth open, which made Qin Ling feel a little frightened. The plan arranged at the end of the Tang Dynasty was relatively comprehensive, allowing Qin Ling to take the initiative. When the snake counterattacked, he would climb onto the snake and wrap a rope soaked in gasoline several times around the snake's body. Then he lit the rope. And after the snake was on fire, Tang Mo went out and sprinkled Realgar wine around the snake to temporarily reduce the snake's movement range. Finally, the 2 of them worked together to kill the giant snake. The plan is very thorough, and if nothing unexpected happens, the 2 of them have a great chance of winning.
You said you wanted to have this fight. Why are you so timid before the fight?
Tang Mo expressed contempt for him. Is this really the iron-blooded and ruthless Qin Ling she saw in the Alliance daily in her previous life?
No. I just want to study it. You said this snake's tooth da-da.
Before Qin Ling could finish what he said, he was kicked out by Tang Mo. Obviously, this sudden set of operations shocked not only Qin Ling, but also the big snake, who was concentrating with his eyes closed. After seeing clearly that it was the little man in front of him, he opened his big mouth and moved over. Qin Ling calmed down, holding the hemp rope in one hand and Pafong in the other. He did not dodge, but rushed towards the snake head-on. The last time he fought with Snake was when he was exhausted and his leg was injured. Now that he is in his prime, Qin Ling's strength is quite confident. Soon, Qin Ling, who was agile, jumped on the back of the big snake with his things. He jumped up and down and wrapped the rope around the snake's head several times. The giant snake started to go crazy, shaking its body crazily, trying to lift off this overestimating human being. But it failed even once. At this time, Qin Ling not only finished wrapping the rope, but also stabbed the giant snake with knives from time to time. Although there were no fatal injuries, the anger level of the giant snake almost reached its peak. Tang Mo watched attentively from below. In 2 lifetimes together, this was the first time she saw Qin Ling during the battle. As worthy of being the person who ranked first in the combat power rankings in his previous life and became the leader of the alliance, Qin Ling not only had hard work, but also had unparalleled talent. Such great strength was shown in the early days of the end of the world. At the end of Tang Dynasty, it was almost impossible to imagine how powerful Qin Ling would be later. Fortunately, she thought he was overestimating his abilities by entering the fog and killing intermediate beasts. It turned out that she didn't understand anything. Time always flies very fast during battles. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Ling completed all the preparations given at the end of Tang Dynasty. But just when he lit the lighter, an accident happened. Maybe the 2 people planned too well and forgot about the experiment. The lighter given by Tang Mo was unable to ignite the hemp rope soaked in gasoline.
This hemp rope won't burn. So why don't I just get on it?
Qin Ling held a lighter on the snake's back and waved at Tang Mo. Oops. After hearing Qin Ling's words, Tang Mo's expression immediately changed. At this time, the giant snake has been completely angered. If he does not light the hemp rope and directly confronts the giant snake at this time. Qian Ling will definitely suffer. Seeing Qian Ling prostrate on the snake's body, Tang Mo rushed out of the cave without thinking.
I have a way. Come down and cover me.
Hearing Tang Mo's response, Qian Ling launched an attack on the giant snake without hesitation. At this time, Tang Mo took advantage of the snake's turn to attack Qian Ling, and climbed onto the snake's body with all his strength and grabbed the hemp rope. It's true. It's so easy to climb up and down the Qian Ling mountains. But why is it so difficult for me? Tang Mo took out the special long-head kitchen lighter that he took out from the space, and then mobilized his mental power to isolate all the moisture in the air near the hemp rope. Then turn on the lighter and point it at the twine. Done! The moment the fire ignited, Tang Mo jumped off the big snake and rolled twice on the ground before stopping. She had never done anything like using her mental power to keep the air dry. But she just thought about it, and thought it would be interesting. So she just did it. I didn't expect that this mental power could be used in so many ways as I thought.
Kill it now!
Tang Mo shouted. At this time, the giant snake was already covered in flames, and it was rolling on the ground trying to put out the fire. But as soon as he rolled out of a certain range, he smelled the smell of Realgar again. Being restricted everywhere made the giant snake fall into a passive and crazy state, taking advantage of the fact that the snake had no time to take care of itself. Qian Ling took the phone and stabbed the giant snake in the eyes. Tang Mo was not idle either. He took the knife found in the space and aimed it at the 7 inches of the giant snake. Almost at the same time, the knife in Tang Mo's hand encountered resistance without even breaking the snake's skin, and could no longer penetrate. Tang Mo retracted his hand in embarrassment. Well, she was overestimating her own abilities. She was indeed not capable of fighting naked against this intermediate beast. The broken wind in Qian Ling's hand followed the eye socket of the giant snake and plunged into the giant snake's head. The severely injured giant snake let out a painful howl, and then struggled even more fiercely. Its huge and thick tail swept towards the two people, violently sweeping them aside and lying on the ground. Tang Mo and Qian Ling looked at each other, picked up their weapons, and ran towards the cave. The giant snake is at its most infuriated now, so it's not wise to provoke it when the hatred value is at its highest. The fire on the body can burn for a while longer, and the ban on Realgar wine can be used for a while longer. It is more cost-effective to wait until it struggles to exhaustion and end the battle with the minimum effort. Chapter 39. Do you like me? The giant snake kept rolling on the ground in pain. Before Tang Mo ran away, he poured a bucket of gasoline on it. Its scales were gradually scorched in the light of the fire, exuding a strong smell of paste.
Perhaps we can eat meat soon.
Tang Mo looked at the struggling giant snake, just like a chef looking at the meat on his chopping board, having already thought of various ways to eat it. You? Qian Ling didn't expect that the first thing Tang Mo thought of at this time was eating. Shouldn't a normal girl be nervous and scared in this situation? What's going on in her brain?
Let's go. The meat will be burnt if we don't get out.
Tang Mo took the first step out of the cave with his own knife. Fire alone could not kill the giant snake, but the bleeding eyes reduced the snake's health and combat effectiveness a lot. Seeing the two humans who had seriously injured him come out again, the giant snake swung its tail angrily, wishing they would die immediately. It's a pity that the long-term struggle has depleted a lot of its strength, and its combat effectiveness at this time is not even half of what it was in its heyday. The pain in my eyes, the flames on my body, and the annoying Realgar around me. Nothing can kill it, but everything makes it extremely painful and tortured. Tang Mo nimbly dodged the giant snake's attack and still dodged to a position 7 inches away from the giant snake. This time, he circled his arms and slashed at the snake's body with greater force. Phew! It was the sound of a knife cutting into flesh. Tang Mo felt happy and looked down, only to see that the knife had penetrated about 3 centimeters. To the giant snake, this kind of damage was basically equivalent to a person cutting his nails and cutting into his flesh. Just when Tang Mo was stunned, the giant snake rolled violently and knocked Tang Mo out with his knife.
Be careful!
Qian Ling shouted and rushed towards Tang Mo. But at this time, he had no time to reach out and take Tang Mo, so he threw himself forward and landed on the ground first, causing Tang Mo to fall on him.
Are you okay?
Tang Mo, who fell on the human mat, was fine at all. He threw away the kitchen knife and went to help Qian Ling.
Hey! My waist is going to be broken by you. You are responsible for me.
Qian Ling climbed up while holding his waist.
Roll.
He pushed Qian Ling away and was still able to joke, but it seemed that he would not die. The physical hardness of the mid-level alien beast is no joke. It is beyond the ability of today's humans to deal with it. It's not because he is too weak. Tang Mo silently picked up the knife and quit the battle. Ling, carrying Pafeng, relied on his agility to continuously shorten the distance between him and the giant snake, then stepped on its body and leapt up, and struck the eye with a very accurate and quick knife. This power. Tang Mo was sure that Ling's strength attribute value was definitely higher than his speed attribute value. Not even a little bit higher. The blind giant snake let out its last scream. But it could not see anything at this time. It was at the end of its strong bow, and could only twist its body and let others slaughter it. Soon, Ling walked around the giant snake, stabbing every vital point a few times, and then retreated to Tang Mo's side. The giant snake continued to struggle for 3 minutes, and then slowly lay motionless on the ground, completely dead. Ling and Tang Mo then walked over and looked at the behemoth carefully. After carrying Pafeng around a few times, Ling still felt a little unsure of how to start. Otherwise, try this position. Tang Mo took her kitchen knife and made a mark under the snake's head. She knew that Ling was really looking for the location of the spirit stone. This snake was too big. Finding a small bead in such a big body was obviously a big project. Ling nodded, directly marked the position marked by Tang Mo, then put his hand in and groped carefully. After a while, his eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists and stretched out his hands. Ling brought his hand in front of Tang Mo and stretched out his fist. There was a blue irregular diamond crystal lying there. Although it was covered with blood, it could not cover up the fluorescence flowing on it.
It's really an agility crystal. The news is indeed correct.
Ling's face was even more surprised. Guantanamo asked for a bottle of mineral water and rinsed the crystal cleanly. Red represents strength. Blue represents agility. Green represents life. White represents mental power. And yellow represents space. This is the official data that has been given for a long time. However, the blue crystal stone in Ling's hand at this time was several times larger than the red spiritual stone that he had taken out from the body of the primary alien beast at the end of Tang Dynasty. The primary spirit stone only has 1 attribute point, while the intermediate beast has 10 attribute points. It is not difficult to explain why each team later hunted down the intermediate beasts even if they risked their lives. The rewards and efforts are naturally proportional. Tang Mo had also seen intermediate level spiritual stones in his previous life, but many people in his team died in that battle. Even in the late apocalypse, it was not easy to hunt down intermediate level alien beasts. And this battle is really the right time, the right place, the right people, and the right people. Both of them were in the best mental state, had complete weapons and equipment, and occupied the best terrain. Of course, the most important thing is that Ling is very strong. In the real battle, Ling was almost all fighting alone. Tang Mo did not show much strength. After all, with her current strength, she could not even cut the body of a giant snake open. Tang Mo wanted to cover his face when he thought about this. It was really embarrassing.
I'll give this to you.
Ling threw the crystal in his hand to Tang Mo. Tang Mo, who didn't react for a moment, hurriedly took it. After seeing what was in his hand, he said,
"Give me this? Are you crazy?"
In this battle, she hardly helped. Ling was different from Xian. She didn't believe that Ling didn't know how precious this spirit stone was. If I didn't know, I wouldn't have taken such a big risk and walked into the fog and almost died.
Your strength is too weak and you will die easily. If you use more agility and run faster, you can live longer.
Ling said objectively.
My agility is higher than yours, and my strength is stronger. But you need it more. Just think of it as food expenses for the past few days.
The food cost is really high, and most people can't afford it.
But isn't that why you came here this time?
Tang Mo didn't understand that she and Ling should be the same kind of people, and the strength of people like them was more important than anything else.
To be precise, I came here for it.
Ling pointed at the cold and transparent giant snake.
I received news at that time that higher-level alien beasts would appear in all the fog, and I was told not to act rashly. I just wanted to prove to them that even though I am trapped here, I am not a waste.
Ling smiled helplessly. Being trapped here meant losing many resources that his family could provide, although it was impossible for him to be given up due to his status. He didn't want anyone to underestimate him.
This is enough for now. Besides, there are many people and many things that are more important than this crystal stone.
At this time, Ling's eyes were sparkling, even brighter than the spar, and he stared at the end of Tang Dynasty closely.
Do you like me?
Chapter 40. Come home with me. Qin Ling's words instantly exploded in Tang Mo's ears, igniting her whole face. This sentence brought much greater surprise than the blue crystal in her hand. What did he say? Do you like me? Even if he confesses his love, shouldn't he mean, I like you? Why should he ask her? Is it because she has been too proactive recently, making him feel that she likes him very much? It's over. It's over. This is too embarrassing. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in Tang Mo's mind. This was her first time dealing with relationships, and she had no experience and could not draw any conclusions that would be helpful to her. Even though she knew in her previous life that she and Qin Ling liked each other, they didn't make it clear, and there was no such thing as a confession.
Did you steal my line? Do you like me?
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he decided to change from passive to active and wait and see how Qin Ling responded. If he is different in this life than before, then don't be too sentimental.
Yes, I like it.
Qin Ling replied directly without any hesitation. When it comes to love, boys seem to be born top students.
What about you?
Qin Ling was not prepared to give Tang Mo a chance to escape. He has seen his own heart very clearly, and now he wants an answer from Tang Mo. He believes that the answer will be the same as his.
Yes.
Tang Mo nodded and opened his arms to hug Qin Ling's waist. This time, she had to be brave. She never wanted to hurt herself or the people she liked because of her awkwardness and say things that were against her will. Unexpectedly, Tang Mo would take the initiative to hug him. Qin Ling was frozen there for a while, not knowing what to do. When he reacted, his face lit up and he hugged Tang Mo tightly with his arms. Tang Mo's height of 170 centimeters is considered very tall among girls, but Qin Ling is even taller, with a height of 185 centimeters, just enough to put his head on Tang Mo's shoulders. If Tang Mo could see Qin Ling's expression now, he would definitely laugh at him for smiling like a fool at this moment.
Then we are together. Right.
After the two separated, Qin Ling confirmed again.
Yeah.
Tang Mo continued to nod.
Then when the fog clears, you come home with me. I will protect you from now on. Yes. And your family. They all belong to me.
Qin Ling happily began to look forward to the beautiful life the two would have together. His family kept sending him messages, and he knew that soon the fog would clear and he could go home. After hearing Qin Ling's words, Tang Mo, who had just been a little excited, slowly calmed down. He took Qin Ling's hand, and the two of them sat on a stone on the side.
I want to talk to you about this matter. After the fog clears, let's go back to our respective homes first. How about we wait until we are strong enough to live comfortably in the apocalypse before we can be together?
Tang Mo has been thinking about this for a long time. She understands her feelings and is sure that she likes Qin Ling. But now is the end of the world, and it is no longer the time to fall in love casually and put the focus of life on love. Qin Ling's family is very powerful, but it is his family. She had no way and could not put her and her mother's lives in the hands of others. No one knew better than her that in this cannibalistic world, only her own strength was fundamental. It's not that she doesn't believe in Qin Ling, but his current strength is not enough to compete with the apocalypse or even his family. After all, they are too weak now.
If I go home with you, will the two of us just stay in the survivor base and fall in love? Become an ordinary person who needs the protection of others? Is that what you want?
Seeing that Qin Ling was still a little excited, Tang Mo slowly and gently explained. She knows that she and Qin Ling are the same people, and he will understand. Qin Ling slowly calmed down and began to think carefully about what Tang Mo said. I have to say that what Tang Mo said is very reasonable. With the power of his family, it is indeed no problem to protect a few people. But does he really want to live such a life? No, he can't.
Are you going out to explore?
Qin Ling asked.
Well, only experience can make people grow.
Tang Mo sat next to Qin Ling, his head held high, his eyes full of light. For a moment, Qin Ling was fascinated by this kind of late Tang dynasty. Yes, it was because of this thing in her bones that I was hopelessly obsessed with her.
Okay, 1 year. We will live together again in 1 year. But you have to promise me to protect yourself and send me a message at any time if you encounter any danger. I will be there soon.
Qin Ling finally relaxed. 1 year was also the time he gave himself. He was confident that he could grow up within 1 year. Grow up enough to protect the people you like on your own.
Okay, it's settled.
Tang Mo looked at Qin Ling's side face, and his smile turned into crooked eyes.
Everyone works hard, and we'll see you at the top of the mountain.
After Tang Mo finished speaking, He gently came to Qinling's face and kissed him. Don't run away anymore. Give each other a chance to face it together and grow together. The regrets of the previous life finally ended in this life. The afterglow of the setting sun fell dimly on the two young people, giving them a layer of golden light called happiness. Unfortunately, the time of harmony is always short-lived.
Qinling, are you a pig? If you cut this snake's skin like that, it will break. Please be gentle. This thing is useful to me.
At the end of Tang Dynasty, he stood on the body of a giant snake and directed Qinling to work.
I'm too strong to hold back.
Qinling rolled up his sleeves and started working. The size of this snake was really too big. In the late Tang Dynasty, there was not enough strength, so Qinling could only do the final work alone. Intermediate beasts are good things, and they are full of treasures. Snake skin can be made into defensive equipment, and the venom remaining in the fangs can be sold to the Alliance to earn a lot of crystal stones. There is also snake meat. It is not easy to eat some meat nowadays. Not to mention that the meat of mid-level exotic animals is very beneficial to the human body, not only to strengthen the body, but also to enhance attribute values. Although the increase in attribute values is very weak, it is better than nothing.
Be careful. If I use Pafone, you will have to compensate me in the future. Don't worry. If this knife can be worn out, then there will be no strong knife in the world.
Qinling rolled his eyes. After two people are really together, the last barrier is gone. The easier we get along with each other, the more we become poorer. Every day there is nothing but bickering, and there is no time to relax. Sometimes at the end of the Tang Dynasty, he wondered if the day Qinling confessed was the only warm and romantic moment between them.
Tang Mo, please keep this knife well. I still have one. When you see it, you will know that we are destined to be together.
Qinling thought about the knife in his home that had the same origin as Pafone. I couldn't help but smile and open my eyes. Many things may really be destined.